What if Harry Potter just stopped playing by the rules? Tired of manipulations, tired of being the puppet. This is Harry as you've never seen him. Sharp, sarcastic, and finally in control. Welcome to Grimoire Audiobooks. Today we begin Screw It by mjimeyg, a hilarious, fast-paced, and empowering Harry Potter fanfic where our favorite wizard decides he's done following everyone else's plans. With clever magic, biting humor, and bold choices, this is a refreshing take on rebellion in the wizarding world. Disclaimer: this is a fan-made audiobook adaptation of a story written by mjimeyg, set in the world originally created by J.K. Rowling. This project is purely for entertainment and appreciation of fan creativity. In this first part, you'll see Harry rewriting his own narrative, dodging manipulative figures, challenging authority, and building a life that's genuinely his. It's funny, smart, and surprisingly heartfelt. If you enjoy watching canon get flipped on its head, consider subscribing to become a Grimoire Guardian, or support more audiobooks like this by joining the Wizard Army. Let's dive into Screw It by mjimeyg. You're in for a ride. Chapter 1. Mr. Potter. Back again, I see. What? Harry asked as he tried to look around blindly. Something was on his head. It felt heavy yet cloth-like. He reached up and lifted the blindfold. He froze at the sight before him. It looked like the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Students seated at the long tables looking at him expectantly. But he knew these students. A glance at the Gryffindor table showed no sign of Ron, but a young Hermione, Hagrid-like hair and all. Then he noticed the few students standing directly in front of him, Ron and Zabini to name two. This was unusual, as the last thing he remembered was falling asleep in a Hogwarts bed having just defeated Voldemort 7 years in the future. Of course, he had been dead an hour or two before that, but he was sure he got better. Oh God, what happened? Harry mumbled. He dropped what he assumed was the sorting hat back over his eyes before raising it again to make sure he wasn't imagining it all. Mr. Potter, if we could continue. Came the same voice. Sorting hat. Indeed. I realize that it must be rather boring to go through it all again, but we shouldn't keep everyone waiting. Did I just dream the last 7 years of my life? Harry hissed angrily under the hat. Of course not. It rarely happens, but you seem to have been given the opportunity to have a second go at making things right. Rowena Ravenclaw and Arthur Dunwall are the only two I know of personally. I'd advise you not to waste it. I have never heard of someone having a third chance. The hat warned. So, I'm not about to wake up and find that Tonks and Remus are dead. Lord, no. The hat laughed in his head. In fact, if you use what you know, then you stand a good chance of saving even young Mr. Diggory over there. Harry quickly popped the brim of the hat up and suddenly felt a rush of hope and joy as he saw the former/future Hogwarts champion staring back at him like everyone else. They can't hear us, right? Did you ever hear me talking to any of the other students I sorted whilst you were here? I had a rather long discussion with your young friend, Miss Granger, on why she would do better in Ravenclaw than Gryffindor. Then why didn't you put her there? She's always been the smartest. The same reason I put you in Gryffindor. The hat returned smugly. Because she asked you to. Harry sighed. Indeed. So, Mr. Potter, would you care to trust my judgment this time round and enter the House of Slytherin? After all, you are the rightful Lord of Slytherin. I am. By right of conquest, in this timeline, you have defeated that young upstart, Riddle, once. In your last timeline, you did so nearly once a year. Magic will recognize you as such. Speaking for myself and Hogwarts, we definitely acknowledge your lordship. Wait, I'm only 11 in this timeline, and only barely, aren't I too young? Only by mortal human standards, and magic does not care one whit what mortal humans think. Neither do we, for that matter. But we digress. Shall you enter the pit of snakes? Would it really make that much of a difference? Mr. Potter, may I call you Harry? Sure. I could help you sit here and go through the pros and cons of Slytherin versus Gryffindor. Instead, I shall give you the one piece of information that will be of most importance to you. Slytherins have their own private rooms. Sold. Slytherin. Boomed the hat into the great hall. Harry grinned and took off the hat and headed for the House of Green and Silver as his own uniform adopted the trim. As he sat down to watch the rest of the sorting, he noticed the room was absolutely silent, and everybody was staring at him in shock. What? Headmaster, this is outrageous. Snape said as he stood angrily. I must confess, I am at a loss, Severus. Dumbledore said quietly, Potter's just a half-blood. He doesn't belong in our great house. Came the snotty voice of an 11-year-old Draco Malfoy. Harry was now beginning to remember why he fought so hard last time against Slytherin. He looked at the hat, only to see it chuckling on its stool. I demand he be resorted. Snape said, loudly, causing a stir amongst the students and professors. Here, came a chorus of agreement from around the room, but most notably from his new fellow Slytherins. Harry had had enough. He wasn't going to be the meek little boy like last time. He had all the knowledge he needed. He knew their mistakes, even if they hadn't made them yet, but he also knew their histories. Hey! Harry shouted, causing the hall to fall silent and return its attention to him. So, you think that because I am a half-blood, I don't belong in Slytherin, right? Exactly. You are a disgrace to the wizarding world. Malfoy snarled. So, that would mean that Professor Snape should be removed from Slytherin as well. He's a half-blood after all. There was a rush of wind caused by every Slytherin head snapping to the staff table and Professor Snape. The look of betrayal was present on most, but not all, students in his house. Potter. Snape screamed. Cease your lies. What lies? Your mom was a witch, Eileen Prince. Your dad was a muggle, which I guess makes you even more of a half-blood than me. It's in the school records. Dumbledore can confirm it, and so can probably most of the older professors. Harry shrugged with a grin. He was definitely enjoying himself. Why, you insolent dash? Professor Snape. McGonagall snapped angrily, halting the greasy wizard's descent towards the boy who lived. Snape turned to Dumbledore. Aren't you going to do something about this? He demanded. Albus Dumbledore was truly at a loss. Never in all his decades at the school, even as a pupil, had the sorting been interrupted. I'm afraid I don't see what I can do. Potter is clearly spreading lies and has no place in the noble house of Slytherin. Albus' head snapped round to glare at Snape. I believe it would be in everyone's interest to let the matter drop. He said seriously. He refused to lie just to protect Severus' ego. I object. All heads snapped back to Harry. He called me a liar. He also called me names. I demand sanctions. Harry said as he banged his 11-year-old fist on the table. He was actually enjoying himself. He hadn't felt this good since he took the luck potion. I'm sure it was just a misunderstanding, Albus said diplomatically. A misunderstanding. Harry laughed. Sure, I'll accept that on two conditions. One, all the other professors agree that they can see how Severus calling me a liar was a misunderstanding. Two, he swears on his magic that it was a misunderstanding. But to what end, Mr. Potter? Dumbledore asked in his grandfatherly manner. Justice, my safety. Considering he was about to assault my person, I think it is a pretty damned safe bet to say that he is not the best choice for being a professor. Language, Mr. Potter, came the largely ignored verbal admonishment from Professor McGonagall. I'm afraid now is not the appropriate time to be discussing this, Albus said as he indicated the students, focused on every word and action. So what? You want to give it a week? Wait until he's had a chance to really beat me into submission. I was thinking that we could wait until after the feast. Albus laughed. That one stumped Harry. Oh, yeah, okay. Harry went to sit down, and everyone sighed in relief until he shot right back up again. Just one cotton pickin' minute. What about these bigots? He asked, indicating his fellow Slytherins. Aren't you going to punish them for what they said? Again, Mr. Potter, perhaps after the feast. Fine, but I expect detentions to be handed out. Harry grumped. The last surprise came for Harry when a shell-shocked Blaise Zabini eagerly hurried over to the Hufflepuff table instead of being sorted into Slytherin. Harry just shrugged. He was more interested in the fact that he was practically hairless. He kept going to scratch his stubble, but when he came across his smooth, prepubescent skin, he would think about the other places he was supposed to have hair. It was fairly embarrassing. Albus was trying to figure out what had gone wrong. He had left Harry with his mother's family in the hopes that he would not suffer an overinflated ego from his fame. He knew full well that he would not be well received by Petunia and Vernon, but it was a sacrifice that had to be made. Instead, Harry appeared far too well versed in the wizarding world's history and culture than he would expect for someone raised by people who even refused to say the word magic. He wondered if perhaps Remus had not heeded his warnings and had been visiting the young lad over the years. He would have to check with Petunia and see. Minerva was devastated that little Harry Potter was not one of her lions. She had been looking forward to this day for over 11 years, ever since James placed his son in her arms and told her she was holding her next Quidditch star. That said, she was livid at Severus and the rest of his Slytherins and how they had received him. She was not happy about him staying in Slytherin. As Dumbledore finished his post-feast speech, Harry stood up. Let's get to it then, he said as he walked up to the staff table. Of course, Harry, let us adjourn to my office. What? Hell no. Harry pointed viciously at Snape. Insulted me in front of all these people. I want this done in front of all these people. Seems only fair to me. Mr. Potter, this is hardly the plaque dash. It's the perfect place. Why? Are you afraid of the truth? If you have nothing to hide, then do it here. I am perfectly willing to accept if I am wrong. Which was a complete and utter lie. Harry was a stubborn idiot at the best of times. He just didn't care as he knew the truth. I am afraid. I must insist that we take this somewhere more private. Fine. Then I am going to call an advocate from outside the school. Harry declared as he raised his nose in the air, like a snotty little 11-year-old. If he was going to have to go through puberty again, he was damned well going to make the most of it. I'm afraid Muggles are incapable of entering Hogwarts. Dumbledore said apologetically. Muggles? Why would I want a Muggle? They wouldn't know anything about Hogwarts in the first place. Well, unless I asked a Muggle-born's parents, I guess. But no, I will be asking for an official from the Ministry of Magic. Harry declared triumphantly. Possibly two. He considered as information from his past years at Hogwarts, and the war came to mind. Dumbledore saw this as an opportunity to find out who had been teaching Harry about the wizarding world. Hopefully, it wasn't someone with ulterior motives that would see the prophecy come to a less than optimum resolution. Very well. Who do you wish to call? Amelia Bones and Alastair Moody. Harry was quite pleased to see Snape pale even further. Harry had remembered that Moody had it in for Snape last time, and would love to have a chance to reinvestigate him. Bones was the only person in the ministry to actually give him a fair shake. Albus managed to hide his own dismay. The last thing he wanted was Harry Potter in the same room with the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. There was no way Amelia Bones would simply accept his word of what happened without investigating herself. The first question out of her mouth was bound to be, "Where have you been since that Halloween?" "I am sure Madam Bones is far too busy, I am a citizen of the British magical world, a world she is duty-bound to protect. I am sure she can make the time. Besides, it can't hurt to ask." "Very well, I will go and ask her." "Yeah, right." Harry scoffed. "I am the one who will ask." "Don't you trust me, Mr. Potter?" Dumbledore asked, slightly hurt, despite the fact that he had no intention of calling either Madam Bones or Alastair Moody. "Give me one good reason." "I am a well-respected member of the wizarding community." "So am I, but you don't seem to trust me. Try again." Harry grinned. Albus was becoming frustrated. The boy was far too savvy for a mere 11-year-old. He would just have to let things play out and see what he could learn. "Very well, Harry. Come along, and you can make your call." Albus sighed. "I think I will wait here until she arrives." "But how will you call her?" Albus frowned. Perhaps Professor Sprout and McGonagall would be so kind as to escort Susan to the flue, so she can connect them. He smiled. "You trust them, but not me?" "Professor McGonagall has already spoken up to defend me from physical harm from Snape. What have you done?" "Perhaps, Albus, we should acquiesce to Mr. Potter's reasonable demands." Professor Flitwick suggested in his squeaky yet wise voice. "I, for one, am appalled by what I saw here today. Lily would be furious, and as one of her mentors, I feel infuriated on her behalf." "Thank you, Professor." Harry said respectfully. Typical Potters. Always getting their way. Snape spat. "That would be another insult, Severus." Filius said sternly, "If you will excuse me, I believe I shall retrieve Madam Bones and Mr. Moody myself," he declared before he angrily stomped over the table, sending plates flying before heading out Great Hall doors. Everyone watched in awe at the spectacle. Harry felt great joy that the professors were sticking up for him this time round. He wondered just how much Dumbledore had hid from them last time around. He moved from around the table and picked up the sorting hat. "Mr. Potter?" Professor McGonagall asked. "I just wanted to talk to the hat about some stuff he mentioned." Harry shrugged before he sat on the stool and placed the hat on his head again leaving the whole hall staring at him. Perhaps the brat has some sense after all, and is begging to be resorted. Snape sneered. "Shut up, Severus." Albus snapped angrily. The students gasped as the grandfatherly figure vanished in a moment of anger. Albus quickly collected himself. "I apologize, children," he said genially. His grandfatherly means settling back in place. Meanwhile, Harry was having an interesting conversation. "Did you know that me going into Slytherin was going to cause this much trouble?" "Of course not. I knew that Mr. Malfoy was an arrogant brat, but I had expected more from Albus. I was also disappointed that Minerva was not more aggressive in her defense of you," that hat said disappointedly. "Am I even going to be safe in Slytherin? As safe as you were in Gryffindor?" The hat shrugged. "There are a lot more differences between yourself now and yourself the last time round. You will fly through your practical classes because you have 7 years of experience. You are far more confident and have knowledge to hold over people like Severus. I am quite sad to say that the friendship you had with Mr. Weasley last time will not happen this time. It was quite distasteful sorting him after reading his head. I was tempted to put him in Slytherin just out of spite, or Ravenclaw. I would love to see the little tosser flounder amongst the brains of the school." Harry sighed. "I suppose it is to be expected. He feared me when they suspected I was the heir of Slytherin, and he actually believed I put my name in the Goblet of Fire. This is a chance for you to make new friends and help them. Besides, if you actually wind up in the tournament again, you could enjoy it this time." "I suppose. What about Quirrell and the rest? Can't you tell the headmaster about it? He already knows but refuses to do anything, wants to try and redeem the bastard." "Fine. So I just have to try and reveal his little friend some other way." Harry considered. "I might have a suggestion for that." The hat offered. "Take up your father's mantle of pranking." "Of course. Sirius. I have to get him out of Azkaban." Harry said frantically. "Slow down, Harry. There is little point going off half-cocked. I put you in Slytherin for a reason. Use that cunning you tend to shy away from. Now, I believe Phileas has returned with your requested advocates. Thanks. If I get the chance, I'll try and visit at some point. That would be lovely. Life is so boring sitting on the shelf." The hat said wistfully. Harry raised the brim of the hat to watch as an enraged Amelia Bones stormed up to the staff table with Flitwick hurrying behind her and Moody clumping along. He was pleased when she began whispering harshly with Dumbledore instead of shouting and bellowing for all to hear like the greasy git. Eventually she turned to Harry. "Mr. Potter, a pleasure to finally meet you. I am Amelia Bones, and this is retired Auror Alastair Moody. You requested we come and be involved. Perhaps we could take this to a more private setting." "Sure, but I expect there to be sanctions for Malfoy, at the very least." Harry shrugged as he slipped off the stool, still holding up the brim of the hat. "Perhaps you should leave the hat." "Nah, he's finished the sorting. He said he gets bored, so he can be my advisor." "Why, thank you, Mr. Potter. That would be wonderful," the hat said cheerfully, as Dumbledore led Amelia, Moody, Harry, Flitwick, Minerva, and Severus to his office. Pomona Sprout was left to send the rest of the children to their dorms. It was the most exciting and eventful welcoming feast she had ever witnessed. She couldn't help but wonder what that meant for the rest of Harry's next 7 years. Once the prefects had cleared the students from the hall, the betting began. One galleon on Snape getting fired tonight. Poppy chirped happily as she slapped the large gold coin on the table. Sinastra just scoffed. There is no way that Dumbledore lets that happen. I've got a galleon that says when Snapey goes, Dumbledore follows soon after. By choice or by force? Pomona asked. Force. Both are stubborn. The Board of Governors will kick them both out. I think Dumbledore's got just enough self-preservation instincts left to cut Snape loose. Vector argued. I think Dumbledore will be the one to fire Snape. I have a galleon that says Potter is the one who gets Snape fired. Charity Babbage giggled. No bet. Came the collected response. Charity, that, as the Americans say, is a sucker's bet. We all saw what happened here today, and we can all agree that young Mr. Potter will be a force of change in this school, a force neither Snape nor Dumbledore will approve of. Pomona pointed out, he seemed so meek and quiet when I took him his letter. Hagrid frowned. Took him his letter? Poppy asked. Apparently, he didn't respond to them. Headmaster Dumbledore asked me to go and deliver one in person and take him to Diagon Alley. What about his guardians? Why didn't they take him? Pomona asked. His guardians are Muggle. They didn't even want him to come to Hogwarts. Poor little Tyke was sleeping on a dirty floor whilst they all had beds. Hagrid said in disgust. What? Came the collective outburst of horror. Why, the devil wasn't Minerva sent. She deals with all the Muggle-raised students' inductions to the magical world. Pomona asked, Dunno, Dumbledore just asked me to go. If you will excuse me, I believe I should be joining the meeting with Mr. Potter. Poppy announced as she left the table. Oh, and I have a galleon that says I'm the one who gets Albus and Severus fired. She added as she slapped another coin on the table. Mr. Potter, would you care to explain why you felt it was important for the head of the DMLE to come out in the evening to deal with this? Amelia asked as she sat down in a conjured chair. Harry was sitting in a very large chair with the sorting hat on his lap. He looked so very small. Because I fear for my safety and do not believe I should have to walk around looking over my shoulder constantly. You are also the only person I can think of that won't be intimidated by him, he said, jabbing a thumb at Albus. Albus looked highly offended. Even more so when he realized everyone agreed with Harry, including Snape. Very well, please outline what occurred. Wouldn't it be much easier and quicker to observe Professor Flitwick's memories of the event in the headmaster's pensive? Harry asked innocently as Albus' eyes flew wide open. How do you know about that? I have my ways. Harry shrugged. Ow. Harry growled at the hat as its mouth frowned at him, having bit his hand. I also know you have my dad's invisibility cloak, which I need back. Albus really didn't feel comfortable handing that over. Harry was far too well informed and far too cocky. There was no telling what trouble the boy would get into. Perhaps when you are older, he said apologetically. I see. Harry mused before turning to Amelia. I would like to press charges against Albus Dumbledore for the theft of a family heirloom. This had everyone's eyebrows shooting into the hairlines. This is highly unusual. Amelia remarked. She turned to Albus. I would advise you hand the cloak over, Dumbledore. Mr. Potter is well within his rights, especially as you have essentially admitted to having it. I'd also like to have anything else of mine he is holding, and those charms removed from it, and me. Charms. Moody asked. I'm fairly certain those little trinkets are tied to me. Harry said, pointing to a nearby table. They simply keep me informed of your health and safety, my boy. Albus reasoned. Which is an invasion of my privacy and dash. Harry stopped as the door opened, and Poppy Pomfrey entered. I just learned some news from Hagrid, and felt that I should attend. Before this goes any further, I would like a few moments alone with Mr. Potter, as the school nurse. Harry sighed. He knew where this was going. Madam Bones might as well come too. You'll probably want to tell her what you find, he said as he stood and put the hat back on his head, holding the brim up so he could see. I was having so much fun too, he thought morosely. Not to worry, Harry. At the very least you will get justice for what happened to you, and you won't have to go back to them. The hat told him. Back in the headmaster's office, Snape was his usual belligerent self. I can't believe you are giving in to the brat's demands. He is clearly nothing more than a pampered little prince like his father. Shut your mouth, Severus, or I will shut it for you. Filius snarled. Snape was shocked at the vehemence the tiny charms master was showing. Filius Flitwick was generally a jovial person. I agree. Minerva scowled. You have crossed a line today, and as I have never supported your appointment due to your clear bias, lack of experience, and juvenile attitude, I will personally be lobbying to have you fired. Now, Minerva, you know as well as I do that all staff appointments are under my purview. Albus reasoned. Yes, Albus, but your appointment is under the purview of the Board of Governors. So in reality, all I need to do is have you removed so I can have Severus fired. She said sweetly. Minerva, Albus said mournfully through the shock of betrayal. Severus has my deepest trust. I assure you, Dash. All that means is you are not trustworthy. Minerva said dismissively. We both watched you allow Severus to insult the young man, and then do nothing as he moved to attack him. Filius growled angrily. I for one will be asking Madam Bones to see if she can begin an investigation into Mr. Potter's accounts. Why on earth would that be necessary? Albus asked. If you can't be trusted with a young boy's health, what about his money? Especially as you seemed inclined to deprive him of a family heirloom. The cloak is far too precious and potentially dangerous to give to a rambunctious young man, such as Mr. Potter. That is not your call. Additionally, I find your assessment of Mr. Potter to be highly lacking. Minerva responded. Bang. Everyone turned to see an enraged Amelia Bones storm in, with an equally peeved Poppy Pomfrey guiding a somber Harry Potter carrying the Sorting Hat. I am launching a full investigation into the handling of Harry Potter's placement since October 31st, 1981, she said as she angrily placed her fists on Dumbledore's desk and glared at the man. Albus just sighed in resignation. Is that really necessary? I can vouch for the people I placed him with. They were family. Congratulations, Albus. You have just put yourself at the top of my interrogation list as a co-conspirator. Amelia smiled evilly. I can also testify that I was watching the house for the entirety of the 1st of November, 1981. And that I warned Mr. Dumbledore that these people were not appropriate. Minerva said with her head held high as she stared down her nose at Albus in disgust. Do what you must, Amelia. Dumbledore shrugged. He decided not to worry about it. He could protect himself if he needed to. Amelia just snarled at the man. Filius decided to try and move things along. Perhaps we can deal with the more immediate concerns of Mr. Snape's actions. I can bring Mr. Potter to the ministry tomorrow evening if necessary, or you can visit yourself, Madam Bones." Amelia gave a sharp nod and sat down in a conjured chair. "I'm afraid there is nothing to talk about." Albus smiled genially. "Professor Snape is protected by blanket immunity." "What?" came the outraged screams. "It is necessary that he be able to maintain his cover as a spy, and sometimes that means being a little rough." "Is this why you allowed him to torment anyone not a Slytherin?" Minerva demanded. "It is for the greater good. Minerva, surely you can understand this." "No, Albus, I cannot, and I definitely don't support it." She shook her head sadly. "After this meeting, I will be contacting the board about your actions. I believe Pomona and myself would appreciate being a part of that, Professor." Phileas scowled at Albus. "You have built yourself a house of cards, and it is about to come tumbling down." Amelia warned, "Excuse me, but what does this mean for Mr. Potter and his safety around him?" Poppy asked, pointing disgustedly at Snape, and unable to bring herself to say his name. "If what Mr. Dumbledore says is true, then there is nothing I can do." Amelia sighed. "I might just petition to remove him and Susan from the school and have them homeschooled or send them to the States or Australia. Canada might help them learn French, and a second language is always good. You are free to remove your niece, but Mr. Potter is my charge, and he will be remaining here." "Harry, a word." The hat said quickly. Harry quickly put the hat back on his head. "So everything we wanted to achieve today is going to fail?" "Of course not. There are two things you and I know that can help you. Now, here's what you will say." Eventually, Harry removed the hat with a huge smile. Albus began to worry what the hat had told him. "First of all, I am Lord Slytherin by right of conquest. This means I can select my own guardians and can control my estates, which, as Lord Slytherin, the last of the heirs of the founders, includes Hogwarts and Hogsmeade." There were gasps of shock at this revelation. "I need to remain a student and resident of the school in order to protect it. So I will be living here from now on. I actually own a castle. How cool is that?" Harry said in a manner that truly excitable 11-year-old. "You will need to return to your aunt's home during the summer." "Harry." "Like hell. And to you, it's either Mr. Potter or Lord Slytherin." Harry snapped angrily, his mood switching faster than a captured Death Eater's loyalty. "I must agree with Lord Slytherin." Amelia added, "Like hell. By the time I am finished with his family, they will be rotting in Muggle prison. Personally, I am hoping to get them into Azkaban." "It's Mr. Potter or Harry to you." Harry snapped at Amelia before breaking out into a teasing smile. Amelia was shocked at the boy, but figured he must be riding high on excitement by now. It was good to see him having fun considering what she had just learnt about the last 10 years of his life. "Mr. Potter, as much as I would love to see you matriculate these halls dash," Minerva had to stop as Harry raised a hand. "What's matriculate?" he asked innocently. "Learn here." She explained with a kind smile. It was the kind of smile that Harry recalled with fondness. It was very rare to see Minerva McGonagall smile. "I fear it is too dangerous to leave you near Mr. Snape or Mr. Dumbledore." That's the beauty of my next two bits, although I don't agree with the first one. Harry smiled. If Madam Bones and yourself could arrange an interview with the Daily Prophet, we could seriously damage his reputation. Harry explained as he jerked a head at Albus. Legally, as a lord, he can't touch me. If he does the rest of the lords out, they would lynch him. It's a good idea, Mr. Potter, but why do you not like it? Phileas asked. Harry gave a nervous look at Poppy. Harry, I am quite capable of giving the information required without giving the details. Poppy assured him. What is the second thing you were going to mention, Harry? Amelia asked, trying to redirect the conversation away from anything that would make Harry sad. Harry grinned. It was not a pretty sight. Did you know that Severus Snape owed my father a life debt? There was sharp intake of breath from the greasy-haired git. Really? Whilst it is true that you would inherit the debt if left unrepaid, I don't see how that would help. Phileas frowned. Yes, but what is also important to know is that there is a prophecy about me defeating Voldemort Harry rolled his eyes at the additional gasps. Severus Snape is the one who revealed the prophecy to Voldemort and brought Mr. Potter, you will say no more. Albus said sternly as he rose from his chair and moved for his wand. Expelliarmus. Harry was quicker, and the wand soared into his hand. Albus was white as a sheet. Harry Tut tut, Lord Slytherin. Harry said mockingly. The others just stood there, shocked that an 11-year-old boy had managed to best the great Albus Dumbledore. You must return my wand to me. This isn't your wand. Harry shrugged before he snapped it. No. Albus leapt forward, but was sent flying back by 5 separate stunners where he hit the wall and slid to the ground in an unconscious heap. Harry took his own wand and incinerated the remains of the wand that caused a small explosion of smoke. And thus ends the legend of the Elder Wand. Harry said, highly satisfied. Mr. Potter, the Elder Wand is a myth. Minerva admonished lightly. Nope, it was real. Dumbledore won it from Grindelwald. Harry shrugged. If that was the real Elder Wand, why would you destroy it? Phileas asked. Well, if Dumbledore could win it from Grindelwald, and I could win it from Dumbledore, what's not to say that someone couldn't win it from me? This way the wand can't be used by someone bad, like Snape. Insolent whelp. Silence, Snape. Moody spoke up at last. He had had his wand out and trained on Snape ever since Albus drew his. I want to hear what you were saying before Albus lost the plot. He told Harry. Right, where was I? Harry muttered to himself. Severus owes you a life debt which you inherited, and he led you-know-who to target you. Phileas supplied. Right. Which means that he violated a magical contract, and his life is forfeit. You mean to kill him? Amelia asked worriedly. As a lord, there was little she could do to stop him, but she hated to think that this young boy would do such a thing. Severus knew much about life debts, having researched them when James Potter had saved his life. He had hoped that either Dumbledore had lied to him, or that he could find a loophole to allow him to escape. Ignorance was the only hope he had. So long as Potter and his family didn't know or acknowledge the debt, he would be safe. Now he knew he was screwed. No, not kill him, but his life is now mine. Severus Tobias Snape, I, Harry James Potter, claim your life as payment for the life debt you violated. Severus screamed in pain as he fell to the ground, on his knees, his fingers clawing at his throat as his breathing became restricted. A ring of red light shone around his neck. And then it stopped, and Severus fell to the ground in a panting heap. Sweet Merlin, what just happened? Minerva gasped. Magic acknowledged my claim. Harry smiled. Severus Snape is now a slave of House Potter. Merlin, Amelia whispered as they all stared at the prostrate Snape. That does seem rather fitting. Filius grinned wickedly. He has simply exchanged one master for another. But are you sure you are up for the responsibility? I'm just going to make him do his current job with some modifications, like not being a big Mina. I would suggest you let us help you plan your commands for now, Mr. Potter. Filius suggested. I would hate for there to be a loophole for him to exploit. He cannot harm you, but he can still harm others, and his actions reflect on you. Legally, even more so. There hasn't been a slave binding in over half a century. I doubt the laws have changed. Fortunately, you don't need to inform the ministry, so we can keep this quiet. Amelia told them, still slightly dazed. I hate to ask this, but could you remove the knowledge of this meeting from Dumbledore's mind? He'll only keep on bugging me about how I know about things like the prophecy. I could order Snape to protect me, but it will become pretty obvious I now own him. I believe I have the closest authority to do this. Poppy said, stepping forward. He has knowledge of private information regarding one of my underage patients. This gives me the right to remove the information. How do you know about the prophecy, Mr. Potter? Minerva asked. Harry looked at the hat wide-eyed. Oops. It shrugged. Harry just scowled and quickly began to think. It's that scar, isn't it? Poppy said sadly. I knew it was dangerous. Harry fought the urge to sigh in relief. Voldemort transferred some of his memories to me when he died. It was a near-perfect solution, despite the groan of the hat. I must insist that this be kept confidential. The hat exclaimed, The last thing Hogwarts or myself wants is for Lord Slytherin to wind up as an experiment in the Department of Mysteries. I believe we can all agree to that. Amelia nodded slowly. Of course, this means that we can't use any of the knowledge that Mr. Potter possesses, like who the real Death Eaters are. Harry shuddered. They all are. You can't take the mark unless you want it. Damn. She muttered. See, now we don't have any chance of using that knowledge. You need to find a low-level Death Eater, someone who isn't on Fudge's list of benefactors, and wait for them to commit a crime. Filius suggested. Then question them with Veritaserum, and use the knowledge to reopen all the cases. I suppose catching Lucius Malfoy would be improbable. Minerva sighed. Catching him is easy. Holding him is the problem. Fudge keeps bailing him out. Amelia said, These are all things we can discuss later. It is getting late. Severus has been neutralized, but he still needs instructions. Poppy interrupted as she noticed Harry yawning. We also need to deal with Albus. Filius added, I was just going to have Snape continue as before, but make sure he ensures the safety and education of his students. Also make sure he doesn't tell anyone our secrets. Harry explained, That would be best, but what about Albus? Amelia asked, repeated Filius' concern. We could just erase the whole meeting and make him believe he won the argument, Harry suggested. And his wand? Filius asked with a small smile as he indicated the burnt ashes. He's so powerful he accidentally exploded his own wand. He offered lamely. That actually might work. Poppy smiled, causing everyone to look at her, as if she was crazy. It is a legitimate problem for exceptionally powerful people, or people who don't take proper care of their wands. She explained, In that case, we will remove Albus to the hospital wing and wipe his memory of the event We can then tell him that his wand exploded, throwing him against the wall, and he hit his head, hence the memory loss. Amelia decided. Snape, bring Albus and follow us. Harry ordered. An extremely angry Severus Snape rose from the floor and obeyed. It was obvious he was not enjoying himself or operating under his own will. Students, assemble in the common room. Hearing the call from their head of house, the Slytherins quickly made their way. Usually Professor Snape didn't bother with addressing the students until the morning, where he gave a short, sharp speech that amounted to, "If you give me more work, I will have you licking my potions classroom clean. First of all, Mr. Malfoy, because of your outburst regarding Mr. Potter's sorting and heritage, you will serve 2 days' detentions with Professor McGonagall. Secondly, there will be no further bullying, intimidation, or anything that resembles less than civilized behavior towards Mr. Potter or anyone else not a pureblood or Slytherin. Thirdly, anyone failing to do so will serve detentions with Mr. Hagrid cleaning up the dung from the hippogriff herd with their bare hands. Further infractions will lead to eventual expulsion. That is all. I will see you in the morning." With that, Severus Snape turned and exited the Slytherin common room, leaving Harry Potter to face the horde alone. Harry now realized that he missed a step in his instructions to his slave. "You wait till my father hears about this." Draco snarled snottily. "Half-bloods in Slytherin. It's an outrage, and the Malfoy family won't stand for it." "Shut up, Draco." Harry sighed. "If you have a problem, you deal with it, or aren't you man enough to handle little old me?" Harry asked innocently. Draco bristled, his hand snapping to his wand, but not drawing it. It was so quick it made Harry wonder why it seemed so natural, considering students didn't get their wands till they were 11. "Perhaps you would like to duel, Potter?" He spat. "Not really." Harry shrugged. Draco looked ready to crow in triumph, but Harry went on. "But if that's what it takes, then I'm game. After we set some conditions and stakes." Draco looked a little worried. "Like what?" "Well, the duel should be public, either outside or in the Great Hall. Also, the loser of the duel will leave the school." Harry was too tired to think up anything too clever. He didn't really want Draco around, but he knew that he was pushing it. Draco, on the other hand, was pissing his pants mentally. Those were some very high stakes. Leaving the school meant attending another school in another country. He was fairly certain he could wipe the floor with Potter, but it still was a big risk. Suddenly, he had an idea on how to get out of this. "You're not worth the hassle, Potter." Strange. Voldemort thought I was. There were gasps and screams as Harry uttered the most feared named. "What a bunch of losers." Harry rolled his eyes. "The idiot got himself killed by a baby. And you lot are afraid of his name? Are you really telling me you are afraid of a baby?" He challenged Draco. "Of course not." Draco said indignantly, "Show some respect, boy." An older boy sneered. The Dark Lord was the greatest wizard alive. Again, he got defeated by a baby who probably had a limited vocabulary and definitely no wand. But he killed all those people. A second-year girl stuttered fearfully. "Did he? How often was Voldemort?" "Shut up. How often was the idiot actually cited?" "The way I hear it, people were found the next day with the dark mark over their homes. All the battles that were recorded were with the Death Eaters. Sounds more like he was too afraid to handle adults. When the opportunity came along to kill a baby, he managed to screw that up as well." "You lie," scowled a prefect. "We have back issues of the Prophet in the school. Check them out. Not very cunning or ambitious to follow a weak, incompetent scaredy cat. Harry grinned. Watch your tongue, Potter, or I might challenge you to a duel myself. Warned the prefect. Harry just shrugged. Fine by me, but you might want to reconsider. It's a lose-lose situation for you. Is that a threat, Potter? He demanded his hand, going for his wand. If you beat me, you will be mocked, and no one will respect you for challenging a first high, who hasn't even had a lesson yet. If I beat you, you will be shamed beyond belief for being beaten by a first high, who hasn't even had a lesson yet. Harry yawned. Excuse me all, been a long day. Time for bed. Harry walked past them, leaving them standing there slightly confused. Crap, where's my room? Harry wondered. Psst, this way, my lord. Came a deep and foreboding whisper. At the end of the hallway was the Bloody Baron. Did you just say psst? Harry asked incredulously. Quickly. The ghost hissed. Harry shrugged and followed his spectral guide. The Bloody Baron led him up a long flight of circular stairs, much like the ones that led to the headmaster's office. At the top was a portrait of a large cobra, coiled, resting in the shade of a tree in the midday sun. The Lord of Slytherin is not available. Turn back, hatchling. The snake hissed. I am the Lord of Slytherin by right of conquest. Harry offered. A speaker. The snake's head rose up in surprise. It tilted its head as though listening. Ah, yes, the Great Mother acknowledges your claim, hatchling. Welcome home. The snake lowered back to its resting state, and the portrait swung open. Severus Snape was furious. He refused to accept his enslavement, and vowed to himself that he would find a way to break it. He had even drawn his wand to make a magical oath, but found he couldn't. First it was the Dark Lord, then Dumbledore, and now, worst of all, Potter was his master. It would not stand, and he would see the boy dead, at his feet by his hands. He spent the better part of the night trying to concoct potions and poisons to use on the boy, but his body just would not comply. It would stand there impassively as he raged impotently in his mind. Eventually he decided to retire for the night and approach his dilemma in the morning with a fresh mind. Infuriatingly, his body was once again under his control until he decided to plot his revenge. Chapter 2. Albus Dumbledore was thrust, unceremoniously, into the waking world. He had no idea where he was. The last thing he remembered was having to have a meeting with his heads of house and Potter, Bones and Moody. After that, nothing. Looking around blearily, he saw Madame Pomfrey had just thrown open the curtains, causing sunlight to pour in and result in his awakening. Poppy, why am I in the hospital wing? He asked. You don't remember? She asked worriedly. I seem to be missing a rather large section of memory. Nothing since the end of the feast last night. He frowned. I'm not surprised, really. You hit your head fairly hard. She admonished. Did I fall? He asked, although it was more of a verbal wondering. Of course not, no. You managed to overpower and explode your wand. You're lucky you still have most of your fingers. She wagged a finger of her own at him. Albus quickly looked at his hand and saw that the index and middle finger were missing off his right hand. By Merlin, what happened? I thought we covered that. Albus, your wand exploded. Poppy began running her wand over him. Are you experiencing short-term memory problems? Are you focusing properly? What? Of course I am. He said angrily. Wait, my wand. His face paled. Complete ashes. I'm afraid you will have to see Ollivander about a new one. She said absently, Now, if you will excuse me, I need to get the wing ready for the day. Poppy hid a smirk as she bustled away. She hadn't lied, as his wand had exploded slightly when Harry destroyed it. He was lucky to have most of his fingers as Moody and Phileas were arguing over how many they should blast off and who got to do it. Albus was not really focused on his fingers. Granted, it was a huge loss, but his real worry was his loss of the Elder Wand. He felt that he needed all the help he could get as he knew Voldemort would return. But then he realized something. He had overpowered the Elder Wand. He must be incredibly powerful. He doubted that Tom Riddle could do such a thing, even after all his power-enhancing rituals. Potter may have to be the one to deliver the killing blow, but it would be Albus Dumbledore who beat him into submission. Harry sat down at the Slytherin table the next morning, still trying to figure things out. The Bloody Baron hadn't given him any information, but simply led him to what turned out to be Salazar Slytherin's old chambers. The Baron had stated that if he was to be the new Lord, he would live and act like one. Then he had left. Harry had been too tired to care, and just flopped down on the bed and nodded off in his clothes. This morning he had discovered just how weak his body was after 10 years of neglect and abuse by the Dursleys. His 7 years in Hogwarts had allowed him to repair some of the damage, but his little 11-year-old body was barely functioning. He had headed straight to Madame Pomfrey, who gave him some potions, which helped make him a little stronger for the day. She had warned him that he needed to exercise and eat right so he could stop using them. All around him, the students of all houses were whispering and pointing at him. The boy who lived was a Slytherin. It was the biggest scandal of the century. He could see Snape eating sullenly at the staff table. The hat had been quite clear about what the bond entailed. There was nothing he could do to harm Harry or even his reputation on his own. He had only the freedoms his master allowed him. There was a sudden commotion at the entrance to the hall as Draco and several other Slytherins marched in and headed straight up to Snape. Professor Snape, we demand Harry Potter be expelled. He has dishonored the House of Slytherin. He entered our Lord's chambers, said the eldest boy pompously. Snape was desperately trying to do something to make this possibility real, but before he could do anything, Professor Flitwick intervened. Before we investigate your claims, are you aware of the bylaws of Hogwarts regarding such accusations? He asked calmly, but there was a hint of annoyance in his eyes. We know that if he breaks certain bylaws, he can be expelled. But are you aware that if your accusations are proved unfounded and the accused wins, you will suffer the punishments demanded by yourselves? In other words, you could be expelled. My father would never allow that. Malfoy said dismissively, Your father would have no say in the matter. Severus said, in his mind, he was seething at his traitorous body. This was not happening to him, and he would end it somehow. Professor Snape is quite correct, Mr. Malfoy. Hogwarts herself would deny you entrance. The bylaws are a part of her wards. Flitwick agreed. I believe what my colleagues are trying to say is, are you sure you wish to carry on with your current course? Especially as you will be expelled if you fail. Minerva explained. But he disgraced Slytherin and violated the sanctity of his chambers. One girl said, passionately, how could he possibly get away with that? The solution is obvious if you would just use your brains. Snape snapped. That was actually his own willing contribution. but only Lord Slytherin can enter." The prefect trailed off. "Ah, I see the penny has dropped." Phileas smirked. Snape was fed up with this. "How many of you have approached the Cobra portrait? How many have been allowed entrance? How many do you think have tried to force their way in? Only one student in the past century has gained access other than Potter. That student could speak to the Cobra, and it granted him access because he was the Lord of Slytherin. Now cease this foolishness and return to your morning meal." He dismissed them angrily before turning to his bacon and eggs. The older students paled and began to move off. One of the prefects had to grab Draco before he could continue his protest. Back at the Slytherin table, the other first years, and those that had not participated were staring at Harry. "What?" he asked uncomfortably. "Are you really the new Lord Slytherin?" Daphne Greengrass asked. "Apparently." Harry shrugged, unconcerned. Tracy Davis was white as a ghost, like most of her classmates. "But that means you—" "Means what?" Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. "You're related to you-know-who." Pansy Parkinson hissed. "Who? You know who?" "I don't know who. Last I checked, I was related to the Potters, hence my name," Harry said as he put another spoon of porridge in his mouth. "She's talking about he who must not be named." Daphne explained. "If he can't be named, then how am I supposed to know who she's talking about?" Harry frowned. He was really enjoying himself. VVVV dash. Vondervoman? Who? No. VVVV dash. Valentino. She means Voldemort, came the highly irritated voice of Professor Snape. The great hall was filled with screams and gasps, with some people actually diving under the tables and running out the doors. "Thank you, Severus, for that." McGonagall said dryly, she said, as she stood to go and corral the frightened children. Harry smirked quietly at the chaos before turning back to his classmates. "I'm not related to Voldemort, and stop gasping. He's gone. Pitiful excuse for a human that he is. If you are not related, then how are you the new Lord of Slytherin?" Marcus Flint asked. "Easy, I kicked his, but as a baby. And now, by right of conquest, magic recognizes me as the new Lord Slytherin." "Humph. So I just have to defeat you, and I will be the new Lord of Slytherin." Malfoy grinned. "Mr. Malfoy, you do not have the authority to initiate such a duel. Only a head of house may make such a challenge," Snape said as he handed out the timetables. "Then how did Potter do it? Isn't it obvious? I thought everybody knew what happened that night." Harry rolled his eyes. "First he killed my father. That made my mother the head of house. Then he killed my mother, making me the head of house. Then I destroyed him, making me the new Lord of Slytherin." Harry looked at Draco with a curious smile. "Would you like me to inform your father that you wish to challenge him for the headship of your house?" At this point, Severus Snape once again found himself a passenger in his own body as it betrayed him. Actually, all Death Eaters entered their houses into a vassal arrangement with the Dark Lord in his role as Lord Slytherin. Mr. Potter has inherited those arrangements. Everyone, including Harry, looked at Snape in surprise. "Wow, I really need to go speak with the Hat some more." Harry muttered. There were 2 lessons on his first day that Harry enjoyed. Potions, because he could see Snape seething in his head whilst his body provided a lesson on safety and brewing that surpassed all previous lessons by any potions professor. ever. The other was Transfiguration. Harry made it to class with time to spare. As with his first time as a Furstie, the professor was sitting on her desk as a cat. Seeing as they were nearly all there, barring Ron, who still managed to be late, Harry decided to have more fun. Well, my fellow students, it seems that we are currently without a teacher. He smiled as he walked up to the front of the class. The cat watched him curiously. But I actually know some Transfiguration. He beamed a Lockhart grin. First of all, we need an object, as this will be Transfiguration, and not Conjuration. Everybody take out your Transfiguration textbook. There were wary looks between the students. Come on, come on. No dilly-dallying. We don't have all day. Get out your books. He ordered as he gave his best impression of a teacher. Eventually, everyone had them ready. Excellent. Now, the incantation is Continent Force. This will be cast at our books, turning them into a bowl. The important things to remember are to imagine what the bowl will look like and to be firm in your incantation. Remember, this is your magic, your wand, and your book. You own them all, and they will obey you. So be forceful without being violent. Like so. Continent Force. The class watched in amazement as the boy who lived and had never had a lesson before turned his book into a simple metal bowl approximately 50 centimeters in diameter. Go on then, give it a shot. Weasley, get in and sit down. You're late. Harry snapped at the tardy boy. He was so believable as a teacher that Ron didn't even question being taken to task by another student. Come on. Remember, it's Continent Force. Harry instructed. All around the room, students started incanting. This went on for several minutes. Harry absently began stroking the cat. The cat gave a sudden squawk as Harry picked it up and cradled it while still stroking it. He began walking around the room whilst giving advice. Quite a few students had managed to get the book to take the shape of the bowl, but none had managed to get it to be metal or solid. They were simply bowl-shaped books. Okay, wands down, everybody. Harry instructed. I said wands down. He said with a slight snap. Now then, some of you had a good start, and some of you got nowhere. Let's start with those first. Seamus, you didn't get any change. Explain to me how you tried to cast the spell. What did you say? Said Continent Force. The boy scowled in his thick Irish brogue. Excellent. Now, what were you thinking of? Harry asked, making a bowl. There was something about Seamus' body language that made him look guilty. Really? Harry asked skeptically. Was there anything else going through your mind? No, he said petulantly. If you aren't honest, then I can't help you. You will forever fail because of it. You won't lose points or marks for telling me what was going through your mind. But I need to know before I can help you succeed. Seamus huffed. I was thinking about filling the bowl. Why rum, okay? He snapped. Harry tried to smother a smile. How many of you were thinking about uses for the bowl you were going to make? Harry asked the class. A few hands went up. An important rule for casting is that your mind must be focused on the task at hand. If you are trying to transfigure a book to a bowl and are thinking about chicken dinner, you are more likely to wind up with a chicken-shaped book. Your sole focus should be the bowl. Its look, its feel. All of you, try again. The classroom was again filled with sound of young voices incanting. The results were much better this time. A lot of the bowls were nearly wooden, but a few had a nice metallic finish. Wands down. Harry instructed. An excellent improvement. Harry praised them. I suggest that you practice so that you can achieve better results. You can then use what you learn about focus from this spell and apply it to others. Harry put the cat down and picked up his wand. I will now demonstrate a charm. Harry informed them. Aguamenti. He pointed his wand at his own bowl and filled it with water. Once full, he turned back to the class. The wand movement is that of a wave. Harry demonstrated. With these two spells, you will never be without water to drink. An important survival tip for you. Now, I will show you a very unique technique. Harry said, seriously. Animal to human transformations. It is more of a ritual that requires a transfigured bowl and conjured water. Mro, the cat said with suspicion. We take an animal, such as this delightful little kitty, and we bathe it in water, like so. The cat screeched and leapt out of his arms, transforming into Minerva McGonagall as it landed. And there you have it, class. A perfect animal to human transformation. Harry crowed triumphantly. The class was looking on in awe, except Hermione, who was viciously flipping through her textbook, looking for the documentation. Mr. Potter. Minerva screeched. Class, as you can see, the specimen now has all of the speech and mental abilities of a human, as though it were that human. Potter. She took a step closer. In fact, the specimen has no idea it ever was an animal. Sit down, Mr. Potter. Catnip. Harry asked innocently as he held up a hand holding the feline addictive substance. Minerva involuntarily moved forward to sniff his hand. As you can see, the specimen retains some of its natural instincts. Harry lectured. Minerva raised her wand with difficulty and vanished the source of her addiction. Harry Potter, take your seat now. Does anyone have any questions? Harry asked as he ignored the fuming teacher. Pavarti, yes? How do you reverse the process? She asked curiously. Oh, for Merlin's sake. The professor groaned. It's difficult, but it can be done. Harry nodded gravely. Often you need to just wait for the specimen to revert on its own. But otherwise, he raised his wand quickly and cast a transfiguration that turned the professor into a cat that largely resembled the professor's previous feline form. The cat started to growl at him. That's it for class today, Harry said, hastily, as the cat backed down into a pouncing position. Your homework is to be able to complete the book To Bold Transfiguration, research Animagus, or ask Granger about it, and finally, ask the Weasley twins about the perils of pranking Teacher SSS. Harry practically screamed the last bit as he ran from the room, with an angry cat on his tail. The rest of the class turned to Hermione, who started to giggle in realization. What's so funny? Neville, her table partner, asked. I think Professor McGonagall is a cat animagus. She can turn herself into a cat. Harry knew this and took over her lesson. Why is that funny? Because right now Harry Potter is being chased through the school by a professor in the shape of a cat. Harry ran to the only place he could think of, the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey was shocked as the school's celebrity student came barreling in before darting behind her. Protect me, Madame Pomfrey. An evil cat is after me. Poppy could see the laughter in the boy's eyes and wondered what was going on. Her answer arrived in the form of her colleague in cat form. Is there a reason you are stalking Mr. Potter, Minerva? She asked as she valiantly tried not to smile. Valiant though her efforts were, she failed. The cat began meowing and hissing and growling. Poppy raised an eyebrow at the fact that Minerva had not transformed to human form. She took out her wand and cast some diagnostic spells. She then determined the problem and reversed the transfiguration. Really, Minerva, beaten by a first year? Poppy chided teasingly. That first year is a menace. She hissed. He not only took over my class, but he threatened to bathe me in some fantasy ritual. She said bathe like a curse. Minerva, Harry is only 11. I doubt he has those urges yet. Poppy scowled. Harry looked a little green as Minerva was outraged. As a cat, he was going to bathe me as a cat. Perhaps one of you could give me a full accounting of what has occurred. As enjoyable as hearing snippets is, I believe I need the full story. The professed dash. I will tell the story, Mr. Potter. Minerva said warningly. Poppy chuckled as she pulled up a chair and indicated for Harry to sit on a nearby bed. She then listened to Minerva's tale with much enjoyment. Do you agree with Professor McGonagall's recounting, Mr. Potter? She asked as Minerva finished. She forgot the homework I said, but that's about right. Homework. To be able to perform the book, to bowl Transfiguration by the next lesson, to ask or research animagi, and to ask the Weasley twins about the perils of pranking a teacher. Harry shrugged. Harry, did you know the cat was Professor McGonagall at the beginning of the lesson? She asked shrewdly. Harry looked sheepish. Yes'm. How many of your fellow students managed to complete the book to bowl Transfiguration? None of them. They all managed to make something that will hold water, but only a few had anything near metallic. Poppy nodded. Minerva, what were you planning to do to Mr. Potter? Aside from getting him to change me back? She asked with a sarcastic sneer. Minerva, Poppy said warningly, the boy will be serving detentions. That is for certain. Good, then give him some points and make him your assistant in class. The boy is a menace worse than his father. Yes, and quite the prodigy. Poppy said calmly. Personally, I think he would give James a run for his money and raw talent. Even if most of his knowledge does come from that blasted scar, he still has the skill to use it. Give him his detentions and make him work on OWL level spells. Maybe if you get him to pass his exams early, you can be rid of him. More work. Harry groaned. I already had to teach a class today. Silence, Harry. You brought this on yourself. Poppy chastised. She was enjoying herself far too much. At dinner that evening, things became quite awkward when Seamus Finnegan wobbled unsteadily over to the Slytherin table and up to Harry with a ridiculous dopey grin on his face. You're awry, purr. The boy slurred. You know your stuff, best day ever. Seamus then collapsed in a heap on the floor. Severus and Minerva quickly rushed over. Disgusting. The boy is drunk. Severus sneered. Impossible. Where would he get alcohol? Minerva challenged. I blame those reprobate twins of yours. Severus smirked. Perhaps Seamus could use a sobering potion? Harry suggested pointedly to his head of house. Of course, from Severus' point of view, it was more of an order, and he merely turned on his heel and left to carry it out. Professor, I think Seamus managed to transfigure the water into rum. Tracy Davis said hesitantly, How on earth would he know how to do that? I don't know, ma'am. but I overheard him talking about it as we were leaving class. Harry had to bury his face in his hands as he tried not to laugh. Apparently, he was so good a teacher that whereas in his previous time round Seamus had blown himself up, this time round he had the focus to actually make the rum. Quirinus Quirrell was truly nervous, not the simpering, stuttering fool he played to trick Dumbledore and the rest of the school. No, he was beginning to get truly worried. He was seated at his desk and pulling yet another nail from his purple turban. So far he counted 10, and that didn't include the ones he had seen embed themselves in door frames, walls, blackboards, and other surfaces. He was beginning to think his cover was blown. "Cease your infernal worries, you fool," his master hissed into his mind. "It is clearly some childish prank. Your act as a bumbling idiot is clearly working, and some of the more rambunctious children are capitalizing on it. As you say, my master, but should one of these nails hit their target, I may be forced to seek medical attention, and that would risk exposing you. You truly are a pitiful creature that a tiny piece of metal scares you." The Dark Lord hissed in disgust. "A simple obliviate will deal with anyone who discovers me." "Of course, Milo, OW." Quirrell suppressed the urge to moan in further pain as he rubbed his ear, where it seemed one of the nails had hit its target. Harry was having the time of his life. His first week back at Hogwarts, and he was top of the year academically. His professors commented that he had a very mature essay writing method. Harry didn't care. He did his homework as soon as he got it. He knew he would have to start studying by third year, but for now, first-year work was boringly easy. His current project was Quirrell. He couldn't just kill him, but it was on his list of backup plans. No, what he wanted was to expose Voldemort, so he had taken to banishing nails at Quirrell's turban to try and unwrap it. His aim sucked. He decided to take a break for a few days, after he had actually got one on the man's ear, to avoid drawing suspicion. But it was still fun. He also had plenty of ideas. Over the past week, he had been presented his cloak by a suit of armor that had apparently marched into the old man's office and taken it whilst the old man fired spell after spell at it. He had followed the armor all the way to the great hall where the students were having lunch. The students watched in amazement as the suit marched up to Harry and bowed low. "Mr. Potter, you must return that cloak to me," the headmaster ordered. "Why? Is it yours?" Harry asked. "You know full well that it is not, but you are clearly not ready to handle such a responsibility. If it's not yours, then you don't have the right to say that." Harry shrugged as he carefully placed the cloak in his bag. "I am far older and wiser than you are, and dash." "Prove it," Harry interrupted. "I beg your pardon?" Albus asked, taken aback. "Prove you are older and wiser." Albus was slightly flustered for a moment before he rallied himself. "The fact that you even asked such a thing shows I am." "How? What? How does it prove it?" Harry rolled his eyes. "I'm afraid you wouldn't understand," the aging headmaster said sagely. "Well, there are over 200 people here right now, ranging from me and my fellow first ties up to Professors McGonagall and Flitwick. I'm sure someone will understand and be able to dumb it down for me." Dumbledore then realized that he had an audience, and some of them were livid. "This is neither the time nor the place, Mr. Potter. Now, I will just take that cloak for Saf Dash." Clank. My dose. Yo. The assembled Slytherins quickly backed away as they were splattered by blood flying from the headmaster's nose thanks to the metallic fist of the suit of armor impacting with his face. "Midera Potter, dat wat uncalled for," Albus said angrily as he held his fractured face. "I didn't do it." "He did," Harry said, pointing accusingly at the suit of armor. Unfortunately, the armor merely turned and bowed to Harry. "Albus, cease this ridiculous farce," Minerva ordered angrily as she stormed down with Poppy. "You were warned by Mr. Potter and Madam Bones that you would be charged with stealing if you didn't return his family heirloom. Now, go with Poppy and get your nose fixed. Midera Potter ID clearly do immadur, do be trud wid de cloak. That is not your decision. Maybe he could use an escort to the hospital wing." Harry muttered. To Harry and the students' amusement, the suit of armor bowed again, before grabbing the headmaster's elbow and frog-marching him away, and ignoring the protests of his captive. "Are you sure you didn't have anything to do with that?" Tracy Davis leaned over and asked as they watched the deputy headmistress and school nurse follow the unusual pair out of the great hall. "I don't think I did." Harry scratched his head thoughtfully. "I didn't even ask the suit of armor to get me my cloak." "What's so special about a cloak?" Daphne asked. "It was my father's. It's his invisibility cloak, and it's all I have left of my parents." Harry said sadly. Both girls and Pansy gave Harry a look of sadness. With Draco, temporarily neutralized things were rather nice in Slytherin. He still tried to lord over everyone and insult their social standing and bloodlines, but he was rather ineffective. The other thing that happened was Harry had confronted Hermione. He actually found it cute this time round, how she would try and answer every question. Unfortunately, she was very annoyed with him because he was ahead of her on winning points and grades. But Harry didn't want her to suffer the same way she did last time, so he cornered her one afternoon when classes had let out. "You have to stop trying to answer every question," he said bluntly. "What? Why? I suppose you want to be the one to answer them." She sniffed indignantly. "Have you seen me putting my hand up?" Harry asked pointedly. "No, I know that I know the stuff. The teachers know because they have seen my work." "Then why don't you put your hand up if you do know the answers?" She asked doubtfully. "Because the questions aren't meant for us." Harry smiled. "They are meant for the rest of the class who might not know the answers." "That doesn't make any sense." She argued. "If they don't know the answers, then why would they try to answer? Professor Flitwick says that they ask the questions so that the students can think about the question and work out the answer. You and I know the answer and don't have to work it out. We have it committed to memory already. So, by answering the questions, we are hurting our classmates' chances of learning." "What about questions about facts, like history questions or names of plants and their attributes?" She asked. She was having trouble believing a teacher wouldn't want them answering questions. Apparently, it is to do with helping them remember stuff. If we let them try and focus, they might remember. If they give the right answer, then they will remember it because they are praised. If they don't, they will remember because they are told they were wrong. Professor Sprout told me that one. Why did you ask the professors these questions?" She asked suspiciously. Harry just smiled warmly. "Because I saw that your actions were making you unlikable. You should see the looks Ron Weasley gives you. You really should go to Ravenclaw. You will have a much better group of people to study with. Maybe if I stay in Gryffindor, they will learn better study habits. She countered primly. Or you could damage their self-esteem and force them into habits that don't work for them. Why did you want to go into Gryffindor? Harry asked. He knew the answer from his first time in Hogwarts, but the answer might not hold water at this point. It's where Headmaster Dumbledore went, and he's such a great role model. Harry laughed. Hermione was livid. Headmaster Dumbledore is a great man. He has done so many things. That just makes him experienced. I would have thought that having seen him around me, you'd realize that he's not the best person. Besides, if you want a role model, follow Professor Flitwick. I want more than just academia. Hermione sighed, unhappily. Then Professor Flitwick is your man. Harry declared. Did you know he is a champion jeweler? Of course I do. She said indignantly. Right, what was I thinking? He sighed with a smile. Go and talk to Professor Flitwick. Tell him about everything we talked about, and you might find life becoming a bit nicer here. The next day, Hermione had sought him out and thanked him. She still answered a lot of questions, but she only put her hand up if it seemed that no one knew the answers. Harry was now sitting in his room with the sorting hat, trying to get some answers. It's only natural that the castle wants to aid and protect you. You are the master, and she is your very willing servant. The hat assured him. Was it like this for all the heirs? What about Riddle? Riddle. The hat spoke with some shame. It seems that we might have aided in the making of Voldemort. The power and prestige the castle granted him amongst his peers only fueled his ego. Make no mistake, he was a sick-minded little boy when he got here, but we didn't help. But it's okay to help me. The hat laughed. You aren't a greedy little 11-year-old with no compassion. You have lived 17 years and subconsciously dedicated your life to helping others. I have. Professor Flitwick has been around to ask if I would talk to Miss Granger about the houses again. Something about a green-eyed boy discussing the important things in life with her. Harry blushed. I just wanted her to have a better start to her schooling than she did the last time. And you helped her. Even if you weren't intending to be altruistic, you were. Harry sat there for a moment. If he was honest with himself, then, yes, he did seem to go out of his way to help people. So I should expect the castle to be keeping an eye on me? He asked warily. Think of it like a child wanting to make sure its parent is okay. Don't you mean a parent wanting to make sure its child is okay? Usually, but the castle is unique with its regard for you. To everyone else it is motherly, but from you it seeks love and comfort. Really not sure I'm the best person for the job. Harry muttered. Tough. Now, let's focus on more important things. The hat said sternly, Are you really going to spend all year firing nails at Quirrell just to try and expose Voldemort? Of course not. In a few weeks I was going to try fire. I also have a plan that involves Cornish pixies. Harry declared proudly, By the mercy of the gods. The hat groaned. Why don't you just report him to Madame Bones? And how am I going to explain that I knew he was carrying Voldemort around? Because the castle told you? Wait, are you asking me to lie, or are you telling me that the castle actually knows that Quirrell has Voldemort because it can sense it? Harry asked suspiciously. I think we are well past the point of caring about lying. Harry. The hat chuckled. The castle has wards to detect dark magic. Voldemort is as dark as they come. I told you we knew about Quirrell at your sorting. The castle and myself are not able to communicate with the outside world, especially against the wishes of the headmaster. But you, as Lord of Slytherin, can hear what we say and speak on our behalf. Why doesn't Dumbledore just deal with him? He wants to try and save Quirrell, remember? The Hat scoffed. Save Quirrell? By putting temptation at his front door. Harry asked incredulously. Indeed, and that doesn't even take into account that you and I know he is committed to his master. Is Dumbledore clinically insane? Harry asked. I wouldn't know. He certainly acts like he has lost his marbles at times. Wow. And I still have to deal with the Basilisk, Pettigrew, Sirius, the Triwizard Cup, and the Horcruxes. Harry sighed. Nobody said you have to do this alone. Harry. The Hat said soothingly. Of course not. I just have to convince people to help me without telling them everything I know. Let's deal with Quirrell first and handle the rest later. Convincing Amelia Bones was actually fairly simple. Harry had gone with Professor Flitwick to see Professor McGonagall, who had invited Amelia Bones to Hogwarts. The word of the Sorting Hat was enough to convince them all. It also begged the question from Amelia. Why the devil hasn't Dumbledore done anything about this? He's on this whole redemption thing. Harry shrugged as they sat in Harry's chambers. Being the Lord of Slytherin came with a few perks like access to the outside of the Slytherin dorms directly from his room and flu access. Albus Dumbledore would do well to remember his place. Amelia fumed. It is my job to handle crimes, and the punishments befitting them. Why is Voldemort even hiding in a school professor? Phileas asked. The Philosopher's Stone. The Hat said solemnly. I beg your pardon? Amelia asked. Minerva sighed. Albus decided to remove the Philosopher's Stone that belongs to Nicholas Flamel from Gringotts and hide it in the castle. He tasked various teachers with creating traps and tasks to protect it, including Quirrell. The Hat added. What? Came the collective response from the adults. Why the devil would he do that if he knows Quirrell is possessed? Minerva asked. I don't know about the rest of you, but a first year, Harry especially, could easily get past my task. Albus refused to let me install some active protection wards that even you-know-who would falter at. Phileas admitted. Why, especially Harry. Pomona asked. She had been updated on the situation with Harry, Snape, and Dumbledore, as everyone thought she was trustworthy and deserved to know. Young Lord Slytherin here is quite the seeker. Phileas grinned. Harry looked a little shocked. I quite enjoy an early morning walk around the grounds, my boy. I've seen you practicing. Harry was very relieved, but so was the Hat, as both were worried that the tiny charm's master had discovered Harry's true secret. Harry's future in Quidditch aside, we need a plan to deal with the you-know-who. How about Lord No-Name? Harry piped up. I beg your pardon? Amelia asked. Everyone is afraid of his name, but he was beaten by a baby and lost everything. The Hat was telling me about how Draco could be cast out of his house for challenging me because it would be seen as challenging his father, and that would make him Draco No-Name. So call Voldemort Lord No-Name. Seems fitting. And quite the slap in the face. Phileas giggled. And legally binding. Amelia mused. Anyway, regarding Lord No-Name, we need a plan. Why not just stun Quirrell? Minerva asked. Quirrell was not given the post of Dada Professor lightly. Minerva, he was highly skilled. I trained him myself at dueling. Phileas warned. Would you like to have some fun with some people? Harry asked the adults with a cheeky grin as a plan formed in his mind. Chapter 3. Harry had to beg and plead with the adults to let him do it his way. In the end, he had stuck out his bottom lip and looked up at them with soulful eyes. When that didn't work, he sulked, causing them to laugh and decide to give him a shot. Harry's plans wouldn't come to fruition until Halloween, and several key events occurred before then. The first was the flying lesson. As with his previous first year, poor Neville had fallen from his broom, broken his wrist, and dropped his remembrall. Draco had remained true to form and stolen it, and climbed his broom and flown away. Harry changed tactics. Everyone follow me and look upset and angry. Harry ordered the other students before he ran after Draco. Thief! Malfoy! Give that back, you thief! He yelled. Behind him, Hermione, Daphne, Tracy, and the other Slytherins followed along with the Hufflepuffs. The Ravenclaws and Gryffindors hung back, still not trusting the current Lord Slytherin. What's up, Potter? Too scared to challenge me on a broom. Draco taunted as he flew lower. Mr. Malfoy, land that broom immediately, came the angry shout of Minerva McGonagall. Malfoy looked fairly ill as he lost control and fell the 5 feet to the ground. Flying without a professor to supervise and stealing to boot? Outrageous. Wait till your father hears about this. She ranted as she grabbed him by the shoulder and hauled him away. Harry stood there grinning as the other students watched the spectacle in shock. Did you plan that, Harry? Hermione asked. Not exactly. He shrugged. I just knew a teacher would come, and he would get in trouble for flying. It will be even worse when his father finds out his son is now branded a thief. There were several pureblood gasps. His father will disown him. Pansy whispered, I doubt it. He will probably throw money at Minister Fudge to have it go away. Harry sighed. That's terrible. Justin Finch Fletchley said angrily, Nope, that's the pureblood way. Harry quipped. Within the school, Draco's reputation plummeted. He was suspended from the school for 2 weeks. There had been an interesting incident when the Minister of Magic had arrived in the Great Hall with a group of uniformed men who were not Aurors. If everyone would please line up over here, we will have you back to your meal as quickly as possible. Fudge ordered pompously. Minister Fudge, what is the meaning of this? Why have you brought obliviators to the school? Dumbledore asked, highly irritated. At the Slytherin table, Harry's eyes widened in shock. Having his memories altered could be a very bad thing. Ah, shit. Language. Pansy snapped. Why are they here? Millicent asked worriedly. Draco. Daphne snarled. The girls looked around for the currently missing student. She means they are here to remove the knowledge that Draco is a thief. Harry sighed. I'll be right back, he said as he stood up and made his way to the arguing minister and headmaster. You cannot come in here and assault my students on the whim of a disgruntled father. It's just a few harmless memories, Albus. If they are so harmless, then why remove them? Phileas countered snidely. Harmless to them. This is a matter between those of a higher station, and has already been decided. Fudge said sternly. There was a sudden sound of metal clanking and approaching metal footsteps, and they all turned as 50 suits of armor marched into the great hall and proceeded to place themselves between the adults and the students. What is the meaning of this? Albus, cease this at once. Albus Dumbledore, was a little worried. The last time he had an encounter with one of the Hogwarts suits of armor, he came off with a broken nose. "Go away, Fudge, you're not wanted here." Albus sighed in frustration. "Who is that?" Fudge demanded as he tried to peer past the suits of armor. "Oi, announce me," came the same voice as it hissed to its neighbor. There was an aggravated growl before Professor Snape's voice was heard. "Make way for Lord Harry Potter of Slytherin." Two of the suits of armor turned to the side, revealing the professor and a small black-haired, green-eyed boy with glasses. "Who the devil is that?" Fudge asked as he got even more annoyed. Lucius had been very firm. If he got the job done, his donation would be excessive, fail, and he'd remove his support altogether. "That is Lord Harry Potter of Slytherin." Filius grinned. "Incidentally, as the last heir of the founders, he owns Hogwarts." "What? I never read that." Albus objected. Filius shrugged dismissively. "You are a Gryffindor. It's expected that you make these kinds of simple mistakes." Dumbledore's eyes narrowed slightly at the insult, but had to let it slide to deal with more pressing matters. "That's Harry Potter? A bit on the scrawny side, isn't he?" "Eep." Fudge jumped back as one of the suits of armor took a menacing step forward. "What's the big idea bringing obliviators to a school?" Harry demanded as he crossed his arms and tapped his foot imperiously. Everyone who could see him thought he looked absolutely adorable. "Don't you worry, Mr. Potter. We'll have it all sorted out soon." Fudge said with a patronizing smile. "That's Lord Slytherin to you, Fudge. Now, answer my question." Harry glowered. Minerva was having a hard time not picking the boy up and squeezing the life out of the cutie pie. Just some memories that need to be dealt with. Nothing to worry about. If it's nothing to worry about, leave. Fudge was a little taken aback by the boy's attitude. "Just as soon as we wipe those nasty memories away," he assured him, still smiling falsely. "Let's see your paperwork then." Harry held out his hand. "Paperwork. Every obliviator needs to present the required authorization papers to the wizard or which being obliviated." Filius groaned. He was kicking himself for not thinking of that himself. Harry was just grasping at straws. He had no idea that there was required paperwork. He just wanted to keep the argument going till he could get Fudge out of the school. "Well, Cornelius, we wouldn't want to breach ministry laws now, would we?" Albus asked with a slight smugness. "I believe my presence is authority enough." Fudge puffed up pompously. "I don't." Harry retorted. "Get out before the castle kicks you out," he ordered. "Now see here, boy, Gurk." Fudge was suddenly grabbed by the throat by one of the suits of armor before being dragged away. The obliviators quickly followed of their own accord when it appeared the rest of the suits might try the same with them. The school watched as the minister and his obliviators were chased out by suits of armor. "Do you think he'll have the obliviators erase each other's memories of his embarrassment?" Harry wondered. Hopefully one of them will erase the minister's memory. Filius remarked dryly, "Mr. Potter, you cannot keep using the castle's armor for your fun and games." Dumbledore said wearily, "Furthermore, you must cease your claims that you are the owner of the castle." "I didn't make them do anything," Harry said defensively. "And I'm not the one making the claims about owning the castle. The castle is..." It seems Professor Snape was correct. You do have a tendency to tell lies. Albus sadly, "Now see here, headmaster. You had better have some proof to back up those accusations." Filius bristled. "Filius, Surely you can see that the lad has developed a nasty habit of being falsely accused. Minerva interrupted. I am getting a little bit fed up with Mr. Potter being maligned like this in public. It is bad enough seeing as he is a student, but even worse as he is a noble lord. Albus looked a little chagrined at that. I do apologize, Mr. Potter. I am, of course, wrong to bring this up in public, but at some point we need to sit down to try and sort this out. Harry felt a little appeased. The apology was honest and sincere, but it didn't deal with the overall problem. As the Americans would say, you can't unring the bell. Fine, make an appointment with my counsel. Your counsel? Madam Bones. Phileas supplied. She has offered to aid Harry as he deals with his family estates and new lordship. That won't be necessary. I will handle those as his magical guardian. Albus said dismissively, I'm an emancipated minor by merit of my lordship, and Madam Bones is my appointed regent at my request. Harry frowned. It seemed the headmaster was still too controlling, his previous apology quickly forgotten. Just talk to Amelia. Albus. Minerva snapped. And do it privately. She then grabbed the aging headmaster, and like the suits of armor before her, Frog marched him back to the table. Everybody, your attention, please. Phileas called out as he climbed on the staff table, so he could be seen. In order to prevent a repeat of today's little fiasco with the Obliviators, I am advising all of you to write to your parents immediately after the meal. Tell them about Minister Fudge's actions and the Obliviators, and also tell them about why they were here. To erase any knowledge of Mr. Draco Malfoy's actions as a thief. If your parents know, then they can file a complaint and tell others. This will make having your memories erased pointless. Harry, who was still standing, gave a pointed look at Hermione. Hopefully she would see the half-goblin as a much better role model. The Obliviators were not seen again. This may have had something to do with the Daily Prophet's headline the next morning. Minister Fudge leads Obliviators in attack on our children. It was safe to assume that Fudge had his hands full with other matters. The day after that headline, Harry was treated to the most surreal moment of his new lease on life. Pansy Parkinson, the girl whom he assumed was born with a sneer on her face, came bouncing into the Slytherin common room with an honest-to-God smile on her face. She actually looked like a pretty 11-year-old for once. Furthermore, she was squealing with happiness as she literally jumped into Harry's lap and hugged him and peppered his face with kisses. Harry just sat there stiffly, completely unsure what he should do as the other students watched in confusion. Pansy? What the hell? He asked calmly. You freed me, Potter. She declared as she jumped up and began dancing around the room with her arms in the air, her head tilted upwards, and a grin on her face. Harry didn't have too much of a Muggle education, but he had heard rumors that women burned their undergarments during the women's rights era to gain their freedom. Well, that was what he thought they did. Harry was certain he hadn't touched Pansy's undergarments. I didn't do it, he said frantically. Pansy stopped and looked at him, still smiling. Not directly, but because you got Draco suspended and branded a thief, my father withdrew the marriage contract. I'm free, she squealed. Pansy, what if he arranges one with someone else, like Knot or Crabbe or Goyle? Millicent asked nervously. Pansy stumbled mid-twirl as her face paled. Merlin, please no. She whispered as she fell to her knees. Are all you girls in a similar situation? Harry asked the room at large. Some of us, but not all. Daphne admitted. My parents would never do that. She said primly. Harry pursed his lips in thought. Okay, all the girls follow me. He ordered as he stood and made his way to the exit. Surprisingly, all the girls followed, some out of hope and the rest out of curiosity. Harry led them to a nearby classroom. Okay, everyone who is bound by a marriage contract, stand over there. He instructed as pointed to his right. To his horror, 10 girls of varying ages moved. Okay, you lot stand over there. He told the rest as he pointed to his left. Now, any of you who want the marriage contract, join those on the left. 2 girls moved, both 6th years, but neither looked truly happy. How many of you have Death Eaters for fathers? 6 hands went up hesitantly. Okay, good news. I should be able to get the girls from Death Eater families out of their contracts easily. You will be free to marry who you want. Harry sighed. One of the 6th-year girls ran back across the room, sheepishly. The rest of you, I will investigate the contracts if I can, and see what I can do. Harry promised. The last 6th year ran back across along with a 3rd-year girl. Harry turned to the unbetrothed on his left. If you find yourselves in their situation, then come and see me. Remember to support each other and look out for each other. I suppose I need to speak to the girls in the other houses as well. They should be proud to continue tradition. A 7th-year girl from the left argued. Really? How would you like to be betrothed to Hagrid? If your dad was a Death Eater, I can arrange it, you know? How can you arrange it? Tracy asked. All Death Eaters swore an oath of vassal servitude to Voldemort. Harry rolled his eyes at the gasps. Except they actually specified Lord Slytherin, which is now me. No true pureblood would do that, a 5th-year girl snarled, especially to a lowly half-blood. Well, Voldemort's true name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. His mum was a squib, and his dad was a muggle. So, yes, a true pureblood would do that. You lie. Don't believe me? Asked Dumbledore. He was one of his teachers. Harry shrugged as he walked out of the classroom. Halloween saw the return of Draco and the fruition of Harry's plan for Quirrell, although the adults involved didn't realize how much of it was actually part of his plan. Harry had asked Minerva and Amelia to invite the minister and the Board of Governors to the Halloween feast at the request of Lord Slytherin. Phileas had outdone himself with the decorations. He was especially pleased with the floating jack-o'-lanterns that Harry had suggested. Much to Harry's pleasure, seated at the staff table was Lucius Malfoy and Cornelius Fudge. He knew Fudge wouldn't miss the chance to rub elbows with the rich or famous. Harry had taken great pains to ensure Hermione was in the Great Hall. This had meant surreptitiously hexing Ron to prevent a repeat of what happened last time. Harry was seated at the Slytherin table with the sorting hat balanced on his head as he nibbled at his food waiting for the main event. Troll in the dungeon. Quirrell screamed as he burst into the Great Hall. Just thought you should know, he said weakly before collapsing near Harry. There was a sudden uproar among staff and students. Harry ignored it all as he covertly used his wand to guide a jack-o'-lantern over to himself. Silence! Dumbledore roared, causing everyone to freeze. You will remain calm. Prefects will escort the students to their dormitories, whilst Are you trying to get my students killed, headmaster? Snape asked calmly. Internally, Snape was once again not in control. He had no idea why. One of Harry's instructions had been, ensure the safety of the students. "I beg your pardon?" Albus asked, taken aback at someone, especially Severus, questioning his orders. "Professor Quirrell just stated that the troll is in the dungeons. My students' dorms are in the dungeons." Snape explained, much to his own surprise. "It would certainly be more prudent to have everyone remain here until the troll is dealt with. Perhaps Lord Slytherin could request the castle lock down the Great Hall for protection." Even Harry was surprised at that suggestion. He was so surprised that he lost his concentration and prematurely tipped the jack-o'-lantern, which spilt its flame on Quirrell's turban. The whole thing went up with a flash, helped along by Harry having dribbled a flask of flammable fuel on it, whilst Quirrell was playing possum. Poppy and Phileas quickly jumped over the staff table as Harry began putting the flames out and removing the turban. Quirrell had abandoned his act and was screaming. Eventually Quirrell stood there, turbanless. There were gasps from behind him. "Foolish boy," came the hoarse, hissing voice of Voldemort. "We are discovered." "Master, forgive me." Amelia led the staff with wands drawn as they slowly approached the possessed professor. "Minister, Mr. Malfoy, surely you will aid us in defending the children from the Dark Lord. I would have thought you would be anxious to prove yourself, Mr. Malfoy." Minerva prompted. Lucius paled at the thought of turning on his master. Fudge nearly fudged himself. He sat there like a rock, a shaking rock of fear. Lucius knew he had to make a choice. He drew his wand, prepared to turn it one way or the other depending on who appeared to be the stronger. "Surrender yourself. Quirrell, you too no name." Amelia ordered. "We will not hesitate to use lethal force." Quirrell reached out and grabbed Harry by the robes with one hand, whilst the other drew his wand, aiming at the Hufflepuff table nearby. "Potter and I will be leaving with my master. I suggest you lower your wands, or I will kill your precious little children." Quirrell snarled. Harry rolled his eyes from his position as hostage. He knew he could get out of this situation without even drawing his wand. He decided to engage in a little of the bad guy bantering that Voldemort was so fond of. "There are an awful lot of purebloods at that table, Quirrell. I doubt Lord No-Name Back there would appreciate you destroying what he stands for." "Do not call me that." The spirit of Voldemort raged. "I am Lord Voldemort, the heir of Slytherin. No, I'm the heir of Slytherin. I became Lord Slytherin when I beat you as a baby." "Lies. No mere child could defeat one as powerful as I." "Then why does the castle consider me the heir?" "Lies. Lucius, come, we are departing." All eyes turned to the platinum-haired man. "I heard he finally broke free from your imperious curse after I defeated you." Harry grinned, still held in Quirrell's grip. "A ruse, no doubt, to evade capture. Show them your true self, my servant." Lucius was clearly fighting an internal battle. Beads of sweat were forming upon his elegant brow. "Surely you aren't going to succumb to this monster again, Mr. Malfoy?" Harry asked in his most innocent 11-year-old voice, which, in hindsight, would have been more effective if he hadn't used the big word. Succumb. Lucius just stood there, shaking slightly with indecision. "So, you would betray me, Malfoy? I will remember this. Your once great house will lie in ruins, and it is all your own doing. But he's a pure blood. I thought you wanted all purebloods to rule over everyone else. You can't do that if you kill them all. Silence, boy. Severus, my faithful servant, you will aid your master. My allegiance lies with Lord Slytherin. To be honest, Severus didn't care one way or another. He was fairly happy to sit back and let the servant bond guide his body. He still wanted Potter dead, but he had no desire to go back to regular torture curses with Voldemort. I am Lord Slytherin. Voldemort roared. Okay, I'm bored. Have we all heard enough? Harry asked. I believe you have made your point, Harry. Phileas said with steel in his voice. Harry had informed them he had a special method for taking care of Voldemort, but he still worried for what was becoming his favorite student. About time, too. Harry simply raised his hand to touch Quirrell's hand that was attached to the elbow around his neck. The sound of burning flesh filled the air, followed quickly by the stench of the same. "Ha!" screamed Quirrell as he tried to release Harry. But Harry's hand snapped out and grabbed his wand hand, and both quickly turned to dust as Quirrell screamed in fear. Run, you fool! Voldemort screamed. Harry dropped to his knees and began grabbing for Quirrell's ankles, again turning them to dust. Foolish boy, you cannot defeat me. I will return, and I will see you destroyed. Harry watched as Voldemort's spirit rose from the screaming Quirrell's head and charged for him. But Harry just sidestepped. Oh! He cried happily as the spirit turned and fled. Harry turned back to the assembled teachers and visiting guests. The students cowered against the wall in fear, especially the Slytherins. Well, that was fun. Amelia, perhaps you should do something about Quirrell? Minerva suggested as the man continued to scream. A quick stunner allowed a tense silence to fall over the hall. Where's Fudge? Harry asked. All eyes turned to the staff table. Very cautiously, the minister raised his head from his position, hiding behind the headmaster's throne-like chair. Is he gone? Dumbledore, at his patronizing best, addressed the minister. Yes, Cornelius, Lord Voldemort dash. Lord No Name. Harry corrected. I beg your pardon? He has lost his titles and holdings to me, hence he is Lord No Name, or more accurately, Mr. No Name. Harry explained. Dumbledore rolled his eyes. He was not going to argue again in public over whether or not Harry was Lord Slytherin. He is gone. All that is left is his victim, Professor Quirrell. Victim? He wasn't a victim. He was a very willing servant. Harry scoffed. Now, Harry dash. Lord Slytherin. Harry corrected. That remains to be seen dash. Not to the ministry. I checked the records. Lord Harry Potter of Slytherin was entered into the books on Halloween in 81. Amelia countered. Regardless dash. Regardless, you should show respect where appropriate. Phileas said sternly. It was Lord Slytherin who arranged for us to all be here to capture Quirrell after the hat, and Castle informed him of Mr. No Name's presence. The hat also informed us that you were made aware of these facts and chose not to report them. Amelia scowled. There will be an investigation. I was within my rights as dash. You had no right to interfere in the course of justice, nor the right to purposefully endanger innocent children. Harry added, again, Albus was taken aback at being admonished by an 11-year-old. Quite right, my lord. Amelia agreed. Excuse me, I apologize, but do the children need to be here for this? They should really return to their rooms. but the troll is still out there. Professor Vector interrupted timidly. Of course. Thank you for reminding us, Professor. Amelia said sincerely. Minerva, could you call some of my aurors into aid with Quirrell? I trust you can handle a simple troll. Albus? She asked pointedly as Minerva left. The troll is under control, and I didn't mean for that to rhyme. Harry frowned. How do you know? Phileas asked. I told him. The hat spoke up from the floor, where he had been knocked after Quirrell grabbed Harry. Harry quickly retrieved him. Suits of armor have him corralled and neutralized. Someone will need to clean up the mess. You killed it? Hagrid asked in horror. What? No. We fed it. Harry assured him. You fed the troll? Phileas asked in suppressed amusement. The way to control any creature with limited intelligence is through its stomach, provided it has one. The hat said wisely. Too true. Professor Kettleburn grunted. And you doubted me. Harry smirked at the hat. I don't have a stomach, so I wouldn't know, Harry. The hat said defensively. That was your idea, Potter? Kettleburn asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes, sir. I read a lot. Harry and the hat had come up with this excuse for a lot of his advanced knowledge. Humph, come see me next week. We'll see how much you actually know. He grunted before limping off. Quirrell was levitated off and arrested by Amelia's aurors despite Dumbledore's protestations. Harry had a feeling he was more worried about what he would reveal under Veritaserum, like Horcruxes. Over the next few days, things began to calm down. Harry was excused from answering questions regarding Quirrell, as the hat was able to claim knowledge. Hagrid and Sylvanus Kettleburn had taken to feeding and caring for the troll. At Harry's suggestion, they were trying a reward and punishment system. Ice-cold water sprayed on its face when it was bad, and food if good. So far, Professor McGonagall had been down to Hagrid's hut 5 times in 2 days to fix it. By the end of the following week, Harry was called into a meeting with Professor Flitwick. Harry, thank you so much for coming. Phileas said sincerely. Wait, I'm not in trouble. He asked. He was generally only called to a teacher's office for getting in trouble. In his previous timeline, it was by McGonagall. Of course not. That is to say, we the teachers need your help. You want the armor to help in class. No, we want larger classrooms. And actually, we wouldn't say no to that one, but that's not why I called you here. We want a pay rise. You know, I don't actually control that sort of thing. Harry, sorry. Phileas snorted at the far too innocent look on Harry's face. I highly doubt it. It's about Miss Granger. She seems to be doing well, does she? Harry, don't get going again. Phileas warned. Sorry. Again, I doubt it. Look, she keeps handing these essays in, he said as he handed over a rolled-up piece of parchment. Harry unfurled it slightly. I remember this one. What was it? Yes, 2 feet on why we can't use the levitation spell on ourselves. Open the whole thing. Phileas instructed dryly. Harry released the bottom and raised an eyebrow as 6 feet of parchment fell to the ground. With this amount, I would have thought she had actually found a way to disprove the topic. Harry muttered, You have to help us, Harry. We can't be expected to let her do this, but we don't want to ruin her record by marking her down for it. She could well be the smartest witch since your mother. Can't you just talk to her? Harry asked. We are worried about hurting her, and making her lose the will to work to her usual standards. Harry just stared at the diminutive professor. What a load of sh. Harry. Well, it's true. It is not. Phileas said petulantly. What's the real reason? We both know that a student often needs a kick to the ego. What's so different about Hermione? Harry challenged. Phileas shuffled, like a 5-year-old caught with his hand in the biscuit tin. He mumbled something. What? I said she always manages to argue her point. He huffed. Are you telling me that an 11-year-old girl manages to outsmart a group of highly educated professors with decades of experience dealing with people like her? What did you do about my mother? Lily was completely different. She didn't come to us with all the knowledge. She came to us for the knowledge. She soaked it up and quickly understood it, and then proceeded to move forward on her own. Miss Granger has read all the books and has a fairly decent understanding, but she tends to simply regurgitate facts at a rapid pace. We wondered if perhaps she was a natural at Clemens. Are you telling me you are afraid of her ego? That girl is scary. Harry couldn't help but being reminded of Ron in his previous timeline. Look, if you want, I'll hold your hand whilst we confront the big bad schoolgirl. Harry teased. Watch it, Potter. I still control your grades. Phileas glared with the same lightheartedness in his eyes. Puffed, like I have any intention of working anywhere but here. I intend to be a full-time landlord. Harry said dismissively. Hi, Harry. Come to study. No, Hermione. I have been sent by Phileas to talk to you. Harry said, as sat down in the library at her table. Who's Phileas? I mean Professor Flitwick. Harry said as he realized his mistake. Harry, you should treat the professors with respect. I do. I just have a different relationship with them. Harry shrugged. Is this about your being Lord Slytherin? No, well, partly. This has more to do with the favors they keep asking of me. Like what? Well, talking to you for a start. You only talk to me because the professors asked you to? Hermione's insecurities were highly evident. Nope, I meant they asked me to talk to you about something specific. They seem to think that because we are friends, you will listen to me more than if they tried it. It was a blatant lie, but Phileas had threatened him with all manner of hexes if he said the teachers were scaredy cats. Oh, what did they need? You to stop writing mammoth-sized essays. I write what they ask about. She said defensively. Hermione, do you consider yourself a good and well-behaved student? Harry asked. Clearly offended, she replied. Of course I do. And what does it mean to be a good and well-behaved student? Learn what you are taught and follow the rules set by the teachers. She recited. That includes following basic instructions. Absolutely. Then can you explain why you can't follow a simple instruction like write 2 feet for an essay? Why do you write 6 feet? Hermione bristled. I wrote what I felt was necessary. You were showing off. Harry said bluntly. I was not. I was showing that I had learnt what I was taught. Harry laughed. I read that essay you gave Professor Flitwick. There was 4th-year work in it. If you want to be moved ahead a year, then talk to the professors. At the moment, you are more likely to be kept back a year. Hermione was horrified. What? Why? If you can't prove that you can follow simple first-year instructions, how can they believe you will be able to follow 4th-year instructions? Hermione paled at that. Besides, it's very unfair and rude to the teachers. How? Because you expect them to dedicate extra time to your work and ignore the other students. If a teacher says do 2 feet and you do 6, that means that at least 2 other students might suffer as a result of your overachieving and showing off. Harry knew he was being fairly blunt and abrasive, but he was also annoyed that Phileas had done a runner at the library entrance. Of course, by now the half-goblin should have realized that the castle wouldn't let him into any of the rooms. But I enjoy writing more. I want to learn more. She cried. Fortunately, Harry had thrown up the muffliato and a few privacy charms, so no one noticed. Then ask the professors if you can test out of the first year. Harry shrugged. Are you going to do that? She asked as she wiped her eyes. Nope. Harry grinned. I am going to enjoy the fact that I am ahead and relax and enjoy being 11. I never got to be a child growing up, so I want to enjoy what I can. How can you not be a child growing up? She asked. You may learn that when you are older, it is not something that someone learns before a certain age. It has nothing to do with intelligence. He said warningly. Harry didn't really believe Hermione wasn't ready to learn about his history. He just didn't want to talk about it and felt he could use it as another lesson for her. She had always shown advanced mental maturity in his previous time, and he had seen glimpses of it this time. Actually, just a thought, but why don't you ask Professor McGonagall and Flitwick if you can start the 3rd-year elective courses now? That way you can be ahead in some of the exams. Why not do all of them now? Hermione asked with an unholy gleam in her eye. Geez, Mione, don't overachieve so much. Take the time to be a child. Why? It won't help me later on in life. She huffed. Really? What if you decide to have children? What if you decide to work in a field that involves interacting with children? You won't do very well if you don't know how to be a child. Harry had a thought that made him smile, triumphantly. This is your research project. Learning how to be a child. You seem capable of memorizing facts, and even do pretty well at casting spells, but now you need to learn how to enjoy life. Is this like when Mum said I had to take PE classes because it would help me grow as a person? Sort of, although there is less changing clothes in changing rooms and climbing of ropes. Harry admitted, and there is no real grading system. Harry couldn't help but laugh at the look of distaste on her face. Chapter 4. Having dealt with Quirrell, Harry realized he had most of the year to try and deal with the more important things, like Sirius. He also wanted to try and grab some of the Horcruxes, including the one Lucius had. The one in the Room of Requirement was fairly simple for him to access, but he decided it was safer where it was for the moment until he could deal with the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. So he focused on Sirius and decided to leave Horcruxes as a summer project, as long as it didn't interrupt his fun. The thing was that he needed a way to reveal Pettigrew. The little rat bastard was comfortably relaxing in the luxury of the Gryffindor boys' dorm, whilst his godfather wasted away in hell. Of course, Peter did have to deal with Ron's snoring, but it wasn't that much of a consolation. Harry had the start of a plan. He needed to get access to the map and Remus Lupin. First step involved getting hold of the map. Fairly simple. He just had to corner the twins and convince them it was his. Harry knew he had to act quickly and quietly. He needed the element of surprise. Silencing charms on the unsuspecting targets followed by 2 stunners. He then levitated one target on top of the other, and then levitated them both into a nearby classroom. Now, he had to do the hard part. Talk to them. He chickened out. Fred Weasley groggily sat up from the cold, hard stone floor of the classroom he found himself in. He rubbed his eyes as he tried to work through the headache. He heard a groan to his left and noticed his twin. "George, wake up." He muttered tiredly, "Tell Mom I'm sick." George groaned as he rolled over. This made Fred wake up a bit more, so he jammed a finger in his brother's side. "Get up, you great pillock. We aren't at home." "We aren't?" he asked as he sat up and looked around. "Oh, right. What happened?" "How would I know? I just woke up." Fred snapped irritably. "Where are we?" "Hogwarts." "I was thinking a little more specific." Fred said dryly. "A classroom." "Merlin, you're useless. Check the bloody map." George slowly went through his pockets until he found a piece of parchment. "I solemnly swear I am up to no good," he intoned. "Fred, either this isn't the map or something went drastically wrong." "What?" Fred asked as he looked over his brother's shoulder. There on the parchment was a letter, not the usual greeting or the familiar animated map. "Dear Fred and George, first, allow me to congratulate you on continuing the proud tradition of pranking at Hogwarts. You have brought laughter to these halls, and that is the code of a true prankster. But I must warn you not to be malicious with your pranks. A prank that causes pain, be it emotional or physical, is no prank but an act of assault and bullying. I apologize for the way in which I have retrieved the map. It is a family heirloom, and I prefer to remain anonymous at this time. If I manage to duplicate this map, I will happily supply you with a copy. I look forward to more of your work. Sincerely, Son of Prongs. P.S. Have you ever thought about pranking each other? Sweet merciful Merlin." Fred gasped. We were in the presence of the son of a marauder. George was a little more annoyed, but he took the map. Technically, it was his. We were just lucky to use it all this time. "But we need that map." He whined. "We survived before we found it, and we can survive now. Pull yourself together, man." Fred snapped as he shook his twin by the shoulders. Harry snarled as he watched the little footprints of Peter Pettigrew remain stationary in the boys' dorm. It was obvious the little bastard was sleeping peacefully. Harry had decided that now was the time to enact the next part of his plan. Harry knocked on the door of Professor Flitwick's office. "Come in." "Professor, do you have some free time?" Harry asked nervously. Phileas gave him a shrewd look. "School work or personal?" "Personal, sir." "Then drop the meek little boy act and get in here." He smirked. Harry just rolled his eyes. "It is not an act," he said as he slouched over to the chair opposite the desk. "Around me it is, and definitely around the headmaster. Now, what brings you to my office this evening?" "Well, you've said a few times that my parents were favorite students of yours, that you were my mother's mentor. But other than Hagrid telling me they were heroes and not deadbeat drunks who died in a car crash like my uncle said, I don't know anything about them," Harry said timidly. Phileas could see that Harry was sincere. He could also see a trip to Harry's uncle in his future, possibly with a large contingent of the magical population wanting justice for their savior. But he realized Harry wouldn't want his life story spread all over the world. He would just enlist Amelia and Poppy, maybe Minerva. "You are unusual in the wizarding world, Harry. Not because of the fame and fortune, but because you are the only orphan of the war that was not placed with magical relatives or magical guardians. You should never have been placed with muggles. Albus Dumbledore has a lot to answer for. He groused. I could tell you plenty about your parents, especially your mother. Minerva would be better to tell you about your father, though, as she was his godmother. Harry saw an opening. Did I have a godmother or godfather? Phileas scowled. Your godmother was Neville Longbottom's mother, a lovely girl, and although she was incapacitated in the war, by rights you would have grown up with Neville under his family's care. Augusta Longbottom is a formidable woman who would have treated you well and raised you right. Phileas paused, looking for the right way to continue. Your official godfather was Sirius Black. He was like a brother to your father, thick as thieves and twice as crafty. He smirked. He was cast out by his own family, and the Potters took him in as one of their own, which is why the world was stunned when he betrayed you and your parents. He finished as he slammed his tiny fist onto his desk, making Harry jump. I'm sorry, Harry, Phileas said weakly. Lily was my apprentice. She was going to be my replacement here at Hogwarts. We loved her so much, and it hurt us all deeply when she was brutally taken from us. Phileas wiped a tear from his cheek. Do you have any pictures, sir? Harry asked after a while. I might have some somewhere. Phileas frowned. He slid off his chair, which was piled with books to make him tall enough to see over his desk. He moved to a door behind his desk. Harry sat there waiting for a few seconds. Do come in, Harry. Phileas' voice sounded. Harry left his own seat and walked into the room. He soon realized it was the professor's living quarters. Harry suddenly felt like an intruder. Over here came Phileas' choked voice. Harry looked and saw the tiny professor sitting on a stool and staring a baby's playpen. There were stuffed toys, educational toys, even a baby bottle. Professor Flitwick's voice was raspy and chocked full of emotion as he spoke. You were such a wonderful distraction, Harry. We would happily ignore her studies whilst we entertained you with magic. Our own theoretical discussions on charms would devolve into how they could be applied to make your toys dance and live just to see you giggle. The tears dripped silently onto the hard stone floor as Harry stood there in shock. He had come to get information on his godfather, but he had discovered a lost uncle instead. On the mantel of the fireplace were pictures of Phileas and baby Harry, Phileas, baby Harry, and Lily, Lily and baby Harry, James, Lily and baby Harry, and so on. Harry gingerly stepped forward. He felt like he had invaded the inner sanctum of a holy place. Then the smell of the baby toys and playpen hit him. His scent memory was triggered. Mama, he whispered in awe. Phileas looked up at the childlike utterance. He put an arm around the young boy's shoulder and pulled him against his much smaller frame. We missed you both so much, Harry. Come, let me show you my memories. When Phileas retired for the evening, he was physically and emotionally exhausted. He had reconnected with his long-lost honorary nephew, and it had been something he needed as he felt refreshed now. But he had found his plans to visit the Dursleys had been cast in steel as he discovered that the photos in his personal rooms were the first time Harry had ever laid eyes on his parents. After the emotional turmoil of discovering the close familial connection he held with Phileas Flitwick, Harry decided to wait a while before trying to get more information. He didn't want to push Phileas. He was fairly surprised when at breakfast just before the Christmas holidays, a suit of armor came marching up to him and deposited a small cloth bag in his hand. Harry frowned but inspected the contents by peeking in. Harry gulped. "Don't suppose you could explain the whys and wherefores of this?" he asked hopefully. To Harry's amusement, the suit tilted its head, as if thinking before raising a metal-gloved finger in the universal sign of, "Wait a moment." At this point, Dumbledore decided to make a nuisance of himself again. "Harry, my boy, might I inquire as to what the castle has delivered you?" he asked in his grandfatherly manner. Harry sighed before he looked over to Professor McGonagall at the staff table. "Professor, he's being rude again. I was quite polite." Albus declared offended. "Albus Dumbledore, why are you bothering Lord Slytherin again?" she demanded as she stormed over. "I was merely inquiring as to what the suit of armor had given him," he explained calmly. "He was far too familiar with me, called me Harry, and my boy." Harry scowled. "Most unbecoming for the chief warlock, if you ask me," he declared snobbishly. There were times she thought Harry James Potter was a little too Jamesish. But he wasn't wrong. Lord Slytherin is quite right. He has given you the option to call him Mr. Potter, but you completely disrespect his station as a lord and as a student. Furthermore, there are no laws or rules that allow us to inspect a student's belongings or mail without good cause. Do you have good cause, Albus? Mr. Potter is a well-known celebrity. There is always a chance that he has been given something harmful, something booby-trapped." Harry started snickering. He said, "Booby-da." The other boys started snickering as the girls either rolled their eyes or scowled, sometimes both. Minerva just glared at Albus. "If the castle is giving Lord Slytherin dangerous or harmful items, then I think we have far bigger problems that would involve shutting down the school. Have you seen evidence that the school has begun hurting students?" "Of course not. Hogwarts is perfectly safe, dash." "Then bugger off," Harry said exasperatedly. "Language, Mr. Potter." Minerva snapped. At this point, a second suit of armor arrived with the Sorting Hat. "What is the meaning of this?" Albus demanded. "My office is private and locked." "Your office is part of the castle. You are granted access because the castle recognizes you as the headmaster. That can easily be changed." The hat warned. "Harry, put me on, please. I would feel much better if we could all hear what you have to say." Albus objected. Harry glared at him. "Tough," he stated before he jammed the hat on his head. "All right, why do I now hold the Philosopher's Stone in my hand?" "The danger has passed, and it poses too much temptation to keep it here in the school. Not that we approve of Albus' little trap. Far too reckless," the hat said beneath the privacy charms. "Okay, but why do I have it?" "Because the castle cannot act outside of its own geographical area. It requires you to act on its behalf." "So what? Send it back to Nicholas Flamel." "I suppose," the hat said airily. "Or you could keep it in your vaults at Gringotts or just destroy it. As long as it isn't here, the castle will be happy. I definitely don't want another target on my back. I'll try and contact Flamel and see what he wants done. I also want to know why he agreed to this little farce." Harry took the hat off his head and shook out his hair. He turned to address Professor McGonagall. "I'm going to need to visit Gringotts straight away, castle business." "May I ask the nature of the business?" she asked with a frown. "You may in private at the bank. I will need Madam Bones to be there as well. Perhaps I should accompany you as well. Albus offered. He really needed to get control of this situation. Whatever it might be. You aren't invited. Harry snapped. Professor, we should leave now. I really must insist. If this is SCH-. Albus quickly backed up when the nearest suit of armor took a menacing step towards him. Mr. Potter, I insist you call off the armor. Look, Dumbledore, you can't have it both ways. If I control the armor, then I must be Lord Slytherin. But you keep saying I'm not, so that means I don't control the armor. Make up your mind, but do it away from me. Harry said angrily as he stomped off, leaving his unfinished breakfast behind. The Slytherin students had to smirk at the way Harry had put the headmaster down. He had given him a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. Potter currently held all the cards. Harry, why am I being dragged out of my office this morning? Amelia asked wearily as she walked up to the young Lord Slytherin and Professor McGonagall outside Gringotts. Can't tell you until we get inside Gringotts and a private room. Harry shrugged as he lifted the brim of the hat up so he could see. Amelia wanted to ask why, but she thought, after a moment's consideration, that the answer was obvious. It was sensitive information. The exact reason was revealed when they passed 10 paces beyond the large entrance to hear a scuffle behind them. They turned to see Albus Dumbledore being held at spear point by a group of very irritated goblin guards. He had tried to sneak in invisibly, and goblins really don't like that. Has Alastair Moody been by to visit you? Amelia asked worriedly. Nope, why? Harry asked with his perfected, innocent smile. Because your paranoia seems like his fault. It's not paranoia if they're really out to get you. Harry objected. You are far too young to have people out for you. Amelia, you do remember what happened on Halloween? Minerva gasped. Right, of course. Amelia admitted with a sigh. Harry just smirked and headed for the nearest goblin teller. I need to speak to someone about claiming the Slytherin vaults. He snapped in a very businesslike fashion that bordered on rude. Needless to say, Minerva was about to reprimand Harry, but Amelia laid a calming hand on her arm. You think you are the first human to come demanding such things. Do you know what we do to thieves? The goblin snarled. No, but if you keep me from my vaults for any longer than necessary, I'll find out when I have you branded a thief. Harry drawled. That one brought the goblin up short. Normally the wizard would have started ranting about how they were superior, and how goblins should be grateful for the honor of serving wizards. None of them ever actually threw goblin threats straight back at them. I've got the head of the DMLE and the deputy head of Hogwarts here. I'm sure they will be happy to testify about how I was accused without evidence. Harry continued. Now, either you do your job, or well, I'll let you know when I figure it out, but I doubt it will be good for you. The goblin was about to make another comeback, but Amelia stepped in. Master Goblin, Hogwarts herself has declared Harry James Potter the heir of Slytherin. Surely that will be enough to see the vaults to check his claims. The goblin would have rolled its eyes if it were human. If the wizards weren't insulting them and looking down on them, they were being sickeningly polite. It was a trait often seen in first-generation magicals who thought goblins might respond better to politeness. It's that, or I'll put the sword of Gryffindor through your throat and find another teller. Harry snarled. You would challenge me to a duel? The goblin asked in shock. A duel with melee weapons. Are you deaf? Look, you stupid idiot. Get a move on or dash. Harry paused as he whipped the hat off his head and plunged his hand into it, withdrawing the gleaming silver sword. Amelia gasped. Minerva fainted. The goblin gulped as it found the sword pressed at its throat. Yes or no? You gonna be more helpful? Harry demanded. Why, yes. Harry leaned in menacingly. Then why are you still here? The goblin squeaked before backing away carefully, then turning tail and running. Harry James Potter, what the devil did you just do? Amelia demanded as she tried to revive. Minerva, I am not a fan of goblins. Harry stated dryly. And you felt the need to start a war with them? You do realize the penalty for drawing a weapon in Gringotts is death. Actually, the penalty is for drawing a wand. The hat corrected. Drawing a sword is a whole different kettle of fish. By Merlin, the sword of Gryffindor. Minerva gasped in awe as she finally came to. Where did you find it? It has been lost for centuries. That is a question I want answered as well. Came a high-pitched voice. Harry turned to see a very well-dressed goblin with guards surrounding him. That sword is goblin property, and you will return it at once. Like hell. I found it, and I'll keep it. That, or you will give me a replacement sword of equal value. Harry objected as he swung the sword back round to point at the new goblin. Minerva's hand went to her wand as the spears the guards held were instantly lowered threateningly towards Harry, but Amelia quickly stayed her hand. I'm sure Lord Slytherin doesn't mean to offend Dash. Oh, yes I do. Harry interrupted Amelia. He was still sore over being betrayed by Griphook. The little bastard. In fact, if you don't start showing some respect, I'll challenge you directly to a duel. No seconds or champions, just you and me to the death. Harry! Minerva screeched. Harry wasn't being entirely reckless. He had just taken the time to assess the goblins as warriors since their betrayal during his Horcrux hunt. Even at 11 years old, he still towered over them. His arms and legs were much more suited to physical combat. He couldn't understand why wizards got caught up in so many wars with them when they could pick them up by the scruffs of their necks and toss them in the sea. Whilst this was going on, the tellers had ushered the other customers out of the bank and sealed the doors. The mighty thump of the doors closing caused Amelia and Minerva to jump. Oh, Merlin, we are going to die. Minerva whimpered. Well, Goblin, will you show me a little respect and honor, or shall we throw down and duel? Harry asked. A slow smile crept onto the goblin's face. I like you. Most human children are scared of us. They think of us as villains. The adults think of us as servants. But tell me, child, do you honestly think you could defeat all of my guards to get to me? Yeah, I do. But your question makes me doubt your honor. I thought goblins were all about honor. You wouldn't be very good bankers without it. There was a loud groan from the Sorting Hat. Harry, don't you pay any attention in a history of magic? The reason for all the Goblin Wars is because they kept trying to cheat and steal wizards' money. Then why do we keep giving it back? Harry asked incredulously. He was not ashamed to admit that the only attention he paid in that class was to the back of his eyelids. Because goblins are formidable warriors, their battle magics are too powerful for ours. Amelia snapped. Every time we draw up a peace treaty, they demand to be in control of our gold. You should listen to your females, child. The goblin sneered. "Drop the sword and leave. We will take your gold as recompense, and we will spare your lives." Minerva and Amelia didn't like the sound of that. "Surely we can come to an agreement, Master Goblin." Minerva pleaded. "Yeah." Harry nodded, his sword never wavering. "How about this? You give me everything that is in every one of my accounts, and I won't chop off your head." He pushed the sword forward quickly, and it dug into the goblin's throat, causing his eyes to widen. "You wouldn't dare." "Why? Afraid to die? I thought you were a warrior." Harry taunted. "My guards will cut you down, but you'll still be dead. You value your life so little, human." "No, I just value yours far less." Harry smiled. "What about the lives of your females?" He moved to snap his fingers, but Harry jerked the sword. "Ah, no, you move, you die." Harry warned. "Madam Bones and Professor McGonagall are about to be rescued by the armies of Hogwarts." The Hat spoke up. "Hogwarts has no armies. It's a school." "You keep telling yourself that." Harry laughed. He was bluffing at this point. He didn't want to, but he would kill the goblins. He had no idea what the Hat meant by armies of Hogwarts, though. Boom. There they are now. The Hat said blandly, "Boom. I imagine it will only take them about 20 minutes to break down the doors." Boom. "Ruff, ruff, ruff, Aerug. Is that Dash? Fluffy and the Troll. I'm a coming Harry. And Hagrid, apparently." So the army of Hogwarts consists of a Cerberus, a troll, and a half-giant. Harry asked, not to mention the 150-odd suits of armor. The Hat corrected. And Albus Dumbledore, for all his faults, he takes his role as headmaster seriously. Thank Merlin. Minerva breathed. "Well, what do you think? Gonna start behaving now?" Harry asked. The goblin growled. "Fine. Put the sword away, and we will discuss terms. You first, and send someone to open the doors, or they will keep banging away." "Why should we move first?" "Because you still have the home advantage. My army is stuck outside. Plus, I am the only one on my side willing to kill you. And I have a sword at your throat." Harry twisted the blade a little just to put a little point on his argument. "How about an unbreakable vow?" The Hat suggested. The goblin grimaced. "We do not sully ourselves with human magic. A blood contract. We could agree to that." The goblin said grudgingly, "Then send one of your goblins to bring the required instruments, and we will draw up a simple blood contract." The Hat ordered. The goblin gave a slight jerk, and another goblin ran off. "What will the contract say?" Amelia inquired. "Simple is best. That if either party attempts to act against the other in a detrimental way, then they will forfeit their life." The Hat explained. "He signs on behalf of the Goblin Nation." Harry demanded, "And you sign on behalf of yours." "I don't have a nation, so I can't." "You claim to be Lord Slytherin. You can claim to sign on behalf of all your holdings." "In that case, we need to put in a clause about individuals acting without the knowledge or approval of the signatories." Amelia warned. "Some of Harry's vassals are the worst type," she said as she thought of all the people who swore allegiance to Lord No-Name. "Deal." Both Harry and the goblin agreed. Outside, the bank, Severus Snape was having a very conflicted time. On the one hand, he was infuriated that his slave-bound body was forced to head to the bank in order to save its new master. On the other hand, He was actually enjoying using some of the most vicious spells he knew to try and break down the doors of the most loathed creatures on the planet just shy of the Dementors. What made it worse was the proud and approving smile that Dumbledore had given him when his body had opened its mouth and told the aging man that they were there to rescue Potter. He had never wanted to die so badly before in his life. "The doors are crackin'," came the jubilant cry of Hagrid, followed by an answering roar of simple enjoyment from the half-giant's pet troll, whilst Albus and Severus, along with a contingent of Aurors, cast all manner of blasting hexes and the like. The suits of armor had brought a battering ram with them. Somewhere deep in the bowels of the castle, the weapons of war still sat. How they got to the bank was still a mystery. Just a few more whacks. Boom, 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 boom. Thud. There was a cloud of dust that gradually settled, revealing that they hadn't so much as managed to smash the doors open as blast them off their hinges. There was a cheer of triumph from the Aurors. Although, truth be told, they hadn't been very effective, as the doors were warded against magic. Severus wanted to curse as his traitorous body didn't wait, but sprang through the massive doorway. He might have actually succeeded in dying of shame had he seen the beaming smile on Dumbledore's face. The old man truly believed that Severus had grown beyond his petty grudge and had come to care for the son of his late rival. "Stand down, stand down," came the voice of Amelia Bones as she walked through the dust. "Is Harry all right?" Hagrid asked. "Lord Slytherin is perfectly all right. He has arranged a treaty with the goblins, and he is taking care of some personal business. He should be back shortly. Thank Merlin." Albus sighed. "Why did the goblins attack him?" Or Shacklebot asked. "They didn't, he attacked them." Amelia growled. "Is he insane?" Another Auror asked incredulously. Amelia was about to scold the Auror, but she couldn't really justify it considering Harry's actions. "All right, everything's sorted," Harry said as he walked out of the bank, with a very pale and shaky Minerva McGonagall trailing behind him. "Might be, Mr. Potter, what exactly happened here?" Dumbledore asked. "Goblins tried to cheat me. I negotiated an agreement. Fairly simple, really." Harry shrugged. "You negotiated with the goblins?" Shacklebot asked skeptically. "Sure. Once they saw my point, they were quite eager to talk." Harry grinned. "I need to get back to the castle." Minerva muttered. "I need a stiff drink." "Well, I'm finished here. Let's get going then," Harry said as he clapped his hands. "Harry, I'll be round tonight, so you can tell me what you were going to." Amelia said, "Sure, I'll be waiting." Harry nodded as he took Minerva by the elbow and led her back to the leaky cauldron and the flue. "Uncle Phil, you in here?" Harry called as he entered the Charms classroom. Since the revelations about how close he and his mother had been to Professor Flitwick, Harry had begun calling him Uncle Phil in private. Phileas had just laughed and hugged him. It still brought a tear to his eye. "In here, Harry," came the reply from his quarters. "Hi, I need some help," Harry said as he plopped onto the edge of the bed. "I believe the long-term ward at St. Mungo's might be able to help," Phileas said dryly. Harry winced. "Heard about Gringotts, huh? I can't believe you actually challenged the king. And to not only come away without a scratch, but with all your money and a treaty, it beggars belief, Harry. I also found the sword of Gryffindor," Harry offered appeasingly. "What do you need help with, Harry?" Phileas decided to change the subject. "Right. Did you know some of the girls are in marriage contracts? Yes, it's a custom used by purebloods to ensure their inbredness, he said dryly. Harry just smiled widely at his uncle's joke. But did you know most of the girls don't want to be in those contracts? Of course. We've all seen the change in Miss Parkinson. I need your help to communicate with the Death Eater fathers and force them to cancel the contracts and prevent them making new ones. Phileas had a very serious look on his face. Harry, as noble as that is, the only way around that is for you to take the contracts for yourself. Couldn't I buy the girls or adopt them into my family so I control who they can marry? You'd have to spend a whole lot of money, and I doubt there is much in the Slytherin vaults. Well, I can easily make money, Harry said hesitantly. I did just acquire the Philosopher's Stone after all. Ah, so that is why you decided to turn the goblin and wizarding worlds on their head this morning. Phileas smiled. Do the goblins know you have the stone? No, and they won't. Harry said adamantly. I don't keep any of my stuff at Gringotts anymore. What about all your money? Your family's belongings are in one of the vaults there. Not anymore. I took it out of the vault this morning. It's sitting in the room where the stone was being kept and guarded by some armor. I'm not letting those cheats get the better of me. Do you know how to use the Philosopher's Stone to make gold? Not a clue. Harry grinned. But I figure Flamel owes me for putting my school in danger. I'll draft a letter. Phileas sighed. Chapter 5. Harry had forgotten about some upcoming events from his first year, specifically Norbert. Everything was piling up, and he was limited by the fact that he was stuck in an 11-year-old body with next to no authority. Not that he ever had any authority before. He needed help, and there was only one person he trusted, Uncle Phil. Come in, Harry. Harry hoisted his satchel, set his shoulders, and marched into the private quarters of the charms teacher. What can I do for you? Phileas smiled. I need to tell you some things, but first, I need you to follow me, Harry said seriously as the Sorting Hat sat on his head. Follow you where? Just follow the boy professor. All will be explained. The hat said firmly. Phileas frowned but nodded. Very well, lead on. Harry and the hat led Phileas to the first-floor girls' bathroom. Harry, we can't go in there. Phileas admonished. Harry smiled sadly. Only Myrtle will be in there, he said as he pushed open the door and entered. Phileas was surprised when 2 suits of armor moved to either side of the door and took up guard positions. He scurried in quickly and froze as he heard a strange, hissing noise come from Harry's mouth. He then stumbled backwards as the sinks slid away to reveal a large gaping hole in the ground that led into nothing. Merlin's beard, Phileas exclaimed. Harry grinned at him. Come on, Uncle. He then jumped into the hole. Oh, bugger. Phileas grumbled. Oh, well, in for a canoed in for a galleon, he said before he followed his honorary nephew into the hole. Phileas was surprised to find his descent slow when he hit a smooth pipe that acted like a slide. It was a long ride that ended with a lot of bone crunching. Fortunately, they weren't his bones. All around him were the bones of small animals. Harry, where are we? He asked cautiously as he pulled his wand. Could you cast a light and then check for listening charms on us both and down here? I'm just going to close the entrance, Harry said seriously. Harry was rarely serious. Even when dealing with idiots like Fudge and Dumbledore, he had a hint of mischief in his eyes. He quickly conjured some candles and lit them before checking himself and Harry for charms. He could hear the sound of grinding stone as the sinks way above them moved back into position. "We are clean. Now what is going on?" Phileas demanded impatiently. "I am from the future," Harry said simply. "Something happened to me, and I was thrown back to my younger self. I am actually 18 years old, but in an 11-year-old body. Time turners don't have that range." Phileas countered. He didn't use one. The hat spoke up. "What happened to him is a rare occurrence, the likes of which have only happened to Rowena Ravenclaw and one other, as far as I know. He has been given a second chance to correct the mistakes of his first attempt at life." "What mistakes?" Phileas asked warily. "Doing things without the right information, for starters." Harry shrugged. "In my original life, I never knew about Quirrell until I had to stop him at the end of the year. 3 first years with only a year's training had to defeat the world's most evil wizard. This time I made the plan." "That was a terrible plan," Phileas said firmly. "But it was a fun plan." "Harry, you have proof?" "Well, I have knowledge," Harry said carefully. "Hopefully I have enough knowledge to convince you I'm not lying." "I don't believe you are lying, Harry. I just need proof that you are not suffering a form of insanity," Phileas said seriously. "Would knowledge of the Chamber of Secrets and its monster be proof enough?" "This is the Chamber of Secrets?" Phileas asked incredulously. "This is just the entrance. The chamber is behind another Parselmouth door down that tunnel." "Parselmouth. That's what the hissing was," Phileas said excitedly. "Yes, I can talk to snakes. When everyone finds out, they will think I am the heir of Slytherin." Harry rolled his eyes in annoyance. "You are the heir, or Slytherin," Phileas pointed out. "Yes, by conquest. Not because Tom had a kid, not even sure if he could have a kid. EW. Now I have images of Snakey and Lestrange getting it on." Harry started jumping around and gagging in disgust. "Focus, Harry," Phileas admonished. "Right, well, the basilisk is this way," Harry said as he marched off. "Basilisk? Sure. These caves aren't that steady. Last time I was here, there was a cave-in." Harry cringed as he fearfully watched the ceiling, expecting it to fall at any time. "Why the devil are we going in to face a basilisk alone?" Phileas hissed as jogged up to Harry. "How in Merlin's name did you manage to defeat one?" "Well, last time I was 12, this thing is 1,000 years old, 60 feet long, and was being controlled by the shade of a very young Tom Riddle. I also had the sword of Gryffindor and Fawkes. And me," the hat added. "Oh yes, Hat was here too. He came with Fawkes and the sword." Harry nodded, causing said hat to bob on his hat. "So it was Fawkes who defeated the snake." Phileas sighed in slight relief. "Gods no." The hat chuckled. "Fawkes simply blinded it. Harry stabbed it in the mouth with the sword." "That really hurt." Harry grimaced. "I really don't want to try that again," he said as he rubbed his arm. "Again, I must ask why we are going alone," Phileas demanded as they passed a really big snakeskin. "Wouldn't want anyone else to get hurt. Besides, without Tom here, I am hoping to reason with it." Harry admitted. "What about the armor? They could be a great asset." The sound crunchy bones under his feet was not helping Phileas' courage. "Don't worry, this is just a test run, so we can feel the basilisk out. If we need backup, we can use a rooster. Why didn't you use a rooster last time? There was a student possessed by Tom. They killed all the roosters. Harry shrugged as they came to a stop outside the large vault-like door. Okay, eyes down. The hat is going to be our eyes. This is the most ridiculous and ill-conceived idea I have ever been a part of. Phileas muttered unhappily. He still closed his eyes, though. Phileas shivered as he heard the snake-like sounds coming out of Harry's mouth. He nearly wet himself as he heard the grinding of the door as it opened. Horrible idea. Come on, it won't be too hard to deal with. Harry insisted. They walked a few meters before Harry scared his uncle again, with Parselmouth. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. Bloody egotist. Harry muttered in English as the stone mouth of Slytherin's statue opened with a horrific grinding noise. What? The passphrase to open the snake's home is, Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. Like I said, he's a bloody egotist. Language Harry. That is what I was referring to. Oh, it's called Parselmouth, only dash. You know quite well I was referring to your swearing, young man. Phileas interrupted. The entire conversation was being made with bowed heads and a lack of eye contact. Phileas thought he had heard the last of the terrifying noises for the day. Crunching bones, grinding stones, and his young adopted nephew hissing like a snake. Of course, he'd never heard the sound of a 60-foot snake slithering out of its hidey hole before. Who enters my master's chamber? Harry, Phileas queried nervously. I do, the heir of Slytherin, and now Lord Slytherin. Harry answered proudly, and stopped shouting. Harry, what is going on? I'm just introducing myself. You do not smell like my master. The snake hissed slightly quieter. I defeated him many times. Now magic has bestowed me with all that was his. The god-awful sound that Phileas heard next was that of a 60-foot, 1,000-year-old basilisk chuckling. Phileas had no idea that that was what was happening. What do I care what your petty little magics say? The snake asked snidely. I am the king of serpents. I would have crushed Salazar under my tail if he was not the one who hatched and raised me. It is a shame you are so small. I have not had a tasty meal in centuries, but now that I know my master is dead, I am not bound by his laws. I will feast on the animals above us. I was afraid of this. Harry muttered. What? What were you afraid of? Phileas squeaked in demand. Snaky doesn't recognize me as the successor. Wants to eat us. Harry shrugged nonchalantly. Eat us. Hush, I'm not finished. He chastised. He turned back to the snake. Are you certain you don't want to serve me? I will serve no one. Salazar's blood bathed my egg, and I served him. But I do not recognize your blood, so I will consume you. King of the Snakes, huh? Harry asked as he started rummaging around in his bag. It's sad that something that claims to be so powerful can be taken down by something I eat for dinner. Harry pointed his wand in his bag and shouted, Solaris! Cock-a-doodle-doo! Thud. Asterisk cough, asterisk. You can look up now, Uncle Phil, but mind your eyes, there's a lot of dust. Phileas Flitwick cautiously raised his head, only to see a great big yellow eye looking back. Phileas Flitwick fainted. Come on, Trev. I know it's not the best job in the world, but surely you can do this one thing for me. Phileas had no idea why Harry was in his chambers. He had no idea who Trev was or why he too was in his chambers. He also couldn't fathom what job Harry wanted done in his chambers. Phileas made the mistake of opening his eyes. He quickly shut them again. He peeked through a cracked eyelid. Nope, still there. He'd thought the whole debacle of Harry taking him to the chamber was a nightmare of some sort. It was a nightmare, just a real-life nightmare if the dead eyes of a 60-foot basilisk staring at him meant anything. He realized that everything must be safe if Harry had left him there to sleep, and was now conversing with another student. He gingerly picked himself off the floor. "Harry, why do you have that toad? Is that an egg? By Merlin, what are you doing?" Harry was sitting at a desk with a makeshift straw nest surrounding a chicken egg. Perched on top of the egg, and held in place by Harry's hand, was a toad. The whole mess was bathed in blood. "I am trying to make a basilisk. Trevor isn't being very cooperative, though." Harry grumbled. "Harry, please tell me that there is a logic behind this insanity." "Probably, but for now, I want a pet snake that can defend me," Harry said as his tongue poked out the side of his mouth in concentration whilst he tried to keep Trevor in place. "Hedwig is great, and I love her, but I don't want to watch her die again. I just want an extra layer of protection, and a basilisk is like a sentient weapon." "And the blood?" Phileas asked wearily as he conjured a chair opposite Harry at the desk. Old Snakey over there said something about Salazar's blood and how it recognized it. "So I am bathing this egg in yours, mine, and Neville's in the hopes that it will obey our instructions, or at least not attack you, and Neville, it is Toad after all. You took my blood." It was more of a statement than question, and not a very appreciative one at that. Harry just rolled his 11-year-old eyes. "It's not like I was going to use it in a ritual to give Lord No-Name a new body, because, trust me, been there, done that, and it was so not worth it. I need fire whiskey." Phileas groaned as he let his head fall to the desk with a thud. Now, Uncle Phil, you can't drink alcohol around young children. I'll let you have some. Forget I said anything." There was a sudden green glow emitted from the egg. "Excellent. I was hoping that things would be sped up by magic," Harry said happily. "Nice work, Trev." Phileas' head shot up. "How long have we been down here?" "It takes nearly 3 weeks for an egg to hatch. Can you imagine trying to keep a toad on a chicken egg for 3 weeks? Uncle Phil?" Harry scoffed. "I don't think Trevor would survive that long with the heat needed. Shouldn't we have some sort of protection, though? We don't know anything about basilisks, not to mention the fact that this is all very illegal." Phileas began to panic. "Too late for that," Harry said with excitement as the egg began to crack. Phileas debated trying to grab Harry and run, but he decided that there was no way he could manage it even if he was able to stun the boy, especially if he was as old and experienced as he claimed. "Here, little Snakey," Harry hissed. "Come out and meet your new family." "What are you saying, Harry?" Phileas asked nervously. Harry wasn't sure how to answer that. "I'm offering encouragement." He tried. "Papa, Papa." The little snake cried as it pushed its way out to the egg. Harry was filled with pride. "Ah, it knows who his pappy is, crap." Harry scowled. "I sound like Hagrid." "Keep smiling, Harry. You don't want to upset your new child," Phileas said as he stretched his mouth into the widest and fakest smile possible. "Papa, hungry." "Ah, slight problem." For Merlin's sake, keep smiling. Phileas hissed in a panic. We just need to find some food, something I seem to have forgotten. Didn't you have a rooster in your bag? This little guy is only 30 centimeters long. How is he going to eat a whole rooster? Harry argued. Cut it into smaller pieces, Harry. For goodness sake, do something. Harry started to grumble quietly at the panicky half-goblin as he cast a stunner into his bag, quickly. He had put a silencing charm on it already, as he didn't want it accidentally crowing and killing his baby basilisk. He then took it out and put it on the table and started cutting it up, which was probably not smart as it was still alive and the blood spurted everywhere. He and Phileas were covered in blood. Tasty, the little snake hummed as its tongue flickered out. Phileas looked to Harry with a curious glare. Harry looked very sheepish. You really don't want to know what he said. Ha ha ha. He giggled nervously. Give me that damned bird. Phileas hissed as he conjured a knife and started cutting it up. A few minutes later, and the ruler-long snake was greedily working a leg into its unhinged jaw. Thank you, Papas. Ah, he said thank you and thinks we are both its daddies. Harry cooed. Harry, we need to have a long and serious talk. Phileas said firmly as he cast cleaning charms on himself and Harry. Uncle Phil, do you really think I would do something as reckless as creating a basilisk without researching it thoroughly? Harry sighed. The hat and I went through all of its knowledge of Salazar, as well as the personal libraries in my quarters where Salazar's journals are kept. Salazar's journals? Phileas asked with wide eyes. Yes, and he was as twisted as you all believe him to be. The hat said sourly, I don't know what the other founders were thinking when they decided to keep his house in the school. We should just be glad that Godric made me, and define the house traits, otherwise Slytherin House would be full of psychopathic lunatics with a penchant for torture. Hat, that is pretty much what you've got now. Harry said slowly, You just get the occasional good egg. They don't start off that way when I put them in the house. Hat grumbled. Well, that's not true. He admitted. The Slytherins have just had to listen to their parents go on and on about pure blood superiority. Maybe we should introduce a little Muggle culture then. Harry grinned. Something for later. Phileas said as he readjusted himself in his seat. What I actually wanted to talk to you about was you being from the future. Oh, right, I kind of forgot I mentioned that. Harry laughed. How could you forget? There was this giant snake, and then a little snake, and then you were blubbering dash. Enough, Phileas said in exasperation. Now, from what I understand, you have already begun changing the events. Just how much has changed? Tons. I was a Gryffindor last time. I wasn't the Lord of Slytherin. I defeated the troll with Ron Weasley last time. I didn't face Quirrell till the end of term. Oh, and I wasn't from the future last time. He finished with a grin. Phileas rubbed his temple. He could feel a headache coming on. Are there any other major incidents coming up that we will need to deal with? Well, we need to get Ron's rat, Scabbers, as he is actually Peter Pettigrew. Then we need to get Sirius out of Azkaban, as he is innocent. What? Oh, and I'd really like to get Gilderoy Lockhart to admit that he's a fraud. Smarmy bastard has been stealing people's accomplishments and memories for years. Sweet Merlin. Let's see. After that, the Triwizard Tournament was in 4th year. I don't care about that one way or the other as long as I don't get entered again against my will. I do not want to have to deal with the ritual that gave Voldemort back his body again, Harry said adamantly. And I definitely don't want Cedric to die as a result. Die. 5th year I was attacked by Dementors, and the school was invaded by the Ministry. I can't see that happening again, though. I think I've changed too much. One of the big things we have to do is find old no-names Horcruxes and destroy them so that the next time I see him, I can kill him. Horcrux, as in a soul container. That's the one. I know where most of them are. The hard part is going to be breaking into Gringotts and stealing the one in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault. Merciful heavens. Harry grinned at Phileas. You seem to be taking this rather well, Uncle Phil. Phileas was feeling fairly weak. He knew he looked it as well, even as he glared at Harry. You aren't screaming and throwing up after all. Harry shrugged. Harry, Phileas, and the hat relocated to Harry's chambers with the yet-to-be-named baby basilisk. Phileas had objected to having the basilisk so near to other children, but Harry and the hat had argued that Harry needed it close by to teach it things, like not killing the children. A comfortable nest was set up for the little guy on the opposite side of the bedroom to where Hedwig's perch was as the proud bird was eyeing the newcomer suspiciously, and they didn't want any accidents to happen. All right, Harry, we need to decide what we are going to tackle first on your list. Phileas sighed as he sank into the large armchair. Harry kept a footstool in front of it, especially for his little uncle to use as a step. Serious. Harry stated firmly, we need to get him out of that awful place. Do you have a plan? As I am sure the hat has pointed out already, you can't just tell people you have knowledge of the future. I do indeed. Harry said as he produced his map with a flourish. He unrolled it on the coffee table and tapped it. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. He intoned. Good gracious, this is Hogwarts. Phileas was off the chair and leaning over the map. Is this accurate? Harry pointed to his chambers on the map where he and Phileas were labeled. Watch. Harry stood up and began running around the room randomly. He went to the bathroom, the bedroom, the library. That's enough, Harry. I can see it works. I can also see Pettigrew. He frowned. Phileas conjured a small stool so he could sit at the table. We will need to reveal this map to Minerva and Amelia. He warned Harry. Where did you get it? Harry pointed to the 4 names at the top of the map. Prongs is James Potter. Padfoot is Sirius Black. Moony is Remus Lupin. And Wormtail is Pettigrew. I consider it a family heirloom, but I want Sirius and Remus to duplicate the map for security. Also, as I promised the people who had it last that I would get them a copy if I could. Who had it last? Phileas asked curiously. It would be safer for your sanity dash. Harry. Phileas drawled, warningly. The Weasley twins. Phileas chuckled. That explains their success in pranking. Not to mention your father's. Your mother would have loved this. He mused as he touched the map fondly. It is a charms masterpiece. Phileas stood up and adjusted his tiny waistcoat. All right, I will go and find Minerva. You contact Amelia and ask her to come straight here to your quarters. It was nearly an hour later, and nearly time for dinner when Amelia and Minerva were both free to meet with Harry and Phileas. Harry, do you realize how dangerous something like this is? Minerva scolded the seemingly 11-year-old boy. Of course I do. which is why I am glad it has a decent security system on it," Harry said with a small frown. He hated when people doubted him and questioned his judgment, especially after all he had done. "Minerva, Harry has proven himself quite responsible over the past few months." Phileas chided. He successfully captured Lord No-Name's minion and ran the bastard off. He ran the minister and his obliviators out of the castle, and he has managed to not abuse his position over Snape. "Yes, but he also nearly started a war with the goblins this week." Amelia glared at Harry. Okay, so Harry had to admit that maybe they had sufficient reason to question him when it came to responsibility. "How about we focus on the fact that my godfather is innocent and suffering in Azkaban, whilst the real criminal is relaxing in luxury in the Gryffindor Tower?" Harry suggested as he poked a finger at the label of interest. "Pettigrew, but he's dead," Amelia exclaimed. "The map never lies." Harry said seriously, "Where did you get the map?" Minerva asked. She was still having trouble believing what she was seeing. "From the Weasley twins." Phileas smirked at her. "Those little repper dash." "Minerva." Amelia gasped as she glanced at Harry. "I nearly killed a goblin king this week and started a war, and you are worried about me hearing bad language." Harry grinned at the ridiculousness of the idea. "And I still haven't dealt with you for that." Minerva glared at him. "Actually, I believe you should know some secrets about Harry before we continue." Phileas stated solemnly. "Phil." Harry was ignored except for the raised eyebrows by Minerva and Amelia at the very informal manner that Harry addressed his professor. "The three of us will need to take an unbreakable vow that we will not reveal the secrets of Harry James Potter." Phileas continued. "Unbreakable vows." Minerva gasped. "Those are not something to bandy about lightly, Professor. I trust that Harry knows as well as you do the consequences of breaking an unbreakable vow. In 1995, Severus Snape swore an unbreakable vow to Narcissa Malfoy that he would kill Dumbledore if Draco failed to." Harry said with a calmness that cooled the room. After a few moments, Amelia broke the silence. 1995. If you want to know more, you will have to take the vow." The Hat spoke up. "If you refuse, then I must highly recommend that you allow yourselves to be obliviated of what Harry just told you. Minerva, Amelia, you should know me well enough that I would never even suggest something as barbaric as a vow with a mortal sentence if there was another way." Phileas pleaded with them. Amelia was not happy as she looked between Phileas and Harry. Minerva gave a resigned sigh. "You are quite correct, Phileas. I will swear the vow." "Minerva." "Amelia, you were our student, so you haven't had the same relationship as Phileas and myself." She explained. "But I can swear that Phileas is one of the most honest and trustworthy people I know. Forgive me for revealing this Phileas," she looked apologetically to her friend, "but I believe this is in part due to his fervent desire to separate himself from the reputation and stigma his half-goblin side brings him." "It's quite all right, Minerva," Phileas said with a hint of shame. "Why doesn't Madame Bones wait outside whilst Professor McGonagall takes the vow?" Harry suggested. "We can give her a brief overview of the secret, and then she can confirm to Madame Bones if the information is worth the vow." Amelia looked each of them in the eyes carefully. She saw determination in Phileas, resignation, yet trust in Minerva and casual apathy in Harry behind which she could see a spark of fear. "I'll take the vow," she said finally, 10 minutes later, and they were seated there each bound to Harry by the unbreakable vow. "My name is Harry James Potter. I was born July 31st, 1980. I died May 2nd, 1998. I was returned to life minutes later and defeated Tom Marvolo Riddle, also known as Lord Voldemort, in Mortal Kombat minutes after that. That night, I went to bed only to find myself sitting under the sorting hat and being sorted for my house in my first year for the second time in a row," Harry said blandly. Minerva and Amelia were looking at Harry suspiciously. Minerva turned to Phileas. "He has provided me with plenty of proof, Minerva," Phileas assured her. "I trust that you will share that proof considering the very dangerous vow we just took," she said archly, her Scottish brogue becoming slightly thicker. "He showed me the Chamber of Secrets and defeated the basilisk inside." "Basilisk?" Amelia gulped. 60 feet long, over 900 years old, and now as dead as a doornail. Harry grinned. "It was much easier this time," he said with a bit of relief. "This time?" Minerva nearly screeched. "Last time I had to use the Sword of Gryffindor, the Sorting Hat, and Fawkes. This time I had a rooster in my bag," Harry explained. "Please, I've seen that beast, Harry. Don't make me imagine you trying to kill it with a sword," Phileas begged. "I find it hard to believe that it didn't kill you," Amelia argued. "It nearly did," Harry countered. "Fawkes took out the eyes, but when I stabbed it through the mouth. My arm was impaled on a thong. Fortunately, Fawkes was able to heal me with his tears. I suppose you have more outlandish stories as well." Amelia scoffed. "Got any Veritaserum?" Harry asked tiredly. "What?" "Truth potion," Harry said with a cutting tone. "I could sit here all night and tell you the truth, but you won't believe a lick of it unless you can prove it." There was a bright flash of flame above Harry's head as Fawkes appeared in the room and slowly landed on his shoulder. "Show off," Harry muttered to the fiery avian on his shoulder. "I believe that will do to verify Harry's honesty." Phileas laughed. "I still have my doubts." Amelia sighed in resignation. "But even I won't argue with a phoenix. If Fawkes is vouching for you, why haven't you told Professor Dumbledore?" Minerva asked. "Because he is an idiot of the highest order." Harry grumbled. "Mr. Potter." "Minerva, do show some common sense." Phileas rolled his eyes. "Albus may have been a great leader once, but he has proven time and again that he has issues with allowing others control. The man keeps too many secrets." Harry nodded. "Like the fact that Voldemort is a half-blood or his real name, or the fact that he was sitting in the back of a teacher's head inches away from the very children he would enjoy torturing and killing. It doesn't matter," Phileas said as he sat forward. "The three of us can safely use Harry's knowledge to prevent Voldemort's return to power and other disasters. He has already dealt with Quirrell and the Chamber of Secrets, but now we need to deal with a great injustice, namely Pettigrew and the wrongful incarceration of Sirius Black." They all gazed at the map where Pettigrew was shown. "How come we have never noticed him?" Minerva asked. "Remus Lupin was a werewolf. His friends knew this and became illegal animagi to help him on the full moon. James was a stag, Sirius a huge black dog, and Peter was a rat. Ron Weasley has a rat for a pet," Harry said with a calmness that was all he could manage to maintain at this point. But black is in Azkaban, Amelia pointed out. Why would Pettigrew need to hide? Because the bastard was actually the secret keeper. He killed the Muggles and cut off his finger to escape. Sirius is completely innocent and was never given a trial. Another memory hit Harry at that moment. Actually, Crouch was the one who sentenced Sirius to Azkaban without trial. But at this very moment he is hiding his son in his house and controlling him with the imperious curse. How did you find all this out? Phileas asked curiously. The Weasleys were in the paper at the end of my second year. Sirius got a hold of a paper and saw Pettigrew and broke out to protect me. Last time round, I was a Gryffindor and sleeping just feet away from the traitor. Crouch lost control of his son at the beginning of my fourth year and was instrumental in giving back Voldemort his body. Harry rubbed his arm in memory of that horrible night. Amelia sat back and put a hand to her temple in thought. Just how do you expect to solve all these problems without revealing you came from the future? Minerva asked. I just need a few people who won't need to dig too deep into their sources. Uncle Phil, and I already know about the map. He can say that he was holding on to it for my mom and that they were examining it as part of her charms work. Then he can say he saw Pettigrew on the map when he shared it with me and called you and Madam Bones in. From there it is a hop, skip, and a jump to getting Sirius out. It's the hop, skip, and a jump that has me worried. Amelia admitted. We haven't planned those yet as we needed your input. Phileas explained. I suppose we could capture Pettigrew and interrogate him, but he was awarded an Order of Merlin. We can't just pour Veritaserum down his throat. Amelia said in disgust. What rights do the dead truly have? Phileas said as he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Uncle Phil. Pettigrew was awarded the Order of Merlin posthumously. He was declared dead nearly a decade ago. He has been hiding in a house where he would have heard all of this before. Can a dead man really object to what is done to him? Does he have any legal rights? Phileas continued his musings. The public will still see him as a hero. Amelia shook her head. Unless we accuse him of being a disgustingly morbid con artist trying to make money off the name of a late hero, then you could shove Veritaserum down his throat and accidentally expose the truth. The short hop, skip, and a jump suddenly becomes merely a skip and a jump. Yeah, Harry said excitedly. If you make it a big public deal. Go to Fudge and claim you found this imposter trying to get close to me. You could play his ego about protecting the boy who lived. Do you really think the minister will be so easy to manipulate? Minerva queried. The response was a snort of derision from the others. I could turn him into a paranoid little idiot who would refuse to come out from behind his desk with a few well-timed comments. Harry sneered. I wouldn't even have to lie. Insinuate. Maybe. Minerva, having informed you of the discovery regarding Peter Pettigrew made by Lord Slytherin and myself using his family heirloom, would you be so kind as to accompany me to the Gryffindor dorms to apprehend this despicable individual? Now, you want to do this now? Amelia demanded. Every second we waste is another second an innocent man suffers in Azkaban. Phileas glared at her. Madam Bones, whilst I am glad to see you here to continue our discussions of my family estate, a situation has arisen. A man has been discovered in the castle using the identity of one of the most beloved heroes of the war. I would ask you to accompany my professors in your capacity as the head of the DMLE as they apprehend this evil man. Amelia glared at Harry. "Innocent man in Azkaban, Amelia," Harry said with a hard look. If there was one thing in his life that he hated, it was being forced to sit on the sidelines and not be able to do anything. It was what had happened during his 5th and 6th years. The 5th year had ended with Sirius' death, and the 6th with Dumbledore's. At least this time, he could watch what was happening, and he knew why things were happening. He sat in his quarters as he watched the Marauders' map. The 3 sets of footprints moving through the Gryffindor Tower towards their target, Peter, Wormtail, Pettigrew. Judging by the lack of movement from the footprints, the little bastard was napping. The dorms were also empty due to dinner currently being served. Harry suddenly realized there was a flaw to him having the map. He gathered it up and quickly ran through the castle. He reached the portrait of the fat lady and came to screeching halt. "Bugger. Language, young man." The portrait scolded. "That is not the behavior one expects of a lord." "Sorry. Look, I really need to get into the Gryffindor Tower. The professors are about to make a huge mistake, but I don't know the password." "Well, why didn't you say so?" she said primly as she swung open. Harry raised an eyebrow at being let in, but chalked it up to him owning the castle. He stormed up the stairs to the boys' dorms just as they were about to burst in. "Harry, you were supposed to wait in your rooms." Amelia scolded. "Which would be fine except I had the map. You can't just go in there and stun the rat because you have no way of knowing Wormtail is the rat. You need the map to find him." Harry said pointedly, "If Pettigrew gets interrogated by Veritaserum, and he says you knew he was a rat, you will have to lie about how you knew. At least take the map." "He is right. We nearly made a huge mistake." Phileas nodded as he took the map. "Follow my lead. Harry, stay by the door." Minerva went in first with her wand out and ready to attack. Phileas went in second with the map as Amelia brought up the rear. Phileas walked towards the bed, which the map said Pettigrew was on. "The map says he is here," he announced quietly. "Hominum revelio." He cast at the bed. The rat in the cage began to glow. "Animagus." Amelia feigned shock. Phileas picked up the cage with the now agitated rat and walked around the room. "This is definitely him," he confirmed. "Madam Bones, this man is likely an unregistered animagus claiming to be Peter Pettigrew. I trust you will see it is investigated thoroughly. We should return to my quarters briefly." Harry spoke up. "Perhaps you should stun the intruder as well." They were soon settled back in Harry's quarters. "If you are going to take Pettigrew, and you will need to do it through the front door of the ministry in full view of the public. A leak to the prophet wouldn't go amiss either." Harry explained. "You fear assassinations and cover-ups." Phileas asked, "Better safe than sorry. That and Fudge did it last time and doomed the country." Harry shrugged. "Then we will march him from your quarters to the gates before taking him to the ministry steps." Amelia sighed. "I clearly have no choice but to accept that you know the truth. Dinner should be over by now. I'll have Severus accompany you as a guard." Harry nodded. The group were causing quite a scene as they marched down the staircases and towards the entranceway. Portraits and paintings were running off to share the news that a strange man that resembled Pettigrew had been caught in the castle. By the time they reached the entranceway, Albus was standing there with the rest of the staff, and their wands out. Hagrid had his crossbow in hand and Fong at his side. "So it is true then. Albus said seriously. Peter Pettigrew was alive and hiding in Salazar's quarters. Merlin blessed the rumor mill. Phileas snorted. Once again, you have proven why you are not a Ravenclaw, Albus. Albus frowned. For some reason, Phileas had become slightly hostile towards him, demeaning even. We discovered Pettigrew elsewhere, Albus. Amelia interrupted quickly. We can't say more without compromising our investigation. Did you know that Sirius Black didn't get a trial? Harry asked curiously. When I discovered the name Pettigrew, I researched him. I discovered my connection to him and Sirius Black. Madame Bones did some digging, and there are no records of his trial, just his arrest and subsequent incarceration by Barty Crouch. Albus had a look of outrage and shock. He turned to Amelia. In the interests of justice, I would like to perform legilimency on your prisoner to determine certain facts quickly, such as his identity and possible guilt. I am, of course, licensed and registered to use legilimency in this manner. Of course, Chief Warlock. Amelia said formally. Albus quickly got to work, drawing his old wand having lost the Elder Wand. He cast the spell verbally. A few seconds later, he withdrew from Pettigrew's mind. He was not happy. Madame Bones, I will need to accompany you. I have need of some of your aurors to transfer Sirius Black to a holding cell in your department. His guilt is officially in question. Minerva, I will need you to see to the castle in my absence. You should consider me out of pocket for the next few days. Of course, Albus. Harry watched in surprise as Albus Dumbledore strode out of the castle with Amelia, Severus, and Pettigrew in tow. I wasn't expecting that. Harry, I know you have issues with Albus, but at heart he is a good man. Phileas said sternly, a good man who treated one boy with mistrust that helped push him further down the path to the dark side, and another like an unwanted problem that left him severely malnourished, abused, and so many other things. Harry scowled. I won't deny that he has his good points, but all things considered, I feel perfectly entitled to take this personally. Quite. Minerva agreed, especially as I personally warned him against leaving Harry, with the Dursleys having watched them for a whole day. You did? Harry asked. I did. There were plenty of other more suitable candidates for adopting you. I would happily have taken you. James himself placed you in my arms the day you were born. Lily was quite content to leave you in Phileas' care if she had errands to run. She said hotly, did you know that the first time Harry ever saw his parents was in my quarters a few weeks ago? Phileas said sadly, first time this time round. Harry corrected. The first time round, I didn't see them until the end of my first year. Hagrid gave me a photo album he made for me. Even worse. Minerva hissed. In some ways, I wish we could tell Albus the truth about you just so he knows why I am hexing him. But your memories and our own experiences support your current course of keeping this from Albus. Still, this is pretty much what he did to me. Hid things from me. The difference, Harry, is that you are not making the decisions by yourself. You have willingly confided in me and listened to my advice to confide in Minerva and Amelia. Albus has shown himself to be leaning towards a dictatorship more than a democracy. Phileas assured him. So what do we do now? Harry asked. He was a little lost, as he had expected to have to wait for Pettigrew's trial before getting to Sirius and his innocence. Nothing, aside from answering any calls from the DMLE as witnesses. We have done our part. Filius stated, Sirius will be out of Azkaban within the hour and free within a month, if not sooner. This part of your mission is a success, Harry. Take pride in your accomplishment and a well-deserved break. He said with a proud smile, What about the other parts? There is time. We should have a plan in place for just after Christmas for dealing with the marriage contracts, and we can focus on the riddle side of things during the summer. It was Christmas Eve. Harry was seated at the end of a table in the Great Hall. It was a small table placed slap bang in the middle of the spacious room. It was maybe 2 meters in length. There were only 2 people in the expansive room. The doors were sealed shut and being guarded by suits of armor on the inside and out. At one end sat Harry Potter in his 11-year-old body, wearing his school uniform and an unimpressed look. At the other end was a very old and very decrepit-looking man with a walking stick. So you're the famous Nicholas Flamel. Harry clearly didn't think much of the man. And you're the alleged heir of Slytherin. The man said disdainfully, Actually, I'm the boy who has your precious stone. Harry smirked. Flamel's eyes narrowed. What are you talking about, boy? Harry dropped a red crystal on the table. Flamel's hand snapped out, and the crystal flew into it. You were saying? The old man smirked triumphantly. Sad thing really. That little stone can extend your life, but it doesn't seem to let you keep your youth or fix senility. Harry sighed. Flamel kept his smirk as he waved a hand over his face and revealed a youthful young man with blue eyes and blonde hair who appeared to be in his late 20s. After 600 years, I've learnt that people usually show you more respect if you look your age. Harry stifled a snort of laughter at the irony of Nicholas Flamel saying that to him of all people. Instead, he smiled slightly. And yet, you haven't noticed the obvious, he said as he placed an identical red crystal on the table. Flamel scowled and quickly summoned the new rock. And you don't seem to learn. Harry added. He pulled out the first stone from his pocket and was about to vanish it when he realized something. These are both fakes. About bloody time. Harry said in exasperation. Did you honestly think I would bring my philosopher's stone into a meeting with someone as corrupt as you? It is my stone, boy. Flamel growled. And I am as light as they come. Says the man who allowed it to be used as bait to lure a mass murderer into a school of Innick. School of children. I did no such thing. Just how did you get the stone? Flamel asked curiously. I heard word you entered into a contract with the goblins, but there is no way they would cross me. Dumbledore had Hagrid retrieve it. You didn't know? Harry queried. Flamel was flabbergasted. I need that stone to live. You need to take a dose of the elixir once a month, and each batch only lasts around a year. Why would that foolish boy be so reckless with my life? He said angrily. Well, in all fairness, there was a break-in at the bank shortly after he had it removed. Harry allowed. But then he put it in a room in the castle where any bunch of first years with a brain could reach it. There is no reason to believe the break-in was to get my stone. Only Albus, and myself knew it was there. Even the goblins had no idea what I was keeping in there, which, considering I rely on the stone for living, leaves only one place for a possible blabbermouth. He scowled. Hagrid seemed to know there was something important in the vault. Harry added, and the only thing in the vault was the stone. I will be having some very serious words with that boy. Flamel snarled. Playing with my life like that. Well, there was a good chance old Voldemort was getting pretty close to it here as well. Harry told him. But don't worry, I stopped him, and there is very little chance of him getting his mucky mitts on it. Harry assured him. You stopped him from trying to get it whilst in the act. Flamel said slowly. Yeah, he had let a troll into the castle as a distraction. I knew what he was planning and who he was disguised as, and I managed to get some friends at the ministry to help me take him down. Harry grinned. So, you didn't do it alone? You didn't plan it or cast the final blow. He tried to keep the growing panic out of his voice. Well, I was the only one who knew. It was my idea to call in the ministry. They let me run with my plan. Lord No-Name took me as a hostage and was threatening to blow up the Hufflepuff table. So I took him out. You killed him again. Well, he's not easy to kill as he put protections on himself. But I destroyed his current body and made him impotent. Harry said the word with relish. Sweet Merlin boy, do you know what you have done? Saved your life and that of the schools there by invoking a life debt from all involved. Harry asked innocently. Flamel paled drastically. That was what you were referring to, right? Harry maintained that 11-year-old innocence. Flamel sat up as he realized something. If you keep my stone, then you will effectively kill me. You won't be able to claim a life debt. Yes, but you are assuming I am that callous. Thanks. Harry said sarcastically. Then why haven't you returned my stone? Because it is dangerous, and you owe me and everyone else for allowing it to be used to put our lives in danger. Harry retorted. You can still use it to make your elixir. I just want you to do it in secrecy where no one will know. I could do that at home. My house is under a very special ward. He insisted. Fidelius. Oh, you've heard of it. Phileas asked, impressed. Yes, only as good as your secret keeper. Harry grumbled. Who is yours? Flamel paled again. Really? Harry asked in disdain at the guilty look on the older man's face. Do you at least have a loyalty oath from him? The 600-year-old man turned pink with embarrassment. Like I said, the elixir can't cure senility. Harry said in exasperation. I suppose you could do so much better. Flamel snapped impatiently. And why am I arguing with a child? He asked himself. Because this child has outsmarted you ever since he heard of you. This child not only holds your stone, but also your life. This child. Harry paused in his little rant before he sat back in his chair and just smirked at the older man. This child holds all the cards. This child wants to see if you are worth giving it back to. Who are you really? Nicholas Flamel asked carefully as he leaned forward. You are far too savvy for just some snot-nosed 11-year-old first eye. I am Lord Harry Potter of Slytherin. You have endangered my home and those that reside there. Who I am is severely pissed off. The question you need to really ask is, do you want to be the person who increases my anger? Nicholas sat back and scrutinized Harry calmly. Lord Slytherin, eh? That's an interesting name. He offered. If it was just a name, then I would be just a boy. Harry countered. We both know that is not the case. And what does the name mean to you? Not half as much as it means to others. Harry snorted. So you intend to abuse your title? Harry took on a sage air. One man's abuse is another man's something an 11-year-old should know nothing about. He finished quickly and uncomfortably. Nicholas leaned for, "Are you really Harry Potter?" Harry matched his movement. "Are you really that stupid?" Nicholas huffed as he sat back. "So what is it you intend to extort out of me, so I can get my stone back?" "The basics. Gold, and possibly the elixir," Harry said as he sat back himself calmly. "You really are just 11. And greedy. Well, I will settle for a stupid amount of gold, but I would prefer you join my group. Or at least become my partner in starting up a wizarding bank." "Oh, is that all?" Nicholas was laying the sarcasm on thick. "Or we could wait for the goblins to cheat us again." Harry shrugged. "I keep all my money and stuff out of Gringotts." "Where would that be?" "What would be the point of telling you? I'm keeping it safe, remember? Look, if you aren't interested in preventing a goblin war and making sure that people aren't charged half their wages each year just to have a vault, then fine. I'll do it all myself. But I'll still want a lot of gold and the elixir." "Why do you need the gold to start a bank?" "Wizards aren't like the muggles. They expect to pay interest, not be paid it," Nicholas pointed out. "Oh, I don't want the money to start the bank," he said dismissively. "I want the money so I can buy Wizarding Britain and rule it properly." Nicholas stared at Harry for a full 10 seconds before he broke down and practically sobbed. "Can I please just have my stone back?" Harry looked at him with disgust. What a baby. Chapter 6. It was an impressive group of people that sat around the large table that had been conjured in Harry's living room. Amelia Bones, Minerva McGonagall, Phileas Flitwick, Harry Potter, the Sorting Hat, Nicholas Flamel, and finally Severus Snape. There were piles of books around the room on the law, contracts, and history. On the table, between them, was a long parchment on which was written a new contract that would be sent to the heads of each of the houses under vassal oath to Lord Slytherin asking for their daughters. The only part of this contract I can understand is the part that says, "Sign here." Harry sighed. "I can get the gist of it, but it would take me hours, possibly days, to try and decipher most of it." Phileas nodded. "Most of it contains Latin terms." Nicholas shrugged. "I am fluent in Latin, but I think the inclusion of Celtic terms puts it over the edge of easy comprehensibility. I believe the small print in parcel script will be a deciding factor in some cases." Amelia added, "Whether for good or bad, I cannot say." "Severus, any additions, suggestions, or criticisms?" Harry asked his slave. Snape scowled. "The contract is solid. It is unbreakable. The issue is not whether the contract will hold up, but whether the targets will sign. The letter you have crafted to accompany the contract appeals to their egos, their sense of pure-blood superiority, and their greed. I predict that less than 5 will hesitate to sign, and only 2 may require additional incentives." "Define additional incentives." Minerva scowled. She wasn't used to Severus being so helpful, and she didn't want Harry being put in any danger. Severus hated being of any use to a Potter. "You will either have to resort to underhanded methods such as blackmail, threats, or assassination, or you will have to offer something more. Specifically a marriage contract to be fulfilled as early as your 14th birthday, or once the girl has begun her menses." He explained blandly. "There will likely be a clause demanding that pregnancy be achieved, . Yeah, we'll just kill the bastard who demands that." Harry said quickly as he began to blush. Please do not discuss assassination and murder so casually in my presence. Amelia groaned. Don't worry, it will be an honorable duel. Harry shrugged, fully compliant with the law. Still leave me out of it. Severus, I want you to hand-deliver these contracts. Harry instructed. Deliver them formally in my name. You may answer simple questions, but do not reveal my secrets, anyone else's secrets, or imply anything about my intentions. Do you understand? I do. Internally, Severus was cursing his traitorous body. Minerva, Phileas, and Amelia had convinced Nicholas to take the unbreakable vow. Nicholas had introduced him to his wife, Perenelle. She declined to take the vow simply because she didn't believe she needed to be privy to whatever secrets were being discussed. She had complete faith and trust in her husband. Harry was beginning to hate being stuck in this 11-year-old body more and more after Perenelle had taken one look at him and squealed in delight. It doesn't matter how young they look. Women old enough to be grandmothers insist on pinching your cheek. The contracts were sent off. Pettigrew was spilling his guts. Sirius was in St. Mungo's under ministry protection. The basilisk was dead. Harry figured he would have a boring 6 months until the summer, when his little group would start on the Horcrux hunt. His main focus would be trying to take over the British wizarding world. He didn't honestly see it as much of a problem. He already had control of Lucius Malfoy, and Malfoy had control of Fudge. Many of the Wisengamot members were his vassals. All he had to do was convince the rest of them to swear loyalty to him, or overpower them. There would be a few problem people like Dumbledore, but if he could sway most of the rest, then Dumbledore would just have to fall in line, or at least not cause problems. He'd just cross that bridge when he came to it. It was currently New Year's Eve, a few minutes to midnight, and the castle was practically empty of students and staff. Harry had spent Christmas Day with Phileas, Minerva, Susan, and Amelia at Bones Manor at the insistence of Amelia. She was intent on ensuring that Harry experienced some normal childhood experiences, even if he was mentally 18. It was a clear night sky that Harry was looking at. He could see every star with clarity. The moon was beautiful. His previous astronomy lessons meant he could spot the major planets and constellations. There was the creak of a door, and Harry turned to see Professor Sinastra enter the tower. "Oh, Mr. Potter, I wasn't expecting to find anyone else up here," she commented easily as she conjured a chair next to Harry's. "Looking for a star to wish on for the new year?" she asked teasingly. "No, I just wanted somewhere quiet to sit, and it was such a nice night that I decided to enjoy the night sky," Harry said as he turned back to his view. "It is very relaxing. As much as I enjoy seeing the sky through a telescope, sometimes I like to sit back and take in more than that tiny hole can see. It would be nice if we could use Muggle telescopes." Harry sighed. "These brass ones aren't good for much. Muggle ones can see actual galaxies and planets." "Oh, you don't need to tell me," she said with passion. "Every year I put in a request for modern Muggle telescopes. But the second they hear it, they laugh and start going on about how Muggles don't have the intelligence to make something like a telescope." She scoffed. "I hope you didn't try and tell them that Muggles have been to the moon." Harry laughed. "You'd be in St. Mungo's lickety-spit." "I almost did once. Minerva cast a silencing charm on me, though. She always tries to look out for us younger teachers," the young black woman said appreciatively. Something really needs to be done about those idiots in charge of our education. Harry grumbled. Maybe we could put an article in the Prophet and Quibbler. A nice idea, Harry, but it could lead to political problems. Pure bloods like the status quo. And the Prophet is firmly in the ministry's pocket. She smiled sadly. Really? Harry mused. I wonder if I can change that. You aren't going to get up to mischief, are you, young man? She admonished teasingly. Me, Harry said innocently. Enjoy the stars, Harry Potter. There are only a few seconds left of this year. Find a star and make a wish. She laughed. Harry turned back to the starry vista and smiled to himself. No, Professor, I won't make a wish. Instead, I will make a resolution. I intend to see to it that Hogwarts doesn't just get to see the stars. I am going to help them walk amongst them. Hermione, I think there are some people from your school to see you. Dan Granger called over his shoulder, worriedly. He really hoped they were from Hermione's school. There was the dwarf, the older woman dressed as a witch, a younger woman in jeans, a blouse and a jacket, and a young boy about his daughter's age. Actually, Mr. Granger, we came to see all of you. Professor McGonagall explained respectfully. Allow me to introduce my colleagues. Professor Phileas Flitwick, the Charms Professor, Professor Aurora Sinastra, the Astronomy Professor, and Harry Potter, a friend of your daughter's. Daddy? Who is it? Dan turned quickly to let his daughters see their guests. Professors. She gasped. Good morning, Miss Granger. Phileas beamed. We apologize for arriving unannounced, but we need some help in the non-magical world, and Harry suggested you would be able to provide it. In the non-magical world, she asked in confusion. We want to buy telescopes. Harry grinned, that cheesy grin of his. The best ones on the market. We're going to the moon. Hermione could see that Professor McGonagall's eye was twitching as though she had a headache. The young witch had a feeling she would be experiencing the same thing before the day was out. This is impossible. It has to be magic. A fifth-year Ravenclaw declared authoritatively as he pulled out his wand and ran diagnostic spells on the large white telescope that had been mounted in the middle of the darkened courtyard. It was the first day back after the holidays, and Harry and Professor Sinastra had set telescopes up in an easy-to-access area for the evening, so that everyone could get a good look at the available stars that night. And you believe that your skills and experience in magic are somehow better than Professor Sinastra's, Flitwick's, and McGonagall's? Harry sneered. And I thought Ravenclaws were supposed to be intelligent. Harry, Sinastra said warningly. She turned and addressed the Ravenclaw. Muggles have much more powerful telescopes. This specific telescope is capable of getting a good view of many objects in our solar system and beyond, but the small ones we have purchased will allow us to view nearby celestial bodies much better than the pathetic examples we have been using. If it was possible to view the planets like this, why didn't magicals do it? A Slytherin fourth year demanded. Because dash. Harry, the professor snapped before he could get started again. Harry just pouted. The reason that magicals have never done this is because they never look beyond what they have. Sinastra explained. Brass telescopes worked at the time, and they never thought to try and improve on it. Muggles have been improving their ways on a daily basis. Several decades ago, they actually traveled to the moon. Why would they do that? A fifth-year Hufflepuff asked in confusion. So they could learn more about the world we live in. But we don't live on the moon. A Ravenclaw pointed out. We do live in the same universe as the moon. The moon is responsible for the tides. Muggles know that you can't breathe on the moon, but you can jump very high and lift incredibly heavy things with just your hands. By understanding the way the universe works, Muggles have managed to do things we can only dream of. And they do it all without magic. Imagine if we Magicals pushed ourselves as hard as we could like the Muggles. What could we achieve? She challenged. If a Muggle does it, it is probably dirty and beneath a magical. Draco sneered. I, for one, will have nothing to do with anything a filthy Muggle touched. He waved disgustedly at the telescope. Then you will fail my class, Mr. Malfoy. Professor Sinastro said, sternly. And if I find you spouting such bigoted drivel again, I will have you in detention. My father wouldn't hear of it, he said as though the professor were beneath him. I have a fine telescope crafted by Magicals, and I will use nothing else. Then you will have detention for every lesson you break my class rules. Starting tonight, you will report to Mr. Filch for an hour's detention as you help him with his duties. She glared at the little Ponce. Off you go, Mr. Malfoy. My father will hear about this. Malfoy shouted angrily. And you can write him after your detention. This is ridiculous. Harry grumbled as he sat in his sitting room with Phileas and the hat. I've offered them a ton of money, but they still want to renegotiate for marriage contracts instead. On the coffee table were responses from 3 of the families sworn to Lord Slytherin. There were likely to be more on the way, but these 3 each wanted their daughters to marry the young lord. At this point, Lucius Malfoy is regretting not having a daughter. Phileas mused. Whilst having Draco ensures that his property stays within his family, and that his line continues, he cannot hope to gain a hold of one of the coveted founder's lines. He can't offer a daughter, so he can't claim a familial connection which would raise his social standing even higher. Unless he wants to undergo an old barbaric ritual to alter Draco's gender. The hat chuckled. Harry paled. Just how old are we talking? It was lost when the Romans invaded. Harry, you have nothing to worry about. The hat assured him. The method for creating Horcruxes was also supposed to be lost. Harry retorted. It doesn't matter, Harry. Phileas said dismissively. You are the one who has to accept the contract. If Lucius was able to change Draco's gender, it would simply mean that he has lost his heir. There was a knock at Harry's door that led to the Slytherin common room. Harry sighed as he got up and opened it. Pansy, he asked. The ebony-haired girl was looking very timid as she stood somewhat nervously outside his door. She stuttered. Miss Parkinson, is everything all right? The girl jumped at Phileas' voice, not having realized Harry had company. Harry stepped back and indicated for her to enter. Instead, he found himself with an armful of Slytherin, and his lips trapped by hers as she tried to kiss him. MHM. Harry tried to speak as he frantically gestured to Phileas. Miss Parkinson, please, a little decorum. Phileas snapped. He was desperately trying not to laugh at the sight of Harry struggling with the girl. Harry was having more than a little struggle. Pansy was a well-fed and healthy young girl. Harry was a malnutritioned little runt. He had no chance of winning a physical battle with anyone over the age of 10. Goblins notwithstanding. There was a flash of red light between the pair, and Pansy slumped in Harry's arms. He glared at Phileas and the hat. A little help would have been nice. You seem to have things well in hand. Phileas smirked as he watched Harry send a messenger spell. Just help me put her on the couch. Harry snapped. Phileas drew his own wand and levitated her. A few seconds later, Snape ran into the room. Severus, good. Do you know why Pansy just jumped me? Harry asked his slave. In what manner did she jump you? He asked snidely. She kissed him rather vigorously. Phileas said smugly. Snape rolled his eyes. I cannot say for certain, but it is possible that she was instructed to woo you. Harry looked at him with a raised eyebrow. I think she skipped a few steps. There was another knock, this time on the door leading to the halls. Harry quickly let Minerva in. What is the emergency, Harry? She asked quickly. Really, Harry? This isn't all that of a big deal. Phileas sighed. She didn't even talk to me. Harry argued. She just kissed me. Who? Miss Parkinson. Minerva asked curiously. I thought you weren't interested in the girls because they were too young for you. I am. I mean, they're cute and pretty, but I'm 18 years old trapped in an 11-year-old body. I assume pedophilia is regarded as disgusting in the magical world as it is in the muggle world. This is a fairly gray area, Harry. The Hat spoke up. You have the knowledge and memories of your last life, but you've also been given a fresh start. Also, I highly doubt you are going to attempt to engage in sexual activities with these girls before they are older. And I will still be some 7 years older than them, mentally. Again, a gray area. You will be growing up with them. The Hat returned. You are not an 18-year-old wandering through the common rooms and looking for an 11-year-old bride. When they are 14, you will not be a 21-year-old. You will be more experienced and hopefully more understanding. You will also have to suffer through puberty again. Severus spoke up with a slight glint of enjoyment. It pissed Harry off, but not in a mean way. You will be surrounded by young and nubile flesh that is readily available, and yet arg. Snape fell to the ground in agony as his neck glowed red. Insulting your master and getting off on his suffering is not how a slave should act, boy. The Hat said smugly, I bet you won't be making that mistake again. Perhaps we should return to the issue of Miss Parkinson. Minerva suggested as they turned their backs on Severus and ignored his pain. You can't just go around stunning potential suitors simply because you are not ready for a relationship. Alas, I do not believe she was acting entirely of her own free will. The Hat offered. She was entirely too nervous when she came here, and she was surprised to discover Phileas and myself here. Yet that did not deter her from what she did. You think Severus was right? That she was instructed to engage Harry? Phileas asked. I think she might have been more than instructed, came the grave response. I believe she may be under some sort of oath or compulsion. She clearly didn't want an audience when she came here, yet she acted anyway instead of leaving and returning later. Phileas drew his wand and began casting spells over the unconscious girl on the couch. Oh dear, he muttered. It is definitely an oath and not a compulsion charm. He informed them. Her magic is literally fighting against her. Severus, get Poppy, Harry ordered, and try not to hurt yourself on the way. He taunted. Snape stormed off in a huff. The Parkinsons are my vassals. What rights do I have? Harry asked. Can I go through her belongings? You own the castle, Harry. You can go through anyone's belongings. Professor McGonagall, I am ordering you to search through Miss Parkinson's belongings to see if you can find any clues as to what oath she took and the details. Take Professor Flitwick with you. Someone should stay here with Miss Parkinson. Minerva objected. Aunt Minnie, we've just been over this. I'm not really 11. I can look after her until Poppy and Severus get here. There was another knock at the door, and Harry quickly answered it, hoping it was Poppy. Oh, for Merlin's sake. He grumbled as he cast a quick stunner. There was a thud as a blonde-haired girl in a very skimpy negligee fell to the floor. What on earth is Miss Farley doing here dressed like that? Minerva demanded. Harry just looked at her incredulously. Honestly, Minerva, the hat said in exasperation. I would think it was fairly obvious. Gemma Farley, like Pansy Parkinson, has been coerced into snagging the young Lord Slytherin. I have a feeling this is going to be a long night. Phileas sighed as a similarly attired Tracy Davis arrived. She quickly fell to the floor from a stunner. Archibald Farley, Gregory Davis, and Waylon Parkinson. You are all officially being charged with attempted line theft. Amelia said sternly as she surveyed the 3 men sitting in the interrogation room before her. Your daughters were all found to have been bound by similar oaths. The question now is not whether you will be convicted, but how much you will suffer for your crimes. This is outrageous, Archibald said indignantly as he tried to stand. He failed due to the chains holding him down. I demand to be released at once. Criminals don't get to make demands. Amelia retorted. Gentlemen, it seems Mr. Farley isn't interested in any form of leniency. She addressed the other 2 men. Do either of you wish to turn it down as well? We are each the head of a noble house, Madam Bones. Waylon said smugly. As such, we demand that you send for the minister so that we might deal with him directly. What about you, Davis? Amelia challenged. The DMLE has no right to interfere in matters between noble houses. Gregory stated firmly. You can be sure that we will be bringing up your conduct before the Wisengamot. The DMLE has no right to interfere in matters between noble houses. She parroted. I guess Lord Slytherin was right all along. She moved to the door and opened it. I have been informed by no less than 4 heads of noble families that I am prohibited from interfering. I suppose I have no choice but to leave this matter in your hands, she said as Harry and Severus walked in. Don't worry, Madam Bones. I'll make sure to clean up any blood. Harry grinned as he sat down opposite the 3 men. Amelia nodded and left, closing the door behind her. Gentlemen, this afternoon, when your daughters came to me and attempted to fulfill the oaths they had been forced to swear, I thought that you had made my life a living nightmare. An attempted line theft. There hasn't been one of those in centuries. Harry grinned. The 3 men were confused by the happy 11-year-old in front of them and their former fellow Death Eater standing in the corner. I thought I was going to have to take drastic measures to save those girls from losing their magic and dying because I wouldn't let them fulfill their oaths. Let me assure you, that made me very angry, he said with a humorless smile. However, he said suddenly, causing the men to jump. After discussing my options with the Sorting Hat, Severus here, and a few trusted advisors, I discovered that you have actually done me and the girls a huge favor. You see, you have betrayed your lord. You are not our lord. Waylon sneered. Magic says otherwise. Harry shrugged. Interestingly enough, so do your highly vaunted pure blood laws. He smiled dangerously, a disturbing sight on an 11-year-old. Harry turned to Snape. I'm sure you are all acquainted with Severus Snape from your days kissing a half-blood's boots. Here are a few pertinent facts about one Severus Tobias Snape, the self-proclaimed half-blood prince. Snape's eyes widened in shock. He had no idea how the little bastard had managed to find out that particular piece of information. His family history was a matter of public record, but that title was something he had made up in school, and he had told no one. Harry enjoyed the look on Snape's face, but plowed on regardless. Severus once got himself into a very sticky situation. My father, James Potter, saved his life. Magic recognized a debt. A life debt. Harry turned back to the three chained men. Years later, having failed to repay the debt, he betrayed my father and my family by delivering them to Lord No-Name. The three men bristled at the insult to what they considered the greatest wizard of all time. Severus Snape is now my slave, a slave enforced by magic. Harry grinned. Impossible. Archibald scoffed. Prove it then. Wayland smirked. The only thing you can truly prove is that Severus is weak-willed and has chosen to obey you. Harry just shrugged. Okay, I can prove it. Archibald Farley, Wayland Parkinson, and Gregory Davis. I, Lord Harry James Potter of Slytherin, claim your lives and property as payment for the oaths you have broken. Just like Severus back in Dumbledore's office, the three men fell to the ground in pain and wheezing as a light shone around their necks. Harry walked to the door and opened it. Madam Bones, could you bring in the others? He moved back to his seat as Madam Bones, Professor Flitwick, and Professor McGonagall levitated the unconscious bodies of Gemma, Tracy, and Pansy. Gentlemen, I order you to release your daughters from any and all oaths and compulsions you may have placed them under. Harry said sternly as he enervated the three girls but petrified them at the same time, so they couldn't attack him again. Very stiffly and clearly trying to struggle against the orders, the three men released the girls from their oaths. Harry smiled and turned to Flitwick and McGonagall. Could you get them back to Poppy and Hogwarts, please? The two professors nodded and levitated the students out. Now then, gentlemen, Harry grinned maliciously. As you have no doubt realized, I own you. You have lost everything. But your suffering doesn't end here. You are being officially charged with line theft and attacking your lord. You will confess everything to Madam Bones here in her position as the head of the DMLE. If she asks you a question, you will answer truthfully and conceal nothing. You will not fight or struggle against her or the Aurors. Finally, other than myself, Madam Bones, and Severus Snape, no one else is allowed to know that I have claimed you as my slaves because of your actions. You will simply not mention it. Harry nodded to Amelia before snapping his fingers for Severus to follow him and walking out. Harry and Severus were standing in front of three beds in the hospital wing. Gemma, Pansy, and Tracy were lying down and looking fairly glum. Good news, bad news situation, I'm afraid. Harry sighed. The good news is that you won't have to worry about your fathers trying to force you into anything. They have just confessed to their crimes and are due to go to trial within a month. Bad news. The houses of Farley, Parkinson, and Davis have been eradicated. Your fathers broke their vassal agreements, and the price was everything. As of the moment they bound you by those oaths and compulsions, everything that made up their houses became mine. As a result, you are currently without house or family, and are relying on my goodwill. We are working on getting you into my house. Quick and dirty involves concubine contracts. Long and arduous requires me to try and rebuild your houses from the ground up. So, you aren't going to keep us as your sex slaves? Harry looked at the fourth-year girl with a bit of worry. She sounded almost disappointed. I am not a fan of slavery, he said slowly. He then glared at Snape, who had snorted a scoff. But it does have its uses. He allowed. It would be better for the three of you if we could make sure you have some sort of freedom. Slavery would mean you have no rights. The ministry wouldn't acknowledge you. They wouldn't let you take your OWLS or newts. You wouldn't even be allowed to attend Hogwarts. Don't forget how stupid some of your friends might be as well. If they hear you are slaves, they won't want to be associated with you. Harry was thankful that Gemma seemed to realize the predicament she was in. He didn't want to deal with fangirls, although she had never exhibited those traits before. Anyway, we are working on adoption procedures for each of you. We are also investigating your mothers. If they are as guilty as your dads, then they will probably join them. If not, then I'll consider offering them a place in one of my houses. What about my baby brother? Gemma asked worriedly. He's the heir to the Farley family. Really? Harry said in surprise. How old is he? 5. I'll have to speak with my advisors. We'll try and do what is best for all of you. He promised. Harry was not getting married at the physical age of 11. He had made that quite clear to an amused Phileas Flitwick. The Hat had tried to point out that Gemma was 14. That hadn't gone over well. Harry had spent 10 minutes sitting on the hat, until it managed to wiggle enough to bite him on the bum. That had been nearly a week ago. Harry and Phileas had worked with Amelia to get the proper documentation to have the girls and their mothers adopted into the House of Slytherin. It was still a work in progress. The delay meant there was more time for a leak, and when the leak occurred, all hell nearly broke loose. You girl, you're mine now. I am publicly claiming you, and no one else can touch you. Harry looked up from his dinner in the Great Hall to see Marcus Flint standing several meters down the table behind Gemma Farley, with his hand on her shoulder in a tight grip. She was clearly in pain. Uncle Phil, you might want to call Amelia. There is about to be a bit of blood spilled. Harry said loudly as he stood up from his chair between Pansy and Goyle. This doesn't concern you, Potter. Flint sneered through his large rotten teeth. The girl has no family and no standing. She has no guardians. I am within my rights as the heir of a pureblood house to claim her as mine. Actually, you stupid little dickhead, she has a family and a temporary guardian, both of whom are me. Harry said as he stomped up, Severus quickly on his heels. Not of his own volition, of course. Phileas had already fled the hall to get Amelia. Harry, don't do anything until Madame Bones arrives. Minerva warned. The rest of you can finish up and leave. Mr. Flint, you will come dash. Sorry, McGonagall. Flint smirked. This is a matter of pure blood houses. School rules don't apply here. Fine by me. Harry grinned darkly. Seconds later, several suits of armor marched in and grabbed Flint by the arms. They dragged him, kicking and screaming, out of the hall. Of course, the rest of the school followed to watch. "Mr. Potter, you must stop this," Albus said sternly. "You cannot manhandle students this way. Mr. Flint has the protection of the school, and I will be dash." He already denounced that protection when he insulted Aunt Minnie. Harry scowled. He stated that this is a matter between pureblood houses. "So I, as the head of House Slytherin and Potter, am evicting him from my home. If he wants to continue a Hogwarts education, then he will have to do so by correspondence." Albus scowled, as he could only watch as Flint was booted through the gates by the armor. It was one thing for Harry to make claims about owning the castle, or even having the armor defend the students, but he couldn't let the boy use this unusual ability to abuse others. He stormed off to his office. He had calls to make. There would be fallout over this. The fallout came the next day at breakfast, when a very worried Albus led a smirking Marcus Flint Sr. and Jr. into the hall. "Mr. Potter, your actions dash. Out of the way, old man," Flint Sr. said as he barged past. "This is a matter between families." Dumbledore quickly spun in front of Flint in a move that showed that despite his advanced age, he had lost none of his speed and reflexes. "This school is my responsibility, Marcus." Albus glared angrily at the man. "If you place a single one of these children in unnecessary harm, then you will answer to me." It was clear that Flint Sr. remembered how powerful Dumbledore was, as he actually shrank back. Dumbledore gave a sharp nod of approval at the other man's subconscious submissive action. He then turned to Harry. "As I was saying, Mr. Potter, your actions have had repercussions. As a result of you expelling Mr. Flint Jr. from the castle yesterday, his father has come to challenge you." Harry frowned. "This is my home. I can expel whom I want. I could expel you all right now, and there is nothing you could do about it. How about you tell me what this is really about?" "The girl, boy," Flint Sr. sneered. "My son made a claim on the bitch, and you tried to block him." Harry slowly stood up, his face a thundercloud. Unfortunately, he was only a fresh-faced 11-year-old, and Flint really didn't see him as a threat. "You claimed your place as the head of Slytherin. You made a big deal about it. So I can legally challenge you for interfering in the Flint family affairs. When I win, I will be the new Lord Slytherin." "Challenge me how?" Harry asked with quiet anger. "A duel, whelp, wands to the death. The way it should be. That's barbaric." Everyone turned to the outraged Hermione Granger, who, despite being embarrassed by her outburst, was still horrified by what she was hearing. "Shut up, mudblood. I'll claim you in a minute," Flint Jr. sneered. The air began to crackle as Flint Jr. found himself staring down a wand held by a three-fingered hand. "Miss Granger is a Muggleborn. As such, I am her magical guardian. It won't be Mr. Potter you face, but me, if you continue your current path. As it stands, you are officially expelled from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Junior backed up behind his father. "Get out of my castle." Harry ordered, quietly, "If you want a duel, we will do it outside. It is pouring with rain outside." Senior scoffed. "Then the rain will wash away your blood." Harry said sarcastically, "Hogwarts, remove them." Harry ordered loudly. Junior gulped as he knew what was coming. "Father, we should wait outside." Senior was about to berate his heir when the sound of clanking feet was heard. Harry ignored the indignant squawks as he turned to the staff table, and met with Minerva and Phileas. Any way out of this? No, Harry. Phileas said gravely. At this moment in time, Miss Farley is without a name and a house. Having had someone publicly try to claim her, she is little more than property up for grabs. Harry, I hate to say this, but if you had signed a marriage contract, Minerva stopped when Harry glared at her. It was different now that she knew the truth about Harry's history. She could see the older boy in those green eyes. She could respect him as an adult. Severus, go to my quarters and get the contracts. Have the other two sign. Harry ordered. As Severus left, he turned back to the others. So, I have to kill Flint Sr.? I'm afraid so. Phileas nodded. You should be fine as long as you keep your wits about you. Wits? I'm 11. He has decades of magical power over me. Harry exclaimed. And you have nearly a decade of experience fighting against the odds. You've faced people well beyond your power, you've been outnumbered and unarmed, and you still managed to win. Phileas chastised sternly. Focus on the fool in front of you and the dueling arena, and you will be assured of victory. Yes, Uncle Phil. Harry sighed. Phileas, you should go and set up the dueling platform. I will bring Harry. Minerva assured him. Dumbledore, maybe you should ask Madame Bones to come and witness. Someone is about to die after all. Harry called over to the man who was actually talking to Hermione and answering the clearly odd girl's questions. Dumbledore nodded in agreement and hurried off. Miss Davis and Miss Parkinson have both signed. Harry turned to see Snape standing there holding two long pieces of parchment. Harry had noticed that Severus wasn't sneering as much these days. Harry took the parchment and proffered quill. He hissed as he was reminded it was a blood quill. He slammed the parchments on his slave's chest angrily. Don't think I didn't notice those were concubine contracts. He hissed quietly. The girls know. Severus shrugged. They have no family, so legally they cannot marry. Concubines are as good as they will get. Of course, there is no obligation for them to sire your children. They don't even have to sleep with you. But they do have to be seen as yours. I hate this society. Harry scowled. Let's head outside. Minerva suggested. As they walked, they were joined by two suits of armor, one of which placed the Sorting Hat on his head. What are my chances, Hat? Harry asked grimly. Use your head, and you will win. Give in to your more Gryffindor tendencies, and you will not have to worry about tomorrow. The Hat ignored Minerva's glare. Why does everyone assume I'm going to just start hurling curses at the git? Harry grumbled. We've seen your memories. The Hat said with a smirk. I'll make Snape wear you. Harry threatened. The Hat quickly shut up. He had no desire to find out what that much grease would do to him. Dumbledore used open flame candles in his office. Outside, on the castle grounds, Flint Sr. and Jr. were standing in the pouring rain while scowling. Neither seemed to know the impervious charm. Even if Flint Jr. did get back into school, Phileas would give him hell for not knowing the simple spell. Coming up behind them with a scowl that put theirs to shame was Amelia Bones. Flint, what the devil do you think you are playing at? She demanded. Senior turned and looked at her with disdain. Family matters, woman. You have no purpose here. He said dismissively. Listen very carefully, Flint. If you manage to kill that boy, then you might as well turn your wand on yourself, because I will make your life living hell. She hissed into his face. Remove yourself from my presence, woman. Once I have finished with the boy, I will put you in your place. He threatened. Only if the boy doesn't end you first. She snapped before spinning away. Harry, what the devil happened here? She demanded of the apparent 11-year-old as she approached him, and privacy charms were erected. The bastards found out about Farley, and that his daughter was now without a house. Junior tried to claim her, so I booted him out. They came back today to settle it with wands. Harry said glumly, I've erected a regulation dueling platform. Phileas informed them as he walked up. Albus has inspected it, but perhaps you should take a look and explain the rules of the duel? He suggested to Amelia. Although the final outcome will be someone's death, the manner and method of their death must conform to the law. In other words, no unforgivables, dark or illegal spells. He explained. In other words, you just clipped their wings. Amelia smirked evilly. She turned and mounted the stage before facing the contestants and students. Albus hadn't wanted them to see this, but he had no right to stop it. He had reluctantly agreed that they might actually learn from the experience. Perhaps none of them would be as foolish as Harry about challenging the old laws. It would be a dark day, though. One of the wizarding world's greatest heroes was about to die a needless death. In all honesty, Harry Potter was more popular than Dumbledore. A decade of children's stories and celebrations of his vanquishing of the Dark Lord had seen to that. Listen to me very carefully. Amelia spoke loudly. The Ministry of Magic has no right to interfere with a duel between families. Both Flints smirked superiorly. However, the use of unforgivables and the dark arts is still illegal. Now it was her turn to smirk at the Flints. The usage of any of those spells will earn you the full sentence. If I have my way, you will get the Dementor's kiss. Jewelers, take your positions. She instructed. Do you honestly think he can win? Minerva asked Phileas fretfully as Harry trudged up the steps. You've seen his memories, Minerva. He stood up to Lord No-Name, Bellatrix Lestrange, Lucius Malfoy, a troll, a basilisk, a dragon, a whole nest of acromantulas, and those god-awful things that Hagrid bred in his future. An inbred pureblood with delusions of grandeur shouldn't give him much trouble. Jeweler's bow. Amelia instructed. If anyone other than Amelia had given the instruction, then Harry might have refused. But he wasn't going to disrespect her. Flint, on the other hand, just sneered. The challenger enters the duel without honor. Amelia declared. Flint looked surprised. He hadn't expected that. It was a clause, though, that was upheld at tournaments. If the jewelers refused to show respect for each other, then their honor was called into question. This meant that even if he won, someone else could challenge him. And there appeared to be a long list of people vying for the position. Jewelers, begin. Amelia declared before jumping back, and out of the way. Diffindo. Harry leaned to the side as he dodged the cutting curse. The incantation was a relief to him, as it meant that Flint couldn't silent cast. He quickly cast 3 disarming spells, but each was either dodged or deflected. Bombarda. Protego. Harry's shield barely held against the blasting curse, and he was still thrown backward 3 feet. Flint definitely had the advantage of raw power. He cast 5 more disarming charms, but they were all deflected with a look of disdain. Harry needed a new plan. He would definitely lose if he tried to take on Flint by firing single spells at him. He needed a way to outmaneuver him. He made a point of remembering to tell Phileas to rewatch his memories. A lot of the times he had been outnumbered, he had run. He took a step back, a pause. Flint hesitated, unsure what the boy would do next. In theory, the boy should have gone down to his first curse. He had no training after all. Harry shook his head to clear the water from his face. It was literally tipping it down. It fell like sheets. A slow grin spread across Harry's face. He pointed his wand at the ground and conjured a half-foot-thick slab of glass that he stood on. Once again, he pointed his wand at the platform. Fulmentious. Lightning poured out of his wand and struck the flooded platform. 15 feet away, Flint began convulsing as he was electrocuted. Harry ceased his simple charm, and Flint dropped to his knees, dazed and smoking. The tip of his hair and wand was smoking. Harry aimed his wand and quietly and firmly incanted. Diffindo. Thud. Flint Sr.'s head rolled off his shoulders and hit the platform with a wet splash. The winner is Harry Potter, Amelia said as she swallowed her rising bile. She knew the truth about Harry being from the future, but it didn't help her deal with the fact that this 11-year-old boy had decapitated someone in a fairly cold and methodical manner. I'll kill you, Potter. Avada Kedavra. Thud. Flint Jr. fell to the floor, unconscious due to a stunning spell from Albus Dumbledore. He looked very somber. Amelia, please take Marcus Flint Jr. into custody for the use of an unforgivable, he requested calmly, and have your Aurors collect the body of Marcus Flint Sr. Amelia just nodded. She didn't know what else to say after what she had seen. Harry woodenly descended the steps of the platform to the waiting arms of Phileas and Minerva. They tried to rush him quickly into the castle, but were stopped by Severus. Sign here. He instructed. Harry signed the contract for Gemma Farley. He made a new promise with that signature. He would bring the wizarding world to its knees. They would pay for what they made him do. Chapter 7. The following few days after the duel were somber affairs for the school. They had all witnessed two people try to kill each other, and the winner was now walking among them. A killer walked among them. Harry hated the stares, the murmurings. It was exactly like his previous time in Hogwarts. Phileas had recommended that they release the information regarding the status of Tracy Davis, Pansy Parkinson, and Gemma Farley. It would eventually become common knowledge that their fathers were in Azkaban and that they were without a family. Revealing the concubine contracts would prevent anyone from trying to claim them and forcing another duel. Trying to claim a person who was already claimed was theft. Harry could simply report this and have them charged by the DMLE. Harry had stood up in front of the Great Hall at breakfast the day after the duel, with the three girls at his side. He had been very firm that anyone who treated them as less than a fellow student would be booted from his home. Much to Dumbledore's annoyance, Minerva had stood behind the girls, nodding in approval to Harry's word. He had a feeling that he might lose a few more students. It was nearly February before anything of note occurred. Harry continued with his stargazing and his plans to explore space. The lightning charm he had used in his duel was a result of researching ways of duplicating electricity. Apparently, the creator of the spell was also very intrigued by this naturally occurring energy. Ben Franklin, after many close calls with natural lightning strikes, had decided to develop a spell to achieve the same effect. Harry often occupied an armchair in the Slytherin common room. It was one he conjured himself, much to the amazement of his housemates. At first, he had only done it so he could keep an eye on the students and stop any bullying, but his clear advancement over his peers had made him something of a tutor. This was something that really pissed Draco off, especially as two certain Slytherins were now advancing beyond him. Excellent work, Greg. Harry nodded approvingly to the larger boy, who was grinning proudly. Now, go break it and repair it 5 more times, so you know you've got it down pat, he said as he handed the boy his stuffed hippogriff. Gregory Goyle looked a little crestfallen at that. This was one of his cherished childhood toys. Greg, Harry said softly, if you can manage to repair Mr. Griffey every time, then it won't matter when someone tries to hurt him. You can always make him better. That seemed to steel his resolve. Harry wrinkled his nose thoughtfully. Vinny, have you got that severing charm down yet? He called over to Greg's constant companion. Vincent Crabbe simply held up a half-torn first-year book of spells sadly. Right. Greg, go repair Vinny's book. He breaks it, you repair it. We'll let Mr. Griffey have a rest for now. Greg just nodded in relief as he headed off to help his friend. You think you're so smart, don't you, Potter? Harry just sighed at the annoying voice that came from his side. He looked up to see Malfoy standing there, sneering as usual. Have you mastered the charms, Draco? Harry challenged lightly. I could perform those long before I came to Hogwarts, he boasted. Whilst Harry had no doubt that his family flaunted the law and let him play with a wand, he doubted that Draco could do more than swing the stick. Then when we complete our end-of-year exams, our marks will show just how smart we really are. Harry said, maybe we could ask the teachers to publish a ranking list. Then you can show everyone that you are the best in the school. Everybody already knows I'm the best. Draco frowned in confusion. Harry just chuckled. Draco, so far I have completed every piece of homework before you. I have earned more points for Slytherin than you. I know for a fact that most first-year Ravenclaws and a certain Gryffindor have already started working on second-year spells. The teachers have had to constantly correct your work in class, and your grades are only just average. You are the only one who thinks you are the best. Draco turned red with indignation. Shut up, Potter. I'll not have you spreading your lies about me. Careful there, Malfoy, came the warning voice of the current Slytherin seeker, Terence Higgs. He was sitting at a nearby table with his homework, but like most of the students, he was watching the current conversation. You are about to insult the head of an ancient house. Being called a liar is almost as bad as being called a thief. Draco bristled at this, but turned and stomped off. Thanks, Terry, Harry said quietly. Terence just gave a little snort. I don't want to have to worry about another visit from the Obliviators, even if the first one was entertaining. You know he isn't going to stop, right? Adrian Pusey asked the young lord from his seat at the same table with Terence. His little suspension hasn't curbed his ego one bit. He's already talking about how he intends to be the Seeker next year. If his father has his way, he'll get it. Terence sighed in frustration as he threw down his quill. Flint was already receiving letters from Malfoy Sr. Snape won't allow it, and neither will I, Harry said firmly. I like the way you two play. You never cheat. He gave a glare at the other 3 remaining members of the team that were at a nearby table. If I find that the three of you are cheating come the next game, I will have you removed from the team, and new tryouts will be held. He said warningly. The two beaters and the keeper glared murderously at him. We still need a captain and a new chaser. Adrian pointed out, you two can hold a joint captaincy for now. Harry suggested, I'm the senior player. Lucian Bowl said heatedly as he stood up and stomped over. The captaincy goes to me. The captaincy goes to whoever our head of house says it should go to. Adrian and Terence tried to hide their smiles as Harry was clearly unintimidated by the towering beater. Harry continued on. You are hanging on to your position by the thinnest thread possible. If it were up to me, I would have you booted already. Harry, we're already down one player. We don't need to lose anymore. Adrian chided teasingly. Sit down, Bowl. Cyril Meakin, the current 7th-year prefect, ordered. We can excuse Draco because of his youth and naivety. You have no such excuse. Reluctantly, the large boy returned to his table, but not without glaring at Harry. Potter, don't go around making threats like that. If you are going to talk to Professor Snape, then do it, and do it privately. We don't need to be creating unnecessary rumors for the rest of the school. Meakin instructed sternly. Harry wanted to grumble and pout. He was 11, so he could get away with it, but not after he had just put Malfoy in his place. All right, I'll go see Professor Snape, Harry said as he levered himself out of his chair. Anyone want to use my chair? It will last till about midnight. He offered. A bit small for most of us, Potter. Adrian smiled. But thanks. Can I use it? Harry turned to the fairly quiet Millicent Bulstrode. Sure, Millie. Just remember, it will be gone by midnight, so don't fall asleep in it. I'm warning you now, Mr. Black. None of us who know Harry are pleased with you. Minerva stated angrily as she led Sirius Black and Amelia Bones up the path to the gates of Hogwarts. Much of the horrors he suffered could have been avoided if you hadn't shirked your responsibility that night. Harry doesn't say anything about it, and I doubt he blames you. But those of us who know him and love him hold you at least partially responsible. She said as she stormed onwards, never looking back. I think I've paid enough for my actions that day. Sirius grumbled. That was not the thing to say to Minerva McGonagall. She spun on her heel to face him, a look of righteous fury on her face. But you weren't the only one who paid for your stupidity, were you? She demanded. Because you weren't there to take care of your godson. He was consigned to a living hell. There were plenty of other people he could have been placed with. Sirius retorted angrily. You and Flitwick were two of the people that James and Lily recommended I turn to if the worst ever occurred. Enough, Amelia said as she elbowed her way between the pair. I will not have you fighting in front of Harry. He's been through enough in just the past few days. I do not want him having to rehash the past decade in its entirety. She stepped back and took a calming breath. Now, we will go and find our young lord, and you will be polite and courteous. You will let him set the tone for your meeting. She warned Sirius. Are you both ready to continue? Sirius nodded ashamedly. He had come to see Amelia as something of an angel. She had been the one to drag him from his cell on Azkaban. She had been there and believed every word he said, something that no one had done since Halloween 1981. Amelia gave a pointed nod to Minerva, and They continued their trek up the hill. They were greeted at the gates by Albus himself. "Sirius, it is good to see you free." The old man twinkled. It was quite the horrifying shock to discover that not only were you innocent, but that the real traitor was living amongst us. But it wasn't as shocking as waking up in Azkaban without knowing why or how you got there. Sirius countered dryly. "Quite. I believe Madame Bones is investigating charges against Barty Crouch for his crimes against you. Expect to be very busy very soon, Chief Wizard. You will be required to examine the case of every prisoner in Azkaban personally. As time permits, Amelia," Albus assured her. "I'm sure the Prophet and the Ministry will be interested to hear that you are willing to let innocent men suffer because you are too busy." She retorted scathingly. "If you are having trouble balancing your roles, then maybe you should relinquish a few? A discussion for another time." Albus said dismissively, but there was a hint of annoyance. "I believe the young man you are looking for is this way," he said more jovially as he led them towards the Quidditch pitch. "There's no match today." Minerva frowned. "No, but with the loss of Mr. Flint, the Slytherin team needs a new member. Professor Snape decided to have all the members of his house try out, even the first years. Still can't believe little Harry is a Slytherin." Sirius grumbled. "James must be turning in his grave." "I would hope not." Minerva scowled at him. "Harry has done more for Slytherin in a single term than Salazar himself in his entire lifetime. Slytherin House is finally respected instead of despised. But it's Slytherin." Sirius whined childishly. "And Peter was a Gryffindor." Sirius immediately clammed up. It was a sore point, below the belt in some ways. But all things considered, he appreciated that Minerva was so protective of his godson. As they reached the pitch, they could see the Slytherin students in the stands, whilst the hopefuls trying out were in the sky on their brooms. "I will leave you to it. Sirius, I would appreciate it if you would come and see me in my office before you leave. I have some things I need to discuss with you." Albus excused himself. Sirius nodded absently. He was more focused on trying to find Harry in the stands. He was jogged out of his search as Minerva bustled past towards a nearby Phileas who was watching the Flyers with clear excitement. "Isn't he amazing, Minerva?" he bubbled. "It's like he was born with wings." High above the other Flyers, a small figure could be seen tumbling in the air, performing barrel rolls, diving, soaring, banking at extreme angles. "Merlin, is that our Harry?" Minerva gasped. All of a sudden, the Flyer nosedived. "He's falling." Minerva cried out as she pulled her wand. "No." Phileas placed a restraining hand on her arm. "I've seen him do this before." As the Flyer neared the ground, at what was at least terminal velocity, it became clear that it was indeed her Harry. "He's going to kill himself." "Just watch, Minnie." Phileas begged, still smiling. Harry was nearly a foot off the ground when he suddenly veered up and began flying parallel to the ground, still only a foot high. "Harry James Potter, you get over here, right now." Minerva screeched. Unfortunately, this broke Harry's concentration, and he took his eyes off what he was doing. "Damn it, Minerva." Phileas hissed as he watched Harry dip too low, his feet touching the ground, causing him to start to tumble head over heels at a speed that was fatal in car accidents. Harry was just lucky he was a wizard and a bit sturdier than the average human. He groaned from his tangled position on the grass. He was currently staring at his own, but which was above him, as his head was on the ground, looking up. His broom was passed between his right arm and chest up between his legs. He was fairly dazed and had no idea where to begin to untangle himself. "Harry, are you okay?" "Phil, did I win?" Harry asked groggily, even though he couldn't see his tiny uncle. "It seems to have been a tie between you and the ground." Phileas said dryly, "The judges may call for a rematch due to interference from the spectators." He glared at Minerva, who was busy ignoring him as she cast diagnostic spells at him. There was a sharp crack. "Merciful Merlin, what on earth were you doing, Harry?" Poppy Pomfrey asked as she saw the tangled body. "Crashing, I think," Harry said thoughtfully. "Oh, hello, Sirius," he said as he saw the familiar face appear high above him from between his legs. "Poppy, is it safe to straighten him out?" Minerva asked, "In more ways than one." Poppy muttered with a glare at her patient. Working together, Poppy, Minerva, and Sirius carefully began laying out Harry until he was lying staring straight up at the overcast sky. "Hold on a second. Harry, I need to pop your hip back in," Poppy said soothingly. "Yeah, gonna need that later," Harry said absently. "URG." It was a small sound accompanied by a slight widening of Harry's eyes. "You could have at least given him a pain-relieving potion first, Poppy," Minerva scolded. "Regrettably, Harry is more than experienced with dislocated joints," Poppy said sadly. "He barely noticed. I'll take him straight up to the hospital wing and put him to sleep. He'll be fine in the morning." With that, she placed a small disc on Harry's chest, and the pair of them vanished. It was something Harry had worked out with the hat and the castle to allow Poppy to get to emergencies quicker. Poppy was very pleased, even more so as she had just won a fairly large bet stating that Harry would be her first call out. "Is he insane?" The two professors turned to the wide-eyed Sirius Black. "Professor, is Potter okay?" They were interrupted by Terence and most of Slytherin running up to them. "He should be fine, Mr. Higgs," Phileas assured them. "He took a nasty tumble. Madame Pomfrey may keep him in overnight, but I'm sure he will be up and around by morning." "Thank Merlin. I'm not sure what we should do for now. Harry is definitely our new seeker. I'll quit the team if I have to." "Well, you do still need a new chaser. From what I witnessed, you are still one of the best flyers in your house. With a bit of practice, you could take up that position," Phileas encouraged. "Seekers make better backup keepers." Sirius piped up. "Why am I helping the Slytherin team?" He asked himself. "Because your godson is their star player." Minerva scowled. "Keep running your housemates through the drills, Mr. Higgs. I will have Madam Hooch come and supervise. Perhaps you should take a short break until she arrives," Phileas said. Higgs just nodded at the suggestion/order. "So, you're a Slytherin." Harry's eyes narrowed as he regarded his newly released godfather from his hospital bed. "No, I am the Slytherin," Harry corrected. "I am the Lord of the House of Slytherin, and I determine what a Slytherin is." That one took Sirius aback. It wasn't the response he was expecting from an 11-year-old, especially a muggle-raised 11-year-old. Your dad was a Gryffindor?" Sirius offered uncertainly, "As was my mother, my godfather, my godmother, and countless others." Harry rolled his eyes. "Is this going to become an issue?" No, it's just..." I remember decorating your room in Gryffindor colors. It seems pretty darn strange to see you sporting Slytherin colors." He nodded to Harry's tie. Poppy had promised he could sleep in his quarters, so he hadn't put on his pajamas. The room that I spent maybe a year in, the one I slept in before I spent 10 years in a room with no color. Is that your catchphrase? Did my parents have one?" Harry asked innocently. Sirius winced and silently cursed himself as he repeated himself. But he looked up and saw the twinkle of humor in the boy's eyes. Sirius leant back in his uncomfortable chair, thoughtfully. "Your parents did have one each, from what I remember. Your mum's was something along the lines of, 'James Charles Potter, when I get my hands on you.' Your dad's was sort of a response. 'Lily, no, please, no.'" Sirius mimicked hiding behind his hands from an unseen assailant. How sad. My mother was abusive to my father." Harry shook his head, mournfully. Sirius' eyes widened in horror. "What? No. Harry, do behave. Give the poor man a chance." Phileas chuckled from the end of the bed. "But he's so easy." Harry whined. "Wait, you were having me on?" Sirius asked doubtfully. "Well, that all depends on how much trouble you have with me being a Slytherin." Harry said seriously, "That one is a deal breaker. I have put a lot of work into my house, and I'm not Whoa, easy there." Sirius said quickly as Harry built up steam. "I had Slytherin friends. Not as many friends as I had enemies." He admitted, "But they were good people. When you think about how dangerous it was to be a Slytherin back in the 60s and 70s, you begin to realize just how good they were. Positively Gryffindorish to stick it out. Hey now, no need to be insulting." Harry snapped. Sirius checked and was relieved to see that spark in Harry's eye. "Fine. I won't call the slimy snake a lion," Sirius said blithely. "So tell me, great and powerful Lord of Slytherin, what have you been up to since you arrived at Hogwarts?" Harry looked at Phileas. "You didn't tell him anything about me?" "You'd have to ask Amelia or Sirius. I only saw him today." Phileas looked to the former inmate. "Amelia told me a lot of what happened to you between that Halloween and you arriving at Hogwarts. She mentioned a few things about you claiming the title of Slytherin. Nice one, by the way. But other than that, Professor McGonagall has been going on about how I abandoned you, and that the Dursleys are my fault." Harry just snorted dismissively. "You certainly didn't do me any favors by running off instead of doing your duty to me, but I would say most of the blame rests with Dumbledore. He's the one who placed me with those people. He's the one who didn't stop them, Well, I blame him." Harry clammed up. "Sirius, perhaps we should let Harry rest." Phileas interjected before the dog in human skin could press on what Harry was going to say. "Harry, Mr. Higgs was insistent on you taking up his role as Seeker. He said smugly, I believe he even threatened to break his broom if you refused. You're a bastard, Uncle Phil." Harry glared at him. As Phileas and Sirius reached the door, they were met by several first years. Most of them were Slytherins, but there were at least 2 Gryffindors in the mix. Can we see Harry, sir?" One of the Slytherin girls asked meekly. "Of course, Miss Parkinson. Miss Farley, I am placing you in charge of this group. Mr. Potter needs his rest, and I don't want you disturbing Madame Pomfrey or spending too much time with him and wearing him out." Yes, Professor. The fourth year sounded like she was making a solemn oath. Filius had escorted Sirius to Dumbledore's office after being informed that he was expected. Sirius entered alone and took the offered seat, but not the offered lemon drop. Sirius, I feel that the recent revelations of your innocence will have a larger impact on Harry than most people will understand. Albus said solemnly, I don't know how much Amelia has told you, but Harry has become unruly. Sirius frowned. What do you mean? He seems to be well respected by his fellow housemates and his professors. Yes, he has become something of a beacon, a charismatic leader. Albus allowed, but he has developed a tendency to flaunt the rules. He doesn't just ignore the authorities. He makes outlandish claims, and then goes on to attempt to perform ridiculous feats based on those claims. Albus sighed and continued, I don't know how this has happened, but it seems that his ego has managed to grow beyond reasonable proportions. His actions alone have cost 3 girls their fathers, the life of a man on these grounds, and the theft of a very valuable artifact. That doesn't even begin to take into account the fact that he put a sword to the neck of the king of the goblins. Sirius laughed. Then he noticed that Albus didn't appear to be laughing with him. You're joking? I'm afraid not. Albus said gravely. He directly put the lives of himself, Amelia Bones, and Minerva McGonagall in danger, as they were with him at the time. His actions could have started the next Goblin Rebellion. Sweet Merlin, and the Ministry hasn't stepped in? Madame Bones has managed to keep things fairly quiet. I don't understand why she is insistent on catering to the young lads' every whim, but it isn't helping. All right, Sirius said slowly. I can accept that Harry might be eccentric, but why are you telling me? He doesn't even know me. It might be possible, with support from myself as his headmaster and the head of the Wisengamot, to enable you to have him declared too young for his titles. This would simply mean that he could no longer wield the power until he came of age. You would then be able to direct his affairs yourself. One of the most important things and most dangerous is he has stated he will not return to the home of his mother's sister this summer. There are ancient and powerful protections there that will keep him safe. I also believe that it might help curb his ego if he were denied the privileges he has experienced these past months. Amelia said that the Dursleys were abusive. Sirius said suspiciously, Amelia is not a mother. Her only experience of dealing with children is her niece Susan. The Bones family are fairly wealthy, and as such, Susan would have been raised by the family elves. She has no idea how to reprimand a child, and so she sees the punishments that Harry received as draconian. Albus said dismissively. Sirius just gave a noncommittal nod. I'll discuss it with Harry first. I fear that may be a lost cause, my boy. Albus said wearily. I have tried for months to get the lad to calm down and be more respectful, but alas, he seems to take it as a challenge to be even more rambunctious. Don't try, won't know. Sirius said, paraphrasing something that Lily would often say. She would probably hex him silly for mangling the English language, though. As you feel best, Sirius. Albus said as he calmly rose, an unspoken signal that the meeting was over. Regardless of this, it is good to see you free. It was heart-wrenching to see Peter being walked through these halls and realizing it meant we had wronged you so. Sirius just gave another tight nod. He was still a bit peeved over his little vacation. Sirius had gone to Professor Flitwick as soon as he had left Dumbledore's office. He had noticed that Harry and the tiny professor had developed a bond of some sort, so he reasoned that Flitwick might have more insight into Harry's rambunctiousness. Phileas had listened calmly as Sirius related the contents of his meeting. "I can safely say that it is a good thing that Minerva isn't here," Phileas said with a disturbing calm. "No doubt she would already be halfway to Albus with a nasty hex or two waiting at the end of her wand." "You mean instead of me?" Sirius said sourly. Phileas raised an eyebrow at the remark, but decided not to pursue it at this time. "Tell me, Mr. Black, was the Sorting Hat in the room?" Sirius blinked at the question that came out of the blue. Possibly?" Phileas nodded, understanding that Sirius probably wasn't all that focused on his surroundings. He was likely still trying to convince himself that this wasn't a dream and that he was actually free. Phileas hopped off his little armchair, headed to his fireplace. Slytherin common room. As the fire erupted in green flames, he put his head in. "Ah, Miss Farley, perfect. Could you find Harry and ask him to have the Sorting Hat brought to my quarters? I just have a few curious questions to ask. Just ask him to humor a nosy Ravenclaw." The jovial man winked at the girl. Receiving a reply, he stepped out of the fire and returned to his seat. "And now we wait." He told Sirius. "What will the Sorting Hat do?" Sirius asked. "The hat is part of the connection to the castle. It will tell us its and the castle's opinion of your meeting with the headmaster." "Oh." Sirius felt a little uncomfortable with the revelation that he was being watched by a giant building. The two men sat in an uncomfortable silence for several minutes before there was a small knock at the door, not the metal clang of an armored fist that Phileas was expecting. On opening the door, Phileas sighed as he saw Harry standing there with the hat on his head. "Nosy Ravenclaw," Harry said dryly. "Leave the slyness to the Slytherins. Uncle Phil." Phileas just rolled his eyes as he let Harry in. "So, Sirius, you actually believed the cock and bull story Albus was spinning." Harry glared at the man as he conjured his own armchair, something that Phileas and Minerva insisted he do to keep up practice. "I wouldn't say I believed it outright," Sirius insisted. He couldn't help but feel intimidated by this 11-year-old. "But he mentioned events, and I wanted to get a different perspective on what he said." "The old coot was playing you black." The hat spat from his new perch on Harry's lap. "He doesn't like the fact that Harry has near complete control of the castle, and that he spoiled his little game of cat and mouse with Lord No-Name." "Lord No," formerly known as Voldemort, Phileas said tiredly as he settled into his own armchair. "None of that really matters, Black," the hat said sternly. "What matters is that you even considered trying to take things from Harry that were rightfully his. Harry has already had Draco Malfoy branded a thief for stealing another student's Remembrall. The castle would have no trouble supporting Harry in branding you a thief. And you don't come with the protection of bribing the minister. What about the deaths, the thefts, and the goblin incident?" Sirius asked curiously. "Deaths? I only know about one death." Harry frowned. "Something about 3 girls and their fathers. Those gets..." Harry said with a hint of incredulity. "They aren't dead. They're just enjoying the hospitality of Azkaban for attempted line theft. But there was a death. I was challenged to a duel. The duel was to the death. I won." Harry shrugged. You can read the details in the paper or get them from Amelia. Phileas warned, as he knew Harry didn't like to think about that day. And the theft. Sure, the thief was Dumbledore. The victim was pissed and has threatened to tell the world about the true Albus Dumbledore if the geezer steps out of line. I guess we should give him a call tomorrow, he said as an aside to Phileas. And the goblin thing? Sirius asked. They were being difficult. However, being the cunning and exceptional epitome of a Slytherin that I am, I managed to withdraw all my gold and belongings and get a blood contract stating they will never seek to harm me. Harry said smugly. Sirius looked to Phileas, who just shrugged to confirm. I can read about this. Sirius asked carefully. Or speak to Madame Bones. Phileas added. She is aware of everything and can reveal any information that isn't considered confidential. Sirius stood up slowly. I'll bring myself up to speed then. I still feel that I am too far behind everyone else. I don't like the feeling that I am being manipulated, he said with steel. A wise move. Phileas agreed. Just a warning though, Sirius, if you do betray me, I'll never forgive you. Harry said softly. It was at that moment he saw what he hadn't been shown since he first laid eyes on Harry Potter the first year. He finally saw the 11-year-old boy who had been betrayed and abused for all of his life, and was scared he was about to suffer it all again. Sirius knelt down quickly and grabbed him in a hug. I will never betray you, Harry. I might fail you. I might not understand you. But I will never ever betray you. He felt his heart break a bit as he felt the young lad begin to sob in his shoulder. Sirius held him tighter, letting him ride it out. Eventually, the sobs subsided, and Sirius held at arm's length to look the red-eyed boy in the eyes. You are mine, Harry James Potter. Your mum and dad gave you to me. When we are old and gray, you will still be mine, and I will still remind you of that fact. When you finally get snagged by a girl, I will remind her that you were mine first, and I still have the right to protect you. Your grandfather was the one who taught me that parenthood doesn't end when a child grows up. It is a role that we fulfill till we have both passed on. Harry visibly shuddered. You go on, Sirius. Phileas said softly. Harry can stay here for the night. I'll take care of him. Sirius reluctantly headed to the door as Phileas tucked Harry's head onto his own shorter shoulder. When the door closed and they were alone, he looked down at the boy. Harry, the last time I saw him, he fell into the veil. Harry sniffled. It all came back, the pain, the loss, the anger. It was all Dumbledore's fault, that bastard. Harry hissed as he moved away sharply from Phileas. And he's doing it again, playing with my life, using me like a chess piece. Phileas glanced around the room as items and furniture began to vibrate. Harry's anger was being translated into the easiest form of energy he had access to, magic. Not any more. Harry shouted angrily as he turned and stormed to the door. Phileas, put me on and follow him. The Hat ordered. It was fortunate that it was the end of the day and curfew was fast approaching. If the students had been in class, they would have noticed the small form of Harry James Potter stomping through the hallways as more and more suits of armor and ghosts fell in step behind him. Harry, please calm down. Phileas pleaded as he struggled to keep up. Harry might only be 11, but he still had longer legs than his half-goblin uncle. Not this time, Phil. Harry growled, not slowing down. Eek! Phileas Flitwick squealed as he was scooped up by a suit of armor and carried along behind Harry. He quickly pulled his wand and sent a messenger spell to Minerva and Amelia. After a moment's consideration, he sent off a third message. Phileas was shocked when they reached the gargoyle that guarded the stairs to the headmaster's office, and it hopped off its plinth and actually led the way up the stairs. When the doors to the office slammed open of their own accord to admit the stone gargoyle, followed by Harry Potter, Phileas Flitwick, and nearly 20 suits of armor, Albus Dumbledore was understandably surprised and confused. Unfortunately, his first thought for action was probably his worst. "Mr. Potter, I have repeatedly told you that you cannot use the castle." "Oof! What is the meaning of this?" he demanded as he was shoved into his chair by 2 of the suits of armor and held firmly in place. The gargoyle stopped in front of the desk and crouched low as Harry used him as a stepping stone to stand on the desk. Harry's wand zipped out and cast a silencing charm at the elderly man. "Listen carefully, Albus Dumbledore." Harry seethed angrily. "You have gone too far, trying to manipulate Sirius into betraying me. You will stop trying to interfere in my life, or I will destroy you. I will tell the world about the secrets of Albus Dumbledore. The truth about why your dad killed those kids. The truth about you and Grindelwald. The truth about Ariana. The truth about the Philosopher's Stone. And the truth about how you treated myself and Tom Riddle." With each statement, Albus grew paler. He struggled and tried to speak, but the armored hands were far stronger, and the silencing charm meant he couldn't even hear his own voice. "All this time, you thought you'd been dealing with a little boy who had stumbled upon some power and was using it like a kid with his daddy's wand. The truth is that I am a freed slave who has been granted power and intends to use it to save others from my fate. I am nothing like you, Dumbledore. I don't have any grand plans of enslaving muggles. I just want to see my friends live happy lives. I just want to live in peace. You are currently my biggest obstacle. Understand this. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, step out of line one more time, and I will challenge you to a duel to the death." Albus' expression turned stony, and he stiffened under the grasp of his restrainers. He lifted his chin to indicate his voice. Harry just smirked and released the silencing charm. "Whatever you say had better be sensible, Albus. Do not challenge me, Harry." Albus warned sternly. "I do not want to kill you, but in a duel I would have no choice. Nothing you have said to me here tells me you are ready to handle the responsibilities of power. You dish out threats like I hand out lemon drops." He chastised angrily from his forcibly restrained position. "Kill me?" Harry smiled darkly. "But I've already beaten you, Albus. Did you really buy that story of you overpowering the Elder Wand?" He chuckled. "I took it from you and destroyed it." He hissed. "But Dash, Poppy obliviated you because you found out information that pertained to me that she deemed confidential. Uncle Phil and Moody took turns blasting off your fingers." He smiled with glee. "All right, lad, take a step back now." Harry turned and saw Minerva had arrived with Nicholas Flamel, Amelia Bones, Alastor Moody, and Aberforth Dumbledore. Moody had his wand out and was the one who had spoken. Nicholas, who was wearing his aged glamour, stepped forward. "Have you actually thought through what you are doing, Albus?" he asked gravely. Our Harry here actually owns this castle. He would be well within his rights to kick you out. He could very well close the school and choose to use the castle as his private residence. But that is what Harry could do. He said, "Let's talk about what you are doing. You are trying to tear the boy away from the only family he has ever known, Phileas and Minerva. You want to send him back to people who have tortured him severely, and you tried to use a man he is supposed to call his father to do it. What exactly is your justification for that? There are blood wards that are empowered by his mother's sacrifice. Harry will be safe there." Blood wards. If these wards are so important, why did you even bother sending him an invite to attend Hogwarts? Nicholas queried. Hogwarts is one of the safest places on the planet. He can attend school here before returning to his relatives in the summer. Albus explained. Why couldn't he stay here in the summer? If Harry's safety is really that important, then why would you risk sending him out of your sight? He needs to spend time with his family. He needs to learn values. Albus lectured. Values? From the family that locked him in a cupboard for 10 years. Minerva screeched. From the family that beat him, starved him, and showed him nothing but hate. It was for the greater good. Albus said, practically pleading with them to just accept his word. What greater good? Amelia asked curiously. I take great interest in history, Dumbledore. As the head of the DMLE, I have traveled to many countries and met with many of my foreign counterparts. Only once have I come across that phrase. Nermengard. Moody growled as the memory hit him. Grindelwald's party line was, for the greater good. He had that same phrase carved over the gates of the prison. By the gods, boy, what on earth would possess you to follow the ways of that genocidal little runt? Nicholas demanded in disgust. I am no fool, Nicholas. Albus said defensively. You know full well I do not subscribe to Gellert's ideals. I work for the greater good of all. He said proudly, perhaps we should carve that over my cupboard. Harry said snidely, if it teaches you a little humility dash. Albus Dumbledore, Minerva exclaimed in shock. At this point Aberforth stepped forward calmly. Tell me, brother, young Harry here has called forth quite an impressive array of people that are all supporting him, myself included. Your own mentor is here and questioning your actions. Who could you call to speak on your behalf that has half as much experience as the Sorting Hat or Nicholas? Who could you call that knows you better than Alastair, Minerva, or myself? Albus honestly didn't have an answer for that. You see, brother, each of these people are good upstanding citizens with morals that compel them to protect others. Wouldn't you agree? Of course. Albus wasn't sure where this was going. Then why is it that in the face of condemnation of these 7 beings who you acknowledge as good and decent, do you insist on staying your path? The last time you acted so foolishly, it cost us our sister. Albus flinched at that. Actually, the last time it pushed Tom Riddle into becoming Voldemort. Harry spoke up, still clearly angry. Yes, that's right. The Hat nodded in agreement. You treated young Tom in much the same way. You sent him back to that orphanage, knowing how he would be treated. You knew he was heading down a dark path, and there was a chance you could have stopped him with just a few acts of kindness. Tom was consumed with hatred long before I met him. Albus insisted sternly. He hated his parents because he believed they abandoned him, and he hated his fellow orphans because they abused him. And you knew this. Harry stepped forward next to Aberforth. You knew he was abused, and you sent him back to that orphanage. Just like you keep trying to send me back to be abused by the Dursleys. All you had to do was reach out to Tom. He would have still hated them, but you could have helped him. You could have given him something to distract him from his hate. A reason to love. Nicholas added, a little compassion, having him placed with a loving family instead of being sent back to that hellhole, and he might have grown to be a great man. And no, Harry added quickly, sending me to live with the Weasleys for a few weeks after suffering months with the Dursleys each summer is not enough. Albus' eyes widened in shock. He had no idea how Harry knew that that was his intended plan, but he rallied himself. It is very easy for you to all judge me in hindsight, the benefit of being able to look back as an uninvolved party. But you were not there. You did not see his eyes, the way he sized people up, the look of satisfaction after a student was murdered. So you admit you made a mistake? Nicholas queried. Albus nodded sadly, still held in place by the suits of armor. I am only a man. Yes, but you are repeating the exact same mistakes with Harry. Amelia snapped irritably. A young man who seems to exhibit none of the signs that Riddle did. This is a child who has willingly placed himself between the students of this school and Lord No-Name himself. He did so in front of all of us, and yet you still seem to treat him like a misbehaving child. He tortured that man. He killed Flint. Albus said angrily as he tried to stand. He defended himself, you stupid fool. The Hat snarled. He didn't cast the first curse at Flint or call for the duel. He wasn't the one who knowingly let the bastard Riddle into the castle. That was you. You are responsible for endangering the lives of all these students and teachers, and for nearly destroying my stone and killing myself and my wife. Nicholas said stonily, Harry's actions have literally saved hundreds, and that was just since he arrived at Hogwarts. So, boy, are you prepared to admit you are wrong? Again, only Nicholas Flamel could get away with calling a 110-year-old man boy. And Albus knew it. I will admit that maybe there are some things I do not have the full details of, he said with a shrewd look at the people in his office, willingly protecting the boy who was clearly unafraid. And it wasn't due to the adults protecting him or the suits of armor standing just behind them. I will admit that maybe I need to rethink my current plans, but I believe you all have a lot more to answer for. He glared at them. It has become clear to me over the past months that Harry knows far more than he should. At first, I believed someone had been visiting him at his family's home and teaching him. But he also knows far too much about myself and my past. He allowed a small look of triumph to cross his face as the adults tightened their grips on their wands. Something is very wrong here. If you want my cooperation, then you will need to tell me everything. He leaned back and relaxed into his chair, ignoring the two arms holding him down. There was a good few seconds' silence as the adults shared looks. I say, we just obliviate the old goat. Harry piped up calmly. Short-term solution to a long-term problem, lad. Moody growled. Silence. All of you. Nicholas barked as he began to pace. The others all just complied. After a few turns along his pacing path, Nicholas turned to group briefly. Phileas, please contact my wife. Ask her to join us. He ordered before returning to his pacing. Harry just shrugged as he tossed another silencing spell at Albus before conjuring chairs for everyone so they could sit whilst they waited for Perenelle to arrive and Nicholas to finish his pacing. It only took 10 minutes for Phileas to return with a very curious and extremely peeved Perenelle Flamel. She walked regally into the room whilst allowing Phileas to lead the way. She did not attempt to walk faster than the tiny man's legs would allow, but she still seemed to walk with purpose. Unlike her husband, Perenelle didn't bother with aging glamours to hide her youth. She looked like the same beautiful blonde-haired 20-something that she was when she had her first dose of the elixir of life. Nicholas said nothing as she walked up to him. He merely turned and looked her straight in the eye. After a second, Perenelle raised an eyebrow and turned to Harry. "I will take the unbreakable vow." Harry was surprised at this. Harry was more than happy to offer Perenelle the chance to take the vow and learn his secrets. She had just laughed and claimed that she trusted her husband and didn't need to know. She was more interested in making sure that Harry was taken care of. "Are you sure?" Harry frowned. He didn't want to burden the woman who he wished was his grandmother. She smiled and knelt down to hug him. She whispered in his ear, "I have seen eyes like yours before. Harry, I know you are older than you seem. I will still love and care for you." Harry was literally speechless as he stood there, mouth open. Perenelle shuffled back and took Harry's wrist in hers and wrapped his fingers around hers. "Phileas, would you officiate?" Phileas just nodded and pulled his wand as he stepped up to their joined hands. "Perenelle Flamel, will you keep the secrets of Harry James Potter so long as he requests it, sharing it with none but those he allows?" "I will," she said solemnly. Phileas tapped the joined hands and thin stream of fire, like a piece of string or wire, wrapped around the joined hands. "Will you aid him in his tasks if he asks, so long as he does not seek to harm the innocent or hurt others for his pleasure and benefit?" "I will." Another tap and another flame of binding. "Will you care for him like family, loving him as he should be, chastising him when he is truly wrong, and helping him to stay on the path of light?" "I will." This time she smiled fondly at the boy, who blushed at having another person willingly claim him as family. Phileas tapped their joined hands, and a final tongue of fire wrapped around them. "Welcome to the family, Perenelle." Phileas smiled at her as the flames disappeared, sinking into their skin. "I haven't had a grandson in a long time," she said as she pulled Harry back into a hug. "Harry, do I have your permission to share all my memories of your secrets with Perenelle?" Nicholas asked as Perenelle released him. "You do," Harry said sadly. It wasn't that he didn't trust the woman. She had just sworn an oath to him. He feared her looking at him in a different light. She would know he wasn't really 11. She wouldn't treat him like the child she loved. He would become another soldier in this fight to her. He knew she would still care, but that innocence in the way she cared would be lost. "Why, you unmitigated little bastard." Harry looked up to see Perenelle with her wand pointed just millimeters away from Dumbledore's nose. Safe to say, she wasn't happy. "You have the gall to try and play God," she demanded. "I have seen a lot of people try to control others. I have seen them do everything from magical oaths to simple imprisonment. But I would never have expected it from someone like you. Tell me, was Gryffindor your choice for young Albus?" She asked without moving her wand. I know what you're thinking, my dear, but that is not the case. The hat chuckled from Harry's head. Albus is not a cunning snake hiding in the lair of lions. He is simply an arrogant lion who thinks he knows better than everyone else. And where would you have placed me? She asked, just out of idle curiosity. Hufflepuff, sure and true. The hat said firmly. Harry could have gone anywhere, but I pushed him into Slytherin as I thought he was worthy of claiming the titles and power he won from Riddle. You are responsible for his placement in Slytherin? Albus asked in shock. I thought it was because he chose it. Well, of course he chose it. Every student has the right to question my suggestion and reject it. Many do it in the name of family tradition. Perenelle, do you have any suggestions on how to handle this situation? Nicholas asked his wife seriously. I was attempting to think of something he had done that would allow Harry to call in a debt, but I couldn't. Perenelle was, as Albus would put it, crafty. Sure, she would have been the ultimate Hufflepuff, but that doesn't stop one from exhibiting the traits of other houses. Harry was the best example of that. Hermione was another good one. Albus has become so mired in his plans and subtle manipulations that a blunt course of action would be best. Perenelle said with a calculating glare at Albus that made him very uncomfortable. Whilst you could ruin his name in the papers, drive him from the castle, or even have him charged, it would not solve the problem of Albus himself. Albus very much looked like he wanted to object to being called a problem. I recommend a couple of choices be put to him. 1. He takes the same vows that we took. 2. We obliviate him of this latest meeting and simply inform young Sirius of the situation, and ensure he helps keep Harry safe from Albus' machinations. 3. He signs a contract similar to the one Harry signed with the goblins that prohibits action against each other. Nicholas nodded and turned back to the still restrained Albus. He was interrupted by Perenelle. Apparently she wasn't finished. 4. We kill him. 5. You call in the life debt he owes you and that he violated when he used our stone as bait in his little games. She sneered. As surprised as everyone was at that revelation, it was clearly Albus who was shocked the most. He went so pale that it looked like he might be opting for a voluntary variation of option 4, as he might drop dead from the shock. Nicholas was looking at his wife in disgust at the thought. A slave. As we have recently learnt, husband, a slave has the freedoms you granted. Perenelle still stood with her wand, unwavering in front of that old hooked nose. You can simply order him to keep your secrets. Leave Harry alone, but live the rest of his life as he wishes. Still a slave. He reiterated, I would say we should only consider death and slavery options if Albus refuses the other 3. Phileas offered. Yes. Nicholas said quickly. He very much didn't want a slave. He had worked hard with the French and British to abolish slavery in all forms over his 600 years. Quickly, Albus, make a decision. Take the vows, be obliviated, or sign the contract. And what if dash? There is no negotiation here, boy. Perenelle snapped. You are defenseless, our prisoner. You live and die at our pleasure. You should be grateful that we are allowing you a modicum of choice. Perenelle was Nicholas' reason for hating slavery. He had seen her as a young maiden, captured from the North Seas, awaiting to be bid upon. He had sunk every possession he had into purchasing her, and then spent the rest of the next few centuries accumulating wealth to buy more that he would free and protect. Most of his work on building wealth led him to the creation of the Philosopher's Stone. His work in France and Britain was made easier when they declared that any slave that set foot on their land became free. As it was, Perenelle still had nightmares of waiting to be sold like cattle. She herself owed Nicholas a life debt and would gladly pay it if she ever had the chance. Albus, meanwhile, was thinking of a way out of this. He was running through the wording of the vows they had used, and if there would be a way around them. The contract. He said finally, contracts could be broken by either party invalidating them. He would just have to bide his time to see if the boy would break it first. He doubted that there was much the child could do in the wizarding world that wouldn't affect him. His roles in the school, the Wizengamot, and the international stage meant that sooner or later their paths would cross. Phileas quickly pulled out a piece of parchment. Nearly every Ravenclaw had an enchanted pocket that held several pages of parchment, a quill, and an ink pot. The Muggleborns also had a notepad and biro, occasionally a fountain pen. It was a huge joke amongst them that the stupid wizards couldn't tell the difference. A few of the 6th and 7th years had cast charms on their fountain pens, so no one would suspect otherwise if they were seen. Even Phileas didn't know. I assume I will not be permitted to add my own terms. Albus asked hopefully. Perenelle just scoffed. I don't know what happened to you, Albus, but you have fallen very far. Albus just looked pointedly at Fawkes, who was sitting on his perch, calmly watching. Huh, you think that because you have a phoenix familiar, you can claim it as proof that you are right. Nicholas laughed. A phoenix is loyal and good, but he won't ever betray you unless you betray him. Even then, the most he will do is leave you. Hedwig always tells me when I am wrong. Harry frowned, usually in the most painful way she can. He said as he rubbed his shoulder, where she would squeeze him with her talons. Harry's expression dropped as he realized that currently Hedwig didn't do that. Their relationship was too new. His only truly faithful friend had given her life to save him. When compared to his known actions of Fawkes, future and past, Hedwig might as well have been a phoenix herself. I have finished, Phileas announced. Madame Bones and Professor McGonagall have both inspected it. Lord Slytherin, if you would sign, please. Harry didn't bother reading it. Everyone in the room, save Albus, Fawkes, and the Hat, had taken the same unbreakable vow Perenelle had. It was then passed to Albus, who grimaced as the first thing he saw was Harry's signature. Lord Harry James Potter of Slytherin, head of the House of Potter. He then read the rest of the contract. If this contract is broken, it will result in death. Albus exclaimed. Then don't break the contract. Harry said with a smirk and shrug. Surely that is a touch extreme. We could just kill you now, Perenelle offered casually. Somehow, she was still standing there with her wand pointed at him. Didn't she ever get tired? You were given options, Albus. Nicholas warned. You picked this one. I believe Harry will allow you to take one of the others if you've changed your mind. Albus visibly scowled, but took the blood quill and signed with a flourish. Albus Percival Brian Wulfric Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, chief wizard of the Wizengamot, supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. It took a good minute for Albus to finish signing. Perenelle finally relaxed her stance and picked up the contract. She read it over and laughed as she took Albus' quill and signed as a witness before passing it to Amelia to sign as the second witness. "You are not as cunning as you thought," Perenelle said in fits of giggles. "Darling," Nicholas curiously queried, "look at what the fool used as his signature." She instructed. Amelia had finished signing and handed it to Nicholas. She had no idea what was going on. As he read, his face developed a huge smile. "Oh, Albus, people made a truly heinous mistake when they appointed you to positions of power." He chuckled. "Explanation, please?" Harry asked. "The fool has let his ego overtake him." Perenelle explained. "By signing as the head of the ICW, Wisengamot, and the school, he has signed on behalf of the positions themselves. Whoever takes over from him will also be bound by this contract." It also means that Harry's heirs will be bound by the contract." Moody frowned thoughtfully as he recalled seeing Harry having signed as Lord Slytherin and head of House Potter. That could be a double-edged sword. "A problem for the future." Perenelle said dismissively, "Albus, I can't tell you how pleased I am by your generosity." She told the scowling man mockingly. As the group left the room laughing at him, he was released by the armor, who also left. Once he was alone, he turned to the portraits. "Armando, I require you to keep a record of what has occurred here today. I may be bound from interfering, but that won't stop others from continuing the fight." He was met by the sound of mocking laughter as the portraits broke down in hysterics. "You stupid little brat." Phineas laughed. "We are Hogwarts portraits. We are bound to serve the castle. As such, we are bound to serve its owner. You are the one we will be spying on." Albus suddenly felt the need to relocate his office. Chapter 8. Whilst Albus was stuck trying to think of ways outmaneuvering Flamel and his cadre without going against the contract, Perenelle was gloating over the fact that Albus was a literal fool, as he hadn't taken into account that the contract did not include anyone but Harry. Whilst it was true that anyone under Harry's authority was forbidden from acting against Dumbledore, people like Filius and Perenelle were not included, as they had only taken vows to support him and care for him. They had not sworn themselves to the House of Potter or Slytherin. Minerva had become quite irritable recently, as Albus had requested that she swap offices with him. He refused to quit or relinquish his position as headmaster, but wanted her to take the office. He had refused to say why. Minerva had also refused, as her office was close to her classroom, and that made it easier for her students to find her. Albus had tried to make it an order. He had backed off when a nearby suit of armor had stepped off its pedestal and stood threateningly behind the deputy head. When Minerva had asked Harry if he had ordered the castle to do that, he had denied it. Minerva knew he had no reason to lie, and was more likely to actually smirk mischievously if he had. This had led to a discussion between Harry, Filius, and Minerva about the locations of their offices and their house common rooms. It was all very well for them to be available in their offices after class, but what if students needed them after curfew? So that discussion led to another discussion. "So, Sirius, Agatha, how would you like a job?" Harry asked the two adults seated in his quarters. Agatha Farley was a lovely woman who should have been allowed to marry who she wanted. But she was born to a pure-blood family and traded like cattle to the bastard who called himself her husband. What Harry liked about her the most was that she loved her daughter and son unconditionally. She was the only parent of the girls who had been worth saving. Harry had signed a contract for her as soon as he had signed the ones for the girls. She was fully aware that Harry would do nothing with it, lest she ask. "Job?" Sirius asked. "Yeah, I was talking to Aunt Minnie and Uncle Phil, and I pointed out how they weren't available after curfew. Students can't reach them without getting in trouble. I thought the two of you might be a good start on recruiting some sort of house carers. During the day, you would be free to do what you want. But from curfew onwards, you would be in the common room or in quarters attached to the common room, so you could be reached by students. You wouldn't need to be awake all night, just willing to get up if a student needed you." "Why would they need us at night?" Sirius couldn't figure that one out. "Didn't you ever have nightmares when you were a first year?" Agatha asked with a shudder as she recalled her first months as a student. "There are other reasons why an adult should be available." "If you say so." Sirius shrugged without malice. He couldn't think of them, but wasn't going to question them. "But we would only be able to reach one common room." He pointed out, "The houses are all too far away to link them to a single room." Harry frowned as he remembered the vanishing cabinet. He shook his head and decided to leave that one for now. "I want you two to get together and think of other people who might be able to work with the other houses. A man and a woman for each house." "Pup, I'm a little behind the times at the moment," Sirius said uncomfortably. "And if you hadn't noticed, she's not exactly comfortable simply sitting next to me," he said as he jabbed a thumb to his left, where Agatha was sitting as close to the other end of the sofa as possible. "Suck it up, Sirius." Harry scolded. "People won't change if you don't help them change. I would prefer a man to be present to deal with male students." Agatha admitted, "I can assure you that the girls would prefer a woman's touch." "Then think up some names, and we'll contact them." Harry nodded. Agatha smiled at him softly. Harry Potter was the cutest 11-year-old she'd seen. He was sitting in a regular-sized armchair that seemed to be ready to swallow him whole as his legs dangled over the edge. And he was always trying to act so grown up. "I guess I can ask Professor McGonagall and Flitwick." Sirius shrugged. "Whilst you're at it, find Moony and work on duplicating this," he said as he tossed the Marauder's map to his godfather. "I'll want the original back, but I also want a copy for the heads of house, Filch and the house carers. Hagrid could use a copy too. What about Dumbledore?" Sirius asked with a bit of grimace. "Puffed. The old man is an administrator. He doesn't patrol the hallways. He doesn't deal with the students. And you don't trust him." Sirius finished with a knowing smile. "Is it that obvious?" Sirius and Agatha worked together to pool a list of possible candidates for house carers. The wizarding world was quite small, so Agatha knew most of the eligible candidates and all of the ineligible ones. What she wasn't used to was being given the full authority to recruit who she felt best. As a pure-blood wife, her purpose was simply to look pretty and provide the heirs. Harry had definitely charmed her when he assured her she had easily achieved both, and now was her time to achieve more. Harry continued his work on spaceflight with Professor Sinastra. They brought in Bathsheba Babbling, the Ancient Runes professor, and Septima Vector, the arithmancy professor. Harry very nearly kicked Vector out of the project when she started to deride the very notion that Muggles could do something as impressive as land on the moon. Aurora had kicked him out of the room and told him she would sort this out. The next day, Septima had apologized and insisted that she and Bathsheba begin tutoring him on their subjects, if he was intending on doing something as dangerous as leaving the safety of the planet. Norbert hadn't turned up, much to Harry's dismay. But then he realized that the dragon egg had been given to Hagrid by Quirrell in disguise. Quirrell had been gone since Halloween. He just hoped the egg was safe and being cared for. Sirius had finally tracked down the elusive Remus Moony Lupin. Moony had been full of apologies for not being there for Harry and for doubting Sirius. Sirius had whacked him and chastised him for blaming himself when even Dumbledore didn't know. Harry had simply promised to change the wizarding world so that he wasn't discriminated against. Remus was confused by the calm yet self-assured manner that the 11-year-old had made his promise. Sirius had just shrugged it off, having become used to Harry's frequent personality changes and attributing it to his time with the Dursleys. Eventually the summer arrived. Harry would have happily stayed at the castle, but ministry law dictated that all students travel back to London via the express. Unfortunately, Minerva had confirmed this. Harry had then gone on a rant about how the steam train was only 200 years old, so the tradition couldn't be that important. He demanded to know how things were done before the express was built. Apparently, it involved lots of wizards and witches operating their children to Hogsmeade. When the portrait of Walter Aragon, the headmaster in office during the instigation of the Hogwarts Express, informed Harry that the train was technically stolen from Muggles, Harry had nearly blown his top, especially when it was revealed that it was supposed to be a better method of transporting hundreds of students and not raising the suspicions of Muggles. You really think the Muggles don't notice that several hundred children enter their station and never leave? Harry demanded incredulously. I made the same arguments. Walter sighed as he watched the young Lord pace before him in frustration. Besides, it's a Muggle device. Why would the purebloods have anything to do with it? Walter actually chuckled at that. Yes, back then things were quite different. Muggle-born were more in charge. Laws were passed that forced the purebloods to comply. It was a bit heavy-handed, and probably one of the contributing factors to the rise of the pureblood agenda. But why not just set up a flu station, like the one in the Ministry? Harry tried to reason. My lord, you seem to be acting under the assumption that wizards and witches are sensible folk. The portrait smirked at him. Well, I am going to bloody well rub it in their faces. Harry said firmly, Language, Harry. The hat chided from its shelf. Harry had picked a compartment, and he was joined by Gemma, Tracy, and Pansy, each of whom would be flying straight back to Hogwarts with him. Hermione had also joined them, along with Neville, who was getting to know Harry through Hermione. The shy Gryffindor had been very wary of anything Slytherin. Given his personal history, Harry couldn't blame him. He was slowly getting this younger version of what he considered the epitome of a Gryffindor to open up. Harry could only hope that his trip to London would be peaceful. He realized he shouldn't have wasted his time when the compartment door slid open and revealed Malfoy standing there with a very uncertain Crabbe and Goyle behind him. Potter, he sneered, consorting with slaves, mudbloods, and blood traitors. You should be Ash Dash. Vinny, Greg, would you take young Draco back to his compartment, please? Make sure he doesn't leave unless it is to use the bathroom. Sure, Harry. Greg shrugged as Vinny casually grabbed a shocked Draco and pulled him out of the compartment. "Why are they still following Draco around?" Tracy asked curiously. At Harry's advice, she ignored nearly everything Draco said. That, or she reported it to their teachers. "I don't know." Harry sighed. Maybe they just don't know any better. They didn't used to follow him. Pansy offered. They were never at Malfoy Manor or any of the functions. Their families weren't considered important enough. Meh. I'll look into it at some point. Maybe the start of next term, when I see them again. Harry sighed as he settled back into his seat. As Harry stepped off the express, he spotted his target. He called on all his knowledge and memories of Vernon glad-handing with people he was buttering up, Percy Weasley, at his most officious, and Justin Finch-Fletchley. The boy still sounded like he would have preferred Eton. "Ah, Lucius, my good man," Harry said loudly. The sound of such mature words coming from a squeaky 11-year-old caught the attention of everyone. "I just wanted to congratulate you once again on managing to resist Lord No Name. It speaks wonders to your character that you were able to do what many others, including yourself at one point, were unable to." Lucius looked like he had just swallowed a very large lemon. It wasn't like he could dispute the boy's assertions, as that would leave people questioning his strength. They already questioned his morals. "I did what was necessary." He demurred with a very slight bow to acknowledge his lower standing with regards to Harry. Yes, if only others were as capable of such. Harry frowned. "Unfortunately, I must speak with you on another matter." Lucius tried to maintain his calm expression. Inwardly, he was begging for the brat to leave him be. Something must be done about this travesty. Harry said pompously as he gestured to the Hogwarts Express. "I'm not sure I follow." Lucius said tiredly. "Students being forced to ride a muggle contraption for nigh on an entire day to a magical school? What sort of message are we trying to send when young first years arrive and discover that not only are they not traveling via broom, magic carpet, or any of the other wonderful methods we have, but that they have to use an antiquated machine that the muggles themselves would laugh at? Antiquated. This machine must be nearly 200 years old." Harry sputtered. "The muggles have versions that run more than twice as fast, twice as big, and far more luxurious. Whilst the Express is a fine piece of history, it is a sad testament to the fact that wizards fail to adapt. I dread to think what other countries must think of us as a people. Potter, what are you doing talking to my father?" Harry turned and looked at Draco with a raised eyebrow before turning back to Lucius. "Another thing I feel we must discuss," he said as he took a step closer and lowered his voice slightly. The other students and parents unconsciously took a step closer to hear better. "Your son. I know he is your only child, and you wish to indulge him, but his manners are atrocious. Why, just today he barged into my compartment and started slinging around aspersions and insults as though he were lord of the train. I trust you will attempt to rein in his, shall we say, boisterous ways. I would hate to have to step in to deal with it myself." Apparently Draco had opened his mouth. Lucius shot the boy a look that would burn through metal. "Of course, my lord." He employed a near Herculean effort in not vomiting the title. "I will ensure that Draco's lessons on etiquette and comportment are refreshed." "Glad to hear it," Harry said sternly. "Anyway, think on the train, and once again, I commend you on how you faced that no-name bastard." Lucius bowed so stiffly and jiltedly that the parents were having a hard time not laughing. Harry spun on his heel and headed over to the waiting Nicholas and Perenelle. "Enjoying yourself, Harry?" Nicholas smirked. "It is never a joy to have to tell a parent their child is allowed, Nicholas," Harry said pompously. Perenelle's hand shot out at Harry's side. "Eek! Cut it out, Penny!" Harry shrieked in laughter as she tickled him. The parents that were heading for the portal smiled at the happy sight. "At least you lost that awful attitude." Perenelle sighed. "Well, I was still miffed about having to ride the train," he admitted. "Then Draco decided to try and insult us. Not my favorite day." "Never mind, Harry," Nicholas said. "We'll all flew back to Hogwarts from the Leaky Cauldron. For now, I would like you to meet Caleb and Sabina Patil, the parents of these lovely two gems here." He indicated Pavarti and Padma Patil. "Caleb and Sabina are good friends of ours from India. They've agreed to let us stay with them when we travel to India in August." "Why are we going to India?" Harry asked warily. "That is a surprise, but it will be worth it, I promise." Nicholas winked. "What about Tracy and Pansy? Gemma has her mum, but they don't have anyone." "Any member of your house is welcome, Lord Harry." Caleb smiled from behind his bushy beard. "Our apartment is large, and the land is like paradise. You will find plenty to keep the interests of these young ones." Despite being a stubborn little git who had already made some plans of his own, Harry had far more manners than a Malfoy. "Then I guess that for the first time in my life, I will be leaving Britain." Harry smiled. "Thank you for putting us up, sir," he said. "It is an honor." Sabina bowed. Harry's smile froze slightly. He really hoped they weren't going to be like this whilst they were living together. Sirius and Phileas had been a little put out by the fact that they wouldn't get to spend the whole summer with Harry. They endeavored to spend as much time as they could with him. Unfortunately for Harry, he wanted to continue working on his space adventures. The trio of female professors already helping were doing an amazing job as they had managed to acquire the necessary sheets of metal using Harry's funds and the aid of various Muggle-born students' parents for help in navigating the Muggle world. They were currently working with a titanium alloy that had put a huge dent in Harry's finances. Nicholas was hard at work trying to build them up again. For some reason, nobody had the heart to call Harry's strong desire to reach the stars frivolous. They seemed just as invested as him. Sinastra provided the other two with the details of what the spacecraft would encounter as it left Earth and traveled the vacuum. Vector worked on the best equations to apply to the craft, which were passed on to Babbling, who began carving the runes. The carving had managed to stump them as the titanium alloy was not designed to be etched into. This had led them back to the Muggle world for more information. Harry was physically dragged away from the castle and his project by Nicholas and Perenelle. He spent the entire time shouting more suggestions to his three project partners whilst Phileas, Minerva, Sirius, Agatha, and Gemma all waved. Pansy and Tracy were walking calmly and sensibly whilst Tracy carried Hedwig on her shoulder, and Pansy carried a special glass box for Blinky. Phileas had tried to talk Harry out of calling the little basilisk but the time traveler refused to be moved. Of course, it didn't help that the basilisk considered Harry's word law, mainly because he couldn't understand anyone else yet. Only Phileas and Harry knew that Blinky was a basilisk The pair had worked on charms that would hopefully prevent anyone from recognizing his species. The trip to the Patils' Indian home was made by Portkey. Neither Harry, Hedwig, nor Blinky were happy when they landed. No one but Harry could hear Blinky's cursing, and Hedwig simply ruffled her feathers. Harry had to suck it up and greet his hosts. "Mr. and Mrs. Patil, thank you for inviting us into your home," Harry said with a slight bow. The young couple bowed eagerly. "It is we who are grateful for you gracing us with your presence." Harry struggled to keep his expression neutral. He hated having to bandy back and forth the subject of was grateful to whom, especially in this case when Harry was literally an imposition caused at Nicholas' request. "Callop, Sabina, you don't need to worry about all these rules of etiquette when it is just us. Harry hates them. He'd much rather you treat him like a friend of your daughter's," Nicholas said as he moved forward and hugged his young friends. But at the train station dash, Callop tried to whisper discreetly. Nicholas just laughed. Harry was simply using his titles and power to put Lucius and his son in their place. "You remember how I warned you about the bigotry in England? Lucius is one of the worst." He finished with a frown. "Lord Potter, is everything okay?" Sabina asked cautiously. Harry was currently standing at a very large window that looked out onto the majestic city of Mumbai. It was readily apparent that they were in one of the city's taller skyscrapers. "It's amazing," Harry whispered in awe. Perenelle smiled and joined him. "Mumbai is one of the greatest cities on the planet. Girls, come and see." She gestured to Tracy and Pansy. Tracy was fairly outgoing. That had been quelled a fair bit by her father's actions, but she was slowly regaining her spirit. Pansy was scared stiff, as she could see they were very high up. "You are quite safe, my girl," Nicholas assured her. "Muggles are very good at building things. They managed to get to the moon, after all. This building is simple by comparison," he said as he gently took her by the shoulder and guided her. As a pure-blood girl, Pansy was raised to obey the elder man in her life, especially one who was taking on a familial role like Nicholas. She let him guide her to the window. As the magnificent view of the city below filled her vision, she felt dizzy and began to stumble. The next thing she knew, she was looking up at Perenelle and trying to stop her vision from swimming. "What happened?" She slurred slightly. "You had an attack of vertigo, dear," Perenelle said kindly. "Your body doesn't seem to handle heights very well. We will try and get that sorted out as quickly as possible," she promised as she squeezed the young girl's hand. "We have covered all the windows for now," Sabina said over Perenelle's shoulder. "We'll leave them like that until we get you well or until you leave," the Indian mother promised. "How do you feel?" Perenelle asked. "Sick." Pansy swallowed uneasily. "Sabina, take the girl down to the park," Callop instructed gently. Solid ground beneath her feet and fresh air in her lungs might be just what she needs. "Yes, husband." Sabina nodded. As Perenelle and Sabina helped Pansy up, Sabina apparat the three of them away. "I know she wants to stay, but it might be better if she went home," Harry said thoughtfully. "She'll be very upset." Tracy said sadly. "She's never been outside England before. I've been to France and Spain, but Scotland is the furthest for her." Harry turned to Callop. "Are there any luxury hotels that are near areas with good views of wildlife? A jungle experience." Caleb said with a knowing smile. I know quite a few. Good. If you can find the one you think the girls will all enjoy best, then the whole lot of us will go and stay there. I'm sure you and your family would like being waited on by hotel staff. My Lord Dash. Harry, said Harry glared. Just for that, book the honeymoon suite for yourself and your wife. Caleb had no idea how to respond to that. Harry, go and spend some time with the girls. Maybe check on Pansy. Nicholas chuckled. Caleb and I will sort out the hotel. Pansy had been on the brink of tears downstairs in the nearby park. She thought she would be sent home because she was diseased. Perenelle had quickly put paid to that line of thought. But it was the news from Harry that really cheered her up, especially as there was a chance she might get to see a real live elephant. Most young witches wanted to see unicorns, hippogriffs, and ponies. Pansy wanted elephants. Like most cultures on the planet, money gets things done. It didn't take long for Nicholas and Caleb to get their reservations booked. They could be moved in immediately. Pansy took one look at the object of her desire, and w-yumph. Her eyes darted from side to side to try and see the owner of the hand clamped over her mouth. Most animals tend to flee at loud noises. Came Harry's whispering voice in her ear. Look now, squeal with joy later. She nodded against his hand. As soon as she was free, she was practically a silent bundle of joy as she bounced from Harry to Sabina to Perenelle to Tracy to, well, she managed to make the rounds. The joy at seeing her childhood dreams was enough to completely open her up. Come, girls, let's go and set you up in your rooms. Perenelle said as she beckoned them to follow her. Are you all right, Harry? Nicholas asked quietly as the boy stood there staring at the family of 3 elephants. I've seen basilisks, phoenixes, dragons, hippogriffs, sphinxes, and much more, but I never seen anyone as happy to see them as Pansy was to see these. He said with a small smile, Wizards are the most stupid people on the planet. I couldn't agree more. Nicholas nodded. Caleb stood there. He wondered how a young boy, who hadn't even spent a year in the wizarding world, had managed to see all he had listed. Nick, I hate to sound like the 11-year-old. I am, but how much further? Harry grumbled. Harry and Nicholas had left the hotel after the second day and headed for the area of Himachal Pradesh in the far north of the country. They had taken a portkey to the base of the mountain range before beginning their hike. The area was beautiful. Trees, rivers, birds, animals, beautiful. But after hiking for nearly 5 hours, it was enough for Harry to question his guide. Can you hear that? Nicholas asked. The waterfall. That's our destination. Nicholas promised. And then you'll tell me why we came all the way to India to climb a mountain? You'll know when you see it. Nicholas said with an evasive smile. It took them a further 20 minutes to reach the waterfall. They arrived at the top of the waterfall itself, which poured into a small lake at the bottom of a 50-foot-high cliff that completely encircled the lake and a fair bit of land populated by close-growing trees. There was a loud crack, and Harry spun around with his wand out. Nicholas quickly grabbed Harry's wand hand to restrain him. Standing in front of them was an Indian male with a beard wearing a black military uniform and red turban. He too had his wand out, but was not pointing it at them. He had it ready, though. Easy, Harry. He's part of the security here. Harry had no idea what happened next as Nicholas and the man began to converse in Hindi. By the end of the conversation, The man was smiling and looking at Harry with approval. "Come on, Harry. We can continue on," Nicholas said as he led him away from the man who just stood there. "We can?" Harry asked suspiciously. "We can. I explained why we are here. But you won't explain it to me." Harry groused. "I'm about to show you." Nicholas smirked. "Look down there, to the left of the waterfall. What do you see?" "Top, bottom, or me." "Whoa. Is that a phoenix nest?" Harry asked in amazement. "It is indeed." Nicholas nodded with a content smile. "This entire cove is a sanctuary for phoenixes. There are usually 30 phoenixes here at any one time. That number can change based on the whims of the birds themselves. They like to travel." Harry nodded cheekily. "Actually, yes," Nicholas remarked. "You see, there are also rarely more than 30 phoenixes on the planet. These birds have homes here and in Egypt and China. Dumbledore met Fawkes in Egypt during the war. I thought he was in Europe fighting Grindelwald. The Great War, the First World War." He corrected. "Albus and I were doing research on the 12 uses of dragon's blood. We interfered here and there, and Albus managed to catch Fawkes' eye." There was a flash of fire, and Harry jumped slightly as a very large red and gold phoenix appeared, hovering just in front of him. Relax, Harry. She's just making sure we aren't a threat," Nicholas assured him. "Hello, my friend," he said to the bird. "It's been a while." The bird hovered over to Nicholas in a manner that was clearly not achieved by its wings, as they were held in more of a gliding position. The bird seemed to chirrup at Nicholas with a glare. "You move around too much. How do you expect me to find you?" Nicholas laughed. "You know you can always visit me." The bird seemed to just huff before floating back to Harry. It gazed at the small boy intently and chirruped. "If you are going to just go rummaging through my mind, then I am not going to bother answering questions." Harry grumbled. "Chirp. You know what I've done. You know I've committed crimes." Harry said sadly. "Chirp." The bird said sadly. "You know I have big plans, right? I am going to conquer Wizarding Britain at the very least." Harry said warningly, "If the rest of the world pisses me off, then they'll be next. Chirp, chirp, chip." It said brightly. Harry stared at it widely in awe. "Seriously? Wow, that's wow." Harry muttered. The bird seemed to chuckle before it turned away and quickly flew down the waterfall. "Did you know they traveled the universe?" Harry turned to Nicholas. "No, but then it never came up." Nicholas shrugged. "Most of my interactions with the phoenixes have been to protect them and the areas that they live in." "You don't have a phoenix familiar, which I assume is the point of bringing me here." "No, I don't. But then again, the phoenixes instantly recognize me as a friend. I visit as often as I can, and they are happy to chat, so to speak. And yes, I have brought you here to see if there is a phoenix that might consider you a worthy companion." "Why? Am I getting that bad?" Harry grinned proudly. Nicholas ignored him. "In the wizarding world, a phoenix is a sign of great respect, and that you are fully aligned with the light. Having a phoenix vouch for you would go a long way to keeping people like Albus off your back." "Okay, then why does that New Zealand team have a phoenix for a mascot?" Harry asked shrewdly. "Because Sparky is about as eccentric as they come." Nicholas grumbled, referring to the mascot of the New Zealand Mudahora Macaws Quidditch team. There was a flash of fire that startled them both as the first phoenix returned with a slightly smaller phoenix carrying a hatchling in its claws. Chirrup chirp, the first phoenix declared. Nicholas glared at the large bird, whilst Harry just smirked. I guess they figure you need the guidance more. And Nicky? Harry said. Apparently, the hatchling would eventually be Harry's familiar. The one carrying it, the mother, would join them both to care for her daughter and to stay with Nicholas. That wasn't really the problem. What got up Nicholas' nose was the condescending way the first phoenix had glared at him, as though he should have expected this for a long time. How am I supposed to keep up my image of mischief if people see me with a phoenix? He grumbled. I won't be able to use glamours to hide and travel incognito. I've just been given a ball and chain. Ow. Nicholas glared at Harry, who had kicked him in the shin. Show some respect. Harry chided. Nicholas was going to get him for this. It had to be Harry's fault. Without a doubt, Pansy had the most fun on their holiday. Most of her time was spent just watching the elephants. This was when she wasn't riding them, washing them, feeding them, talking to them. Yes, there had been a slight incident where she had tried to sneak out at night to sleep near them. Despite her obsessive fascination with the gentle giants, Pansy did take the time to enjoy the other aspects of India. The waterfalls, the jungles, the wildlife, along with Tracy, Harry, and a newly arrived Gemma. She saw so much. Padma and Pavarti enjoyed showing them all around. Even though they themselves hadn't seen all of it, they took it upon themselves to act as translators when talking to people and coming across signs with no English writing. They were only scheduled to be in India for 3 weeks. This was extended to 4 as there was so much to see. During the 4th week, Harry nearly killed Caleb. Caleb had requested a private meeting with Harry. He had taken him back to their apartment in Mumbai. Harry was naturally cautious after dealing with Crouch Jr. disguised as Moody, but Nicholas had assured him that their new Phoenix companions would have warned them if there was a problem. So Caleb had invited Harry to sit on the couch as he sat opposite. Lord Potter dash. Oh, Merlin. Harry groaned. I wish to discuss my daughters. Harry's eyes narrowed. What about them? He asked suspiciously. Caleb took a deep breath. He was still a fairly young man, only 31 years old. Sabina was a mere 28. As you know, England is not hospitable to those of impure blood. Our family have been magicals since before British rule. But as foreigners who are not white, we are still afforded less rights. Has some idiot been harassing them? Harry demanded as he stood up. There have been allusions to the fact that we have fewer rights and that my daughters, they have no sponsor. I really hope this conversation doesn't end with you trying to get me to sign a contract to marry your daughters. Harry glared at the man. Caleb gulped. Harry closed his eyes and counted to 10. Well, he tried. Harry pulled out his wand and pointed it at the man who looked a little worried. Harry might be 11, but he also had a Phoenix 3 concubines, the unconditional support of the oldest man on the planet, and most importantly, Perenelle Flamel, who looked at him like her grandson. Get on your knees and grasp my wand. Harry ordered, considering his position, at the end of a wand held by the only person to actually defeat Voldemort twice. Caleb complied. Once Caleb had the tip of the wand held in his hand and was beginning to sweat, Harry began to speak. Do you, Caleb Patil, accept the oath of vassal on behalf of your family to myself, Harry James Potter? Caleb opened and closed his mouth several times, unsure what to do. Then Harry glared angrily at him. I do. Do you swear to uphold the values and virtues of Harry James Potter as your lord? I do. Caleb said quickly. Do you swear to abide by the laws and rules laid down by your lord, Harry James Potter? I do. Then I, Harry James Potter, accept your oath of vassal and swear to treat your family as my own and to protect them and care for them when they need me. There was a flash of light from Harry's wand under Caleb's hand, and he felt the power of the oath. Get off the floor. Harry rolled his eyes at the sweating man. You've just been intimidated by an 11-year-old. Harry moved back and slumped into the chair. One of the primary rules I lay down is that none of my vassals may sell, barter, or force their family members to do anything that will drastically alter their current state unless I approve. He told the man sternly, that means you are magically prohibited from being forced to do anything to your daughters unless I approve it. And I really don't want to become involved in that sort of thing. Harry sighed. Are there any other rules I should know, my lord? Caleb asked with his head bowed. Harry looked at the man with narrowed eyes. Yes, you are to treat me like an 11-year-old friend of your daughter's. You will not refer to me by titles or show deference that my title demands unless we are in a position where I must act as my position demands. In other words, look me in the eye and call me Harry, he said with slight exasperation. What should I tell my family? My daughters? Caleb wondered nervously. You can tell them that this was all your idea. Tell them that you have great respect for Nicholas and Perenelle, and they advised you to do this. A half-truth. Caleb nodded in understanding. And on that note, I need to go and find Nicky and kick him in the shins. Harry said as he stood. Chapter 9. Harry, if this Lockhart is so bad, then why don't we do something about him? Phileas asked as they stood outside Flourish and Blotz watching the shoppers line up for Gilderoy Lockhart's autograph. That's Amelia's job. She's got his books and knows what to look for. Harry shrugged. Still, the thought of that fraud being around children, especially given his propensity to erase a person's memories. He shuddered. The castle will keep a close eye on him. Harry promised. I'm just dreading having to listen to him blather on about his exploits. Here comes Malfoy. Phileas changed the subject as they watched the blond man walk up with his son. Man and son parted ways as Draco entered the bookstore and Lucius approached Harry. Lord Slytherin, I had intended to owl you soon. Malfoy said with something that bordered between respectfulness and a sneer. Oh, yes, I have a family matter I wish to discuss with you. Interesting. Harry said non-committedly. Perhaps you could see your way to meeting with me this coming Monday? No. Harry shrugged. I'm afraid I shall be far too busy that day. A complete and utter lie, but he wasn't going to let Lucius dictate things. You may attend me this Friday, 2 days hence, 9 a.m. at Hogwarts. Don't be late. Harry said warningly. Phileas struggled at keeping his expression neutral, but the sight of Lucius Malfoy biting his cheek to prevent himself from speaking out of turn was hilarious. Of course, my lord. He practically spat, but just managed to maintain decorum. Until Friday, then Lucius, Harry said dismissively. Lucius quickly turned on the spot and left before he did something stupid. Breathe, Uncle Phil. Harry sighed as he noticed the small man turning blue. Phileas burst out laughing as he gasped for breath. Harry just stood there patiently whilst Phileas got it all out of his system. It was fairly embarrassing, as people would quickly scurry by at the sight of their old charms professor laughing like a maniac. Eventually, the old half-goblin got himself under control. "Are you done?" Harry asked dryly. Phileas glared at him, even though the smile was tugging at his lips. "Harry, you have spent the past year doing things purely for your own amusement, whilst causing me to age drastically due to the stress of your actions. You'll forgive me if I take the time to enjoy what I can. Can you just get on with it? I want to get out of here before Lockhart loses patience and comes out here to try and use me." Harry grumbled. Lockhart had indeed spotted Harry outside the store and had gestured excitedly for the young celebrity to join him. Harry had pretended to not notice him. This had been going on for about 10 minutes, but Lockhart was torn between leaving his adoring fans and grabbing Harry to try and increase his fame. Fortunately, he wasn't smart enough to ask someone to approach Harry for him. Phileas raised his wand and pointed it at a group of redheads that were walking away from the store. The patriarch of the group was trying to fend off his wife's prodding of his split lip, a result of a physical altercation with Malfoy Sr. Accio Riddle's diary. Phileas intoned quietly. There was a cry of shock from the youngest redhead as her small cauldron jerked in her hand and caused everything to spill on the ground. Fortunately, no one noticed the small book fly to the half-goblin's hand. "And we are done." Harry sighed in relief. "We should probably leave now," Phileas said as he slipped the book into his robes. "Huh." Phileas pointed at the bookstore, where Gilderoy Lockhart was emerging with a huge smile and clear intent. Harry grabbed Phileas' arm frantically. "Apparate. For the love of God, apparate." Harry sat in his private quarters with Phileas, Minerva, Moody, and Amelia. On the small coffee table sat the remains of Ravenclaw's diadem and Tom Riddle's diary. Curled up next to them was a very smug little Blinky, the basilisk. He was currently attempting to swallow a large rat hole. "2 down, 3 to go," Moody noted with satisfaction. "The sooner we get the other 2, the better. Nicholas says he has the ring well in hand," Phileas informed them. "But I cannot think of a good way to get the cup from the Lestrange vault. My goblin contract means I can't do what I did last time." Harry sighed. "Thank Merlin." Minerva glared at him. She'd seen those memories. "Do you have any idea what Malfoy wants to talk to you about?" Amelia asked, changing the subject. "As long as it isn't a marriage contract with his gender-changed son. I don't care." "You have a problem with being under my protection, Lucius?" Harry asked with an amused look. "Over the past year since you have taken up your mantle as the Lord of Slytherin, I have come to realize that our goals are very different." Lucius stated diplomatically, "I believe that a parting of the ways would be beneficial to us both." Harry tried hard not to laugh at that. He was currently sitting on the throne, like chair in the very empty Great Hall. Lucius was standing at the bottom of the dais, like a peasant begging his king. Harry loved it. Still, it is a bit insulting. Harry mused as he glanced to his left, where his new baby phoenix familiar was resting comfortably in a nest of fireproofed cushions. Apparently, phoenix burps and sneezes were a bit of an issue. Blinky liked it, though, as he enjoyed the heat. "I assure you, no insult is intended," Lucius said in a manner that was oh so patronizing. "And how do you intend to ensure the people realize this?" Flitwick asked from where he stood at Harry's right. "When they learn of your parting of the ways, they will leap to assumptions. You will cause great insult to Lord Slytherin." Lucius had that look again, the one that said he had accidentally swallowed something nasty, and that manners wouldn't let him spit back out. Perhaps a gift to show my appreciation for all that the House of Slytherin has done for my family. Lucius really didn't want to part with money. It was bad enough paying fudge. Harry donned an expression of distaste. "Money? How pedestrian," he said snootily. Phileas made a mental note, remind Harry not to try and use all these grown-up expressions so often. After he'd shared his memories with others for a good laugh, of course. "Of course, my lord, of course." Lucius had no idea how this child could make him seem like a newcomer to the ranks of the elite. If you offered Fudge a bribe, he stumbled over himself to grab it, offer it to the brat, and he seemed to consider it an insult. However, a statement from your family that says you merely wish to gain more independence would be useful. Harry said thoughtfully. Lucius was sure he had misheard that. The boy just wanted him to make a statement that, from the boy's perspective, was factual. Certainly this was all a lie from Lucius' point of view. He wanted out of the boy's grip so he could bring him down, but he could lie. It wasn't like he actually knew how to tell the truth. Of coup dash, and a more suitable gift. Harry interrupted with a nod. Money is so blasé. No, for an event of this magnitude, one that will signify how well you think of my generosity, the gift would have to have more thought behind it. Harry said with an air of wisdom. Phileas really needed to have a word with his adopted nephew. I believe your house elf would be appropriate. Harry decided. My house elf. Lucius was confused. Yes, you have had him for many years now. He is well-trained, experienced, and has clearly served the House of Malfoy well. It would be a perfect gift that shows you have respect for the House of Slytherin. You can gift me with your elf, as you know it will serve me well and will ensure my health and safety. My house elf. Lucius wasn't sure if this was a good thing or a bad thing. House elves were very hard to come by. You had to inherit them as they were protected by the ICW. But if you had more than one, you could breed them, and your family would never run out. Nobody could tell you how to treat a house elf. You could use it for anything that wasn't official. But Lucius wouldn't be able to get another one, as people would question where he had got it from. His own elf had been handed down from the offspring of the Malfoy family elves. The rest of those were dead, killed by his own hand when he had taken over the family after his father's death, as he deemed them too old. It wasn't until weeks later that his best friend found out and laughed at him for ruining his chance at more elves in the future. That friend was never seen again. On the other hand, a house elf had no real value. You weren't judged by whether you had an elf, just by your money and titles. Lucius knew that Potter could easily ask for a hefty sum for the privilege of being released from his vassals. Lucius, I really don't have all day. Harry said tiredly. School starts up on Monday, and I still need to make sure the castle is ready. If you can't make the decision, then perhaps you aren't ready for the trials and rigors of independence. At that point, Lucius realized that the boy was too dangerous. Potter was far too savvy for a 12-year-old. There was no way a child should be able to paint him in a corner. He needed to get out from under the control of the boy who lived, so he could finally work to his own goals, especially as his master would soon return thanks to the little gift he had slipped the Weasley girl. Of course, I would be honored if you would accept such a humble gift. Lucius bowed low. Excellent. Harry gave a regal nod. This Monday we will complete your request on platform 9 3/4. Lucius hid his scowl. He had hoped to keep this as low-key as possible. He would have sent in a letter to the Daily Prophet as Potter wanted, but he would have given strict instructions to print it as small as possible on the inside of the back page. All right, Dobby, I'd like you to meet Tracy, Pansy, and Gemma. Harry told the little creature as they sat in a compartment on the Hogwarts Express. They are part of the family. They can ask you to help them with things if they like, but remember, you are part of the family first. Harry said sternly. Dobby had heard Master Harry was great, but he never knew he would be so kind. The elf said in awe. The ceremony between Harry and Lucius had gone over quite smoothly. For Harry at least. Harry had invited the prophet to be present and to record the day that the House of Malfoy ventured into the world on their own. Then Harry had explained in excruciating detail to everyone present what was happening. He had made comparisons to the House of Malfoy's new path and that of Baby Bird leaving the nest. A wondrous and beautiful thing. The parents and children had lapped it up. The purebloods, at least. The Muggle-born, like Hermione, had looked at him like he was insane. Lucius had gone through the whole thing looking like he was made from granite as he tried to control his expression. Your main duties will be to make sure that Blinky, Hedwig, Ember, and the rest of the familiars are all taken care of. Make sure they have food each day and can go out when needed. Dobby looked hesitantly between the basilisk, owl, and recently named Little Phoenix. Will they eat Dobby? He asked nervously. Of course not. Harry said, as though he was offended by the very thought. Blinky currently likes rats and chickens. Hedwig likes mice. And Ember likes, well, just give her different fruit each day until we know what she likes. She doesn't have much experience. The door to the apartment suddenly slammed open. Ah, Potter, I see you are finally where you belong, with the slaves and servants. Go away, Malfoy, before you actually manage to piss me off. Harry growled. You can't touch me now, Potter. Draco said smugly, my house is now free of your filthy, mudblood-loving hands. I challenge you to an honor duel. Harry said in a low and dangerous voice. What? Draco wasn't expecting that. An honor duel, Draco. You know what that means, right? You have insulted my honor, and I have taken offense. Harry said seriously, to phrase it in the appropriate parlance, I will have satisfaction. Draco wasn't expecting that. He had come to the compartment to insult the half-blood, to put the boy in his place after a whole year of being told to mind his tongue by his father. You'd never win. Draco's bravado was undermined by his voice hitching. I will accept nothing less than a duel or a very public apology, along with an appropriate gift. Harry said firmly as he looked down his nose at the boy. You have until we reach Hogwarts to decide. Harry said before shoving the boy out the door and closing it. Are you really going to kill him? Gemma asked worriedly. Nah, but he will learn his lesson, and I will do my best to make sure he never forgets it. Harry allowed the sorting to finish and Dumbledore to give his usual speech before he stood up. Dumbledore was once again annoyed as the food had failed to appear at his command. Now, he just looked foolish. Draco Malfoy, you insulted my honor and the honor of my houses on the train. I offered you the option to provide the houses of Potter and Slytherin with satisfaction through apologies and appropriate gifts or an honor duel. Have you made your decision? Draco looked shocked. He had thought Potter was just blowing smoke. Of course, Draco tended to forget anything that didn't please him pretty quickly. So he had already forgotten the duel where Harry killed Flint Sr. Malfoy, your decision? Harry prompted as he looked down the table to where Draco was seated between Crabbe and Goyle. Draco Malfoy had already proven he was an idiot. He had insulted a legitimate killer just hours ago. He had been warned many times by his own father and Slytherin housemates that Harry could wipe the floor with him politically and magically. But Draco believed his own hype. He believed that because he was a pureblood and that his family was so well placed in the world that he could easily handle this jumped-up half-blood. I would be happy to end your pitiful existence, you filthy half-blood. Draco sneered as he stood. Fine, then enjoy your meal. It will be your last in Hogwarts, Harry said as the food appeared. We fight at the conclusion of the feast, here in the Great Hall. Dumbledore really wanted to intervene, but this had been declared a matter of honor. He had no right to interfere. That being said, he could still inform certain concerned parties. He stood from his chair and left the hall as the feast began. The children were already discussing this latest bit of news. The half-bloods and purebloods were informing the Muggle-born about what had happened, who Harry and Draco were, and what was about to occur. The elves would be very distraught that the students hadn't eaten much of their food later. Lord Harry, up here please. Harry turned and walked up to the staff table, and his Uncle Phil. Minerva, would you please contact Amelia? Of course, Phileas. Minerva agreed as she stood and left. You sit. Phileas pointed to the headmaster's chair. Harry rolled his eyes and walked all the way around the table and plumped himself in the large throne. He was still only 12 and hadn't grown much yet. He looked quite comical. If Minerva or Perenelle had seen him, they would have demanded he wait for them to get a camera. What happened? Phileas asked as he began to cut his food. The usual, Harry said as his food reappeared in front of him. Malfoy came into the apartment, uninvited, where I was introducing Dobby to Pansy, Tracy, and Gemma. He insulted us all by calling us slaves and servants. He called me a filthy mudblood lover and gloated over the fact that he was no longer a part of my house. And you picked this occasion to challenge him to a duel because I'd like to enjoy at least one peaceful school year. Draco already managed to ruin that for this year, so I am taking preemptive steps for my third year. Harry shrugged. You aren't going to kill him, are ya, Harry? Hagrid asked worriedly. Nah, it's an honor duel. First blood will do for me, or until one of us is incapacitated. To the death would mean a challenge between houses, and I doubt Lucius Malfoy wants to put his newly gained freedom on the block. Harry grinned easily at his large friend. The meal progressed for a few more minutes. Not, you better have a damned good reason for pointing your wand at that boy. Harry suddenly called out. The new second year quickly put his wand away, and all the first years edged away from the boy. Good catch, Harry. Phileas nodded. A minute or so later, they were approached by a certain bushy-haired girl. Professor Flitwick, could I speak to you and Professor McGonagall sometime before classes, please? She asked nervously. Of course, my dear. Phileas beamed. You've come to a decision, then? Why, yes, sir. Professor McGonagall will be devastated to lose you, but she and I have discussed this, and she agrees this would be best for you. Take your seat. I'll talk to the professor, and we will call for you. It might not be until tomorrow, though, considering Lord Harry's latest adventure. He glared at his nephew. Well done, Granger. The Sorting Hat said approvingly from the edge of the table, where Harry had placed it when he had joined Phileas. Attention, students. It said loudly as it spun itself around to face the masses. Over the course of her first year, Miss Hermione Granger has discovered that she would be better suited to Ravenclaw than Gryffindor. Hermione was blushing madly at suddenly being in the spotlight. This does not mean that she does not belong in Gryffindor. The hat warned. She showed the courage of a Gryffindor when she made her choice and approached the teachers here at the opening feast. She is one of the few who may claim a place in two houses. For the purposes of her education, though, she will now reside and learn with the Ravenclaws. Hermione and the school were stunned when the trimming on her robes and tie began to change. But instead of the Gryffindor colors being replaced by Ravenclaw, the simply merged. Hermione Granger has free access to Gryffindor and Ravenclaw common rooms. The hat declared. Harry suddenly stood up and put on a deep voice with his 12-year-old tones. So let it be written. So let it be done. Phileas just chuckled as Hermione glared at Harry. She knew that letting her dad show him classic movies would be a bad thing. It was towards the end of the meal that Albus and Minerva both returned. Minerva was looking quite smug as she led Moody, and Amelia, whilst Albus was trying not to look peeved as he led Lucius. Potter, what is this about you challenging my son to a duel? Lucius demanded. Harry looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Lucius, you might have chosen to depart from my house, but I am still owed the respect due my title. Don't make me toss you out like I did with Fudge. I know exactly what you are, boy. Lucius sneered. Now that you can no longer control me, I intend to show the world the truth about you. We will start with this duel you requested. It will be to the death, and the winner will claim everything of the losers. So, you don't care that people will look at you in disgust for having children try to kill each other? Harry asked calmly as he sat back in the throne. The rest of the teachers were outraged by Lucius' behavior. Phileas and Minerva looked ready to commit murder. What do I care about the opinions of peasants? Lucius sneered. Well, your terms for the duel are denied. Harry shrugged. Draco is not the head of his own house, so I will gain nothing by killing him. Besides, I only require satisfaction for the slight against my honor. A duel to first blood is good enough for me. But not for me. Lucius looked down his nose at the young boy in the big chair. I will fight in Draco's place. The House of Malfoy will be wagered against the House of Potter and Slytherin. Still, your house isn't worth much compared to two of mine. Harry pointed out. Honestly, what do you really have to offer except a manor, money, and your apothecary business? Harry has 3 houses. Came a new voice. They all turned to see an enraged Sirius Black storming in through the doors. He is the heir to the House of Black. This is a new low for you, Malfoy. Sirius accused as he reached the staff table. But considering your Death Eater activities during the war, I guess attacking children isn't all that new for you. This has nothing to do with you, Black. Lucius said dismissively. Sirius grabbed the man by the throat and pinned him to the table. That's Lord Black, you peasant. Sirius snarled. You and your family have insulted my godson. You will get your duel, Mr. Malfoy, but you will face me. It is my right to stand for Harry, but it won't happen today. No, it will happen this coming weekend. In the meantime, you get to go home and watch as all your misdeeds come home to roost. With that, Sirius flung Lucius down onto the floor between the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw tables. Hey, you can't dash! Draco stopped with his hand to his wand as many of his housemates pulled their own and pointed them at him. Lucius Malfoy, remove yourself and your son from my home. You may consider yourselves cast out of the House of Slytherin. You may not claim any affiliation with the name of Slytherin, Harry said firmly. As he spoke, the sounds of armor approaching were heard. You'll pay for this, Potter. You as well, Black. Lucius rushed over to Draco and quickly dragged him out with the armor hot on his heels. Leave this one to me, Harry, Sirius said as he glared after the pair of blondes. I have big plans for that Death Eater and his scum. Harry looked ready to object, but Phileas came a sharp look. If you're sure, Sirius. Harry was adamant about not telling Sirius the truth about his time travel. He felt that his godfather had suffered enough, and Harry intended to stomp on Voldemort and the wizarding world long before anyone realized what he was doing. As far as Sirius was to be concerned, Harry Potter was a young boy with a sad past and devious streak of mischief. That first week of term was filled with a lot of gossip. Harry had suggested that Phileas give a school lecture on duels. Everything from why they may be demanded, what the terms may be, who can demand them, and anything else that might put them off. For instance, Harry had only claimed a duel to first blood or incapacitation. That meant that if Lucius had killed him, Lucius would be put to death, and everything he owned would go to Harry's next of kin. At the moment, that was Phileas Flitwick, according to his will. Outside of Hogwarts, Lucius was feeling the wrath of Lord Sirius Orion Black. Sirius was giving interviews in the Daily Prophet, the Quibbler, and the Wizarding Wireless. In every interview, he referred to Lucius as the father of Draco the Thief. He gave detailed accounts of Draco's actions against Harry over the past year, thanks to many of the Slytherin students actually liking Harry or simply despising Draco. Lucius had gone to Fudge to demand something be done, but it didn't matter how much money Lucius threw at him. Fudge was too scared to go against Lord Black. Harry had spent the week with Phileas, training, just in case something cropped up, and it turned out he did have to duel Lucius or Draco. When he had the time, he would spend his evenings sitting atop the astronomy tower watching the stars. The work on his spaceship was on hold as his partners in the endeavor were far too busy with classes. But that didn't stop him from dreaming. On his way back to his chambers from a night of stargazing, he came across a rather odd sight that jogged a memory and caused his blood to boil. Miss Lovegood, yes? Harry asked with a dark look. 11-year-old Luna Lovegood was standing in the cold stone halls wearing nothing but a thin nightgown. Her feet were turning blue along with her lips. Next to her was a suit of armor, clearly trying to guide her back to the Ravenclaw common room. "Mr. Potter, no," she responded dreamily. "You are out of bed after curfew and severely underdressed." Harry said sternly, "Where are your shoes or slippers? Where are your robes?" "I believe the Nargles may have stolen them. It's sad, really. They could have had them if they'd only asked," she said with a look to match. "And if you saw these Nargles again, could you identify them?" "No one else has ever seen a Nargle," she lectured lightly. "My father and I have searched for them, but they are very elusive." Harry conjured some slippers for Luna before taking off his robe and putting it over her shoulders and wrapping it tightly. He then applied a warming charm. "Follow me," he ordered. As he moved, he sent off a messenger spell. He moved quickly, or as quick as his 12-year-old legs would let him. He only had an inch or so on Luna, but it was still something. Only a few more years to go before he had an adult body again. Well, late teenage body. But he'd have hair, damn it. They reached the Ravenclaw entrance with the suit of armor following dutifully along. The door swung open without challenging them. They were met inside by Phileas Flitwick, Doreen Bard, and Benjamin Borth. Doreen and Benjamin were the house carers for Ravenclaw as recruited by Sirius. "Harry, Miss Lovegood, what on earth are you doing up at this late hour?" Phileas asked sternly. "I was taking some time to relax on the astronomy tower. On my way back to my quarters, I discovered Luna here, walking through the halls in nothing but her nightgown. Her feet were turning blue." "Miss Lovegood, what on earth were you thinking, child?" Doreen scolded as she knelt in front of the girl and began checking her hands and feet for frostbite. "The Raxburts said I should tour the castle," she answered as though it was obvious. "Raxburts." Benjamin frowned. "Luna, tell them the truth," Harry ordered. "I believe I can deduce the truth, Harry." Phileas scowled. He placed his wand to his throat and cast a sonorous. "All students to the common room immediately. I repeat, all students to the common room." Luna cringed away from them all. After a few seconds, the Ravenclaws began to file down in their pajamas and nightgowns. "Which of you stole Miss Lovegood's belongings and locked her out of the Ravenclaw rooms?" Phileas demanded of the assembled claws. There was a lot of shared looks of confusion between the students. Doreen shared a look of disgust and anger with her colleague, Benjamin. She pulled Luna closer to her protectively. "Do not make me find the answers myself," Phileas warned when no one spoke up. Still no one said anything. "Very well," Phileas said as he brandished his wand, causing some of the students to flinch reflexively. "Furs Revelio," he incanted as he waved his wand around the room. Immediately, several of the students' eyes widened, and then they began to glow with a green light. "Miss Johnston, Miss Alton, would you care to explain why you stole Miss Lovegood's belongings?" Phileas asked tightly. The two first-year girls looked completely ashamed, probably because they got caught, but not because they thought they did wrong. "You could have seriously injured Miss Lovegood. I will be writing to your parents about this, and severe punishments will be involved. Your behavior is abominable." He scolded them. "Are you purebloods?" Harry asked quietly from just behind Phileas. Both girls frowned, not understanding the purpose of the question. Somebody should educate them on what it means to be branded a thief in this world. Harry mused. "You can be sure I will be doing that tomorrow night," Benjamin declared with a dark look. "All students will be here immediately after curfew. Before you head to bed, I will give you a refresher course in wizarding etiquette. I suggest you research one Draco Malfoy. Johnston, Alton with me," Doreen ordered. "You will hand Miss Lovegood's belongings to me immediately." The result of the whole incident was that the two girls were given a month's detention, and all their personal belongings were sent home. The only things they were allowed to keep were their school clothes, school books, and equipment, and their pets, because that would have been considered unfair to the pets. Padma Patil took a closer interest in Luna Lovegood, as she felt an obligation to continue watching over her on Harry's behalf as part of his house. She also made sure that either Doreen, Benjamin, or Phileas were able to witness any bullying, especially as Hermione was beginning to receive a bit of attention because of her intelligence. Padma was definitely in the lead for being a prefect when the time came. On the Saturday, the duel was set to take place. Harry had refused to hold it at Hogwarts, and instead demanded it be held in Hogsmeade. This was a duel between the notorious Lord Black and Lucius Malfoy, a supposed close confidant of the minister. Anyone was there, and so was everyone else. The minister was supposed to be there as an impartial observer, but it was clear he was supporting Malfoy. That was fine as far as Harry and the others were concerned. It would just put Fudge in a bad light when he lost. Nicholas and Perenelle were there and were supporting Sirius and Harry. Harry had Hedwig on one shoulder and Ember perched precariously on the other. She was still very young and hadn't started to learn to fly yet. Nicholas had Phoenix on his shoulder. The much older and clearly more powerful-looking bird instantly made people want to back Sirius. Nicholas had taken the annoying route of calling his Phoenix Phoenix. Harry was simply annoyed. He hadn't thought of it first. "Remember Sirius. Put him down hard and fast." Harry lectured. "Don't toy with him. Don't mock him, and don't acknowledge anything he says. Let your wand do your talking for you. Are you sure you don't want to duel him yourself?" Sirius asked with a bemused look. Inside he was very nervous. This was a fight to the death, and he hadn't been in a battle in over 10 years. "Yes, I do," Harry said. "Oh, well, tough," Sirius said, a little taken aback by Harry's firm declaration. "This is my duty." "Then make sure you take your duty seriously. And don't make that joke. It is not the time." "Harry, you should always make the time for a joke." Sirius grinned. Harry looked fit to explode in anger. "Phileas, take Harry to cool off," Nicholas ordered as he grabbed Sirius by the shoulder and marched him off. "All right, young man. I realize that you are nervous and need to cope in your own way, but you also need to remember that Harry has already lost his parents. He lost his godfather, uncle, and aunt for over a decade, and has only just got them back. I think the boy has gone through enough that you can cater to his needs in this matter, especially as he is looking out for your well-being." Sirius would have pushed his own argument that Harry needed a laugh, but he had to admit the boy spent most of his time doing things that would make the Marauders seem like amateurs, which they were, being unpaid and all. "All right, I'll lay off the jokes. I don't suppose you have any additional advice on how to beat the albino kid?" Nicholas thought for a moment. Remember the strategy that Harry used against Flint. Don't waste your energy trying to break through his shield and defenses. Turn the environment to your advantage. And like Harry said, don't toy with the man. Put him down hard and fast. He is no lightweight when it comes to wand work. Sirius nodded, and the pair turned to rejoin Harry. Any last-minute tips? Sirius asked Harry nervously. If you die, remember that my parents are on the other side. I doubt they will be too pleased if you screw this up, Harry said with pointed look. Fear of prongs and Lily got it. Sirius nodded. Also, the floor of a dueling pit isn't protected against spells. A few well-placed reductos, and Lucius won't have a place to stand. Sirius nodded with an impressed look, then it fell into a suspicious one. How do you know so much about dueling? I've knocked off Lord No-Name twice and dueled Flint to the death. I doubt I will manage to make it through the rest of my school years without another duel, let alone my life. I have no response to that. He admitted. I do. It's called being prepared. Their attention was drawn to the pit, where Dumbledore was calling for everyone to gather. Sirius hugged Harry and turned to enter the pit. The pit was different to the dueling platform. Instead of a raised platform that meant most spells went over the spectators' heads, it was very much like the Roman fighting arenas where it was dug into the ground. Stadium seats had been arranged around the outside of the 50-meter wide fighting pit. As a lord, Sirius had the right to demand the form of the duel, especially as Harry had called it for insult against his honor, and Malfoy had then compounded his position with his insults and attempts to kill Harry with the duel. This is a duel to the death between the House of Malfoy and the noble and most ancient House of Slytherin. The named individuals are Draco Lucius Malfoy the Thief and Lord Harry James Potter of Slytherin. Lucius bristled at the title given to his son by Dumbledore, but not even Fudge could wipe out the taint after the articles in the Prophet. It wouldn't matter after he defeated Black. He would have command of the House of Slytherin. He would be a noble lord, and he would have the boy's magic bound, his wand snapped and thrown into the wilds of one of the barbarian lands. Then he would force Fudge and Dumbledore to clear his son's name. The winner of the duel will earn those they fight for, the spoils of their victims, their house, status, money, and anything else of value, including members of the family. Albus was disgusted at having to preside over this despicable event. There had only been one other duel of this magnitude. It had occurred when he had called Gellert out during the war. Although he had defeated his former love interest and ended his reign of terror, he had failed to officially end the duel by not killing him. It was a stain on both men's honor, but he had made the challenge out of earshot of anyone. His final spell had been a memory charm that removed Gellert's memory of it being a duel to the death. As such, magic would not accept any claim he had over the Grindelwald house. Only his brother knew the truth. Aberforth hated him for it, because it meant that he could not marry or have children. The houses of Dumbledore and Grindelwald were in limbo until the duel was ended. In the months following the duel, Albus had traveled the world, placing charms and compulsions on anyone tied to the Grindelwald family, as well as his brother. It was Albus' intent that both houses would die with him, and Gellert, Lord Sirius Orion Black, you will now swear your oath of honor in this duel to Lord Harry James Potter of Slytherin. It was necessary for this to occur, so that the seconds couldn't turn on those they fought for and steal what they had offered to win. You couldn't be forced to be a second. I, Lord Sirius Orion Black of the noble and most ancient House of Black, swear fidelity and honor to Lord Harry James Potter of Slytherin, head of the most ancient House of Potter, the noble House of Parkinson, the noble House of Farley, and the most ancient House of Davis. I so swear as the head of the House of Black. As Sirius spoke, there were gasps throughout the crowd. Sirius had essentially sworn the House of Black as vassals to Lord Harry James Potter. He had also just revealed that Harry was the head of numerous houses. Only Farley was known to have been under Harry's control due to the duel between Harry and Flint. But the revelations regarding Davis and Parkinson would be earth-shattering for the wizarding world. Mr. Lucius Abraxas Malfoy, you will swear an oath to Draco Lucius Malfoy to honor your position as fighting in his stead. It was different for Lucius. He was Draco's father. Draco would inherit everything anyway, but he was still only a child, and all his assets were held and managed by his father. Draco would become the heir to the houses and lordships if Lucius won. I, Lucius Abraxas Malfoy, do swear to fight for the honor of my son. This duel is to the death. In the event that both participants are unable to continue, then the primary participants will be required to enter the arena. The laws of the land still apply. You may not use any unforgivables or illegal spells. Use of such spells will result in criminal prosecution and forfeiture of the duel. Duelers face each other. Sirius and Lucius glared at each other with 30 feet between them. Duelers bow. Both gave very slight bows, but it was enough to satisfy etiquette. Begin. Sirius didn't hesitate. His wand was out and pointing at Lucius, and a torrent of spells headed his way silently. Many were deflected, but Sirius was a powerful wizard, and he had magic to spare. He was also sending out a very simple spell, Reductos. He had utilized a strategy that meant that Lucius was always on the defensive and would back the man into a corner. For every spell he sent at the man himself, he sent 2 more at the man's feet. Lucius was caught between trying to deflect and shield the spells coming directly at him and trying to find more steady footing as the ground vanished beneath his feet. Lucius was a skilled duelist. He had even taken a turn on the professional circuit. But in a battle to the death, he was useless without the ability to apparate and use dark curses. The arena was sheathed in anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards to prevent acts of cowardice by fleeing. Had Dumbledore fought Grindelwald in a pit like this, he would have had no choice but to kill his former lover. Of course, Sirius' skills were honed on the battlefield during a war. He knew how to fight in a proper duel, but he also knew how to bulldoze his opponents when fighting for his life and the life of his loved ones. And Harry's life was on the line as well as his own. He couldn't lose. Eventually, the strain of focusing on both deflecting spells and watching his footing became too much for Lucius, and one of Sirius' Reductos slipped through, breaking his leg. He fell to the ground in pain, never seeing the final spell speeding towards his head, which promptly exploded into a gory mess. Sirius Black stood over his opponent's corpse, breathing heavily, his wand still pointed just in case. Lord Sirius Black emerges, triumphant, in the service of the House of Slytherin. To the victor go the spoils. Dumbledore announced gravely. The Ministry of Magic demands an investigation. Fudge piped up. He was looking fairly pale. On what grounds? Dumbledore asked. Use of illegal magic. Albus sighed. Lord Sirius Black, please present your wand for inspection. Sirius sent a hateful look at Fudge, but quickly exited the pit, and approached Dumbledore at the judge's platform. Albus cast a few charms as well as the priori incantatem. I find that Lord Black has acted honorably and within the bounds of the law. The decision is final. But if you continue to insult Lord Black's honor and mine, then I will have to challenge you to a duel. Harry glared at the man. Albus hurriedly cancelled his sonorous charm. Enough, he hissed. There will be no more killing. No more duels. It ends here. He said angrily, all I have fought for and sacrificed. I will not have you blackening it with your greed and misplaced pride. He glared between the three males. Then I suggest you rein in the minister, Chief Warlock, Harry said mockingly before he turned and left. Sirius, do something with Draco. I don't care what, just make sure he is out of the way. He called as he walked away, not looking back. Chapter 10. Harry spent the next few days in funk. He didn't care that Lucius was dead. He wasn't ungrateful for what Sirius had done. But he was fed up with Dumbledore. The following morning, Dumbledore had approached him at the breakfast table. Mr. Potter, please report to my office after breakfast. Why? Harry asked bluntly. I believe there are some things we should discuss. Albus said calmly. Can't. Busy. Harry said as he tore a large chunk out of his toast. I must insist. Albus frowned. Is it about my schoolwork? Harry asked as he shunted his food to his cheek but kept chewing. It is about what happened yesterday, as I believe you are smart enough to have determined. Albus said in frustration. Oh, are you going to apologize for nearly getting myself and Sirius killed, or making Sirius a killer? He asked calmly. By this point, the entire school was paying attention. If anyone had looked at the staff table, they would have seen Filius desperately trying to hold Minerva back from throttling Dumbledore. That was a disaster entirely of your own making. Albus admonished. Really? Harry asked sarcastically as he threw down what was left of his toast and stood up. Because I was scheduled for a simple duel between myself and the thief Draco Malfoy. It wasn't until you brought in his father that death was introduced, and my life was put at risk. Be warned, Albus. Harry snarled. Next time you interfere in my business, I will challenge you. And remember, I already beat you once. It is sad that you feel the need to resort to such barbaric methods. Albus said with patronizing disappointment. Enough. Remove yourself from this hall immediately, Albus. Minerva had taken the very rude method of picking Filius up and placing him back in his chair. He was now glowering at her back as he followed her down. I will not have you making such disgusting insinuations against Harry like that. Minerva, my place is here with the children. You don't have authority over me. If Aunt Minnie wants you out of the hall, I recommend you hike up your robes and run. Harry grinned. The sound of stomping metal feet could be heard approaching. Albus Dumbledore had a hard time getting into any room in the castle that day. The stone gargoyle refused to move, and suits of armor wouldn't let him access any classrooms. He was forced to spend the day with Hagrid. It was an annoyance, but not necessarily a hardship considering his friendship with the giant. On the Monday of the second week, Harry was approached in the common room by Terence. Terry. Harry returned, slightly mocking the solemn tones the boy used. Mind if we talk privately? He asked quietly. Harry just shrugged and conjured a chair opposite. He then cast the muffliato. "What's up?" "Ah." They turned to see a new first-year bolt out of the room in terror. Fortunately, Mrs. Farley was present and was quick on his heels. The two boys returned their attention to each other and tried to forget the weird spectacle. "So, have you had your first lesson with Lockhart yet?" Terry asked. "Yep. The git tried to make me act out his adventures." Harry grinned. "He changed his mind about acting when I had a suit of armor stand in for me. He does the same thing in all his classes." Terry nodded. "And it is becoming a problem. I tend to just tune him out and read my books." "Harry, I'm studying for my exams," Terry said with a slight pleading. "All of the 5th through 7th years are. Lockhart isn't teaching us a thing that will help us. You do realize that I don't have any say over the educational matters in the school? I just control the castle. We were hoping you could talk to the heads of house. Why not go to Snape yourself?" Terry grimaced. "Professor Snape has become excessively grumpy." "What do you mean?" Harry asked seriously as he sat forward. "Is he not teaching properly? I thought he had stopped being biased." "That hasn't changed," he assured the young lord. "But he always has a scowl and looks scary. I'm not sure he knows he's doing it. He's always like that. He's gotten worse." "All right, Severus, what's got you so grumpy that you are taking out on the students?" Harry demanded. They were sitting in his chambers with the other heads of house to discuss this and the dada issue. "Other than the fact that I am a slave." Snape returned snidely. "Yes," Harry said, ignoring the man's sarcasm and attitude. "And I order you to tell the truth." Severus' eyes widened at that, but he answered anyway. Last year's exam results were the highest in potions for decades. And Harry waved his hand leadingly. Snape struggled, as he didn't want to answer. He also didn't want to have to deal with any pain the slave binding might cause. I hate that it is because you ordered me to change how I teach." He bit out. "Ah," Harry said with an understanding nod of his head. "Well, get over it," he said bluntly, "and I order you not to take out your anger on the students or anyone else. Find an empty classroom, conjure some targets, and blow them up if you want to vent." Snape very nearly pouted. He managed to keep it to a scowl. Harry turned back to the other heads who were trying not to laugh at the sight of 12-year-old Harry berating 30-something-year-old Severus. "Now, Lockhart, what are we going to do about him? I've got students complaining that he isn't preparing them for their exams. I suppose I could sit in on a lesson or two and see how he does." Minerva said thoughtfully, "We could just send a report to the WEA. Pomona Sprout suggested. Wizarding. The Wizarding Examinations Authority. Phileas supplied for Harry. We would need more than the students' complaints." Minerva shook her head. "I will attend a few lessons first and then submit a report to Griselda Marchbanks." "Is there a reason we aren't simply approaching Albus with this?" Pomona asked curiously. "I ask only because I believe the WEA will want to know as well. I suppose we should at least attempt to talk to the old goat." Phileas sighed. "Oh, Albus, you really are a complete idiot, aren't you?" Phileas said disappointedly as he sat opposite the headmaster in Albus' office with the other heads of house. "I beg your pardon?" Albus said, taken aback with surprise and offense. Phileas sighed. having been confronted by his heads of house over Lockhart's poor attempts at teaching. He had tried to claim the man was merely finding his feet after just a few weeks. Minerva had pointed out that the OWL and Newt students deserved better, and threatened to call in the WA. As a result, he had informed them of the fact that he suspected Lockhart was a fraud, as he knew for a fact that several of the events described in his books were actually performed by friends and acquaintances of Albus. He had invited Lockhart to teach, with the incentive of getting close to the boy who lived, so that he could find a way to prove it. Aside from the fact that Harry will be livid that you attempted to use him in such a manner, I do not believe Madame Marchbanks or the Board of Governors will feel any different. You are playing with the welfare and education of our charges. There is no reason for them to be involved, especially young Harry. Albus said dismissively, "You have already involved Harry, Albus." Minerva scowled. "We will be involving the WA. We will not allow you to play with the futures of our students." "Why must you be so confrontational these days, Minerva?" Albus sighed. "The students are perfectly safe, as is young Harry. The man released a swarm of Cornish pixies in a class, and then abandoned them." Pomona scowled. "If I hadn't been walking down the corridor nearby, then Mr. Longbottom could have fallen and broken his neck due to that foppish fool's incompetence. An isolated incident, I'm sure." He said dismissively. Severus scoffed. "Headmaster, I fail to see how you can sit there and expect us to believe that for a second. We four are senior teachers at one of Europe's most prestigious schools. We are much smarter than you appear to give us credit for. As gullible as the drooling masses are, even they will soon come to realize that you are slowly losing control. You allowed Quirrell to enter the school last year. You consistently but your nose into Lord Potter's dealings, and as a result you have nearly caused his death several times. The citizens of magical Britain will eventually take note, and then you will have to answer. As much as I agree with Severus, I have no intention of allowing it to go that far." Filius said sternly, "Either he goes, or I will tell Lord Potter that I was wrong to stop him from having you ejected from the castle. I believe you will be gone by breakfast. It is sad that you dash. Save it, Albus." Pomona snapped as she stood up. "You heard Filius. Either Lockhart goes, or you go. I'm fairly certain that Lockhart will go either way." 2 days later, and Albus was once again locked out of his office. He became fairly annoyed when he discovered suits of armor removing his personal belongings from the room, but wasn't allowed past them. He realized that this was probably only the first step towards being booted from the castle, so he knew he had to fix it. He stormed into the Dada classroom to find Lockhart standing at the head of the class with his wand brandished in a most flamboyant attacking posture that would certainly get him killed in a real fight. Opposite him was a clearly grumpy-looking third-year boy who had his arms weakly in the air as though he might be trying a half-hearted attempt to scare the man. "Professor Dumbledore, what a pleasant surprise." Lockhart beamed. "Professor, I'm afraid I need you to dismiss your class. There is a matter we need to discuss." He said gravely. "Really?" he asked excitedly. "Perhaps this would be a good teaching example for my class. Is there a monster that needs dealing with?" He laughed. "A fair maiden that needs rescuing," he said with a sly wink at 2 girls in the front row who tittered. "Children, your class is dismissed. Please return to your common rooms until your next class." Albus interrupted. "Quickly now. He clapped his hands sharply as they seemed to hesitate. Once the last student was gone, he turned to Lockhart. Gilderoy, I'm afraid that circumstances have arisen that are forcing me to terminate your position here. Lockhart laughed until he noticed Dumbledore wasn't laughing with him. Why on earth would you do that? These young minds need my expertise. If he weren't in such a bad mood, he would have laughed at the fop in front of him, making such a ridiculous claim. Please pack your bags, Gilderoy. You will need to be out of the dash. Bang. The door to the classroom smashed open to reveal an enraged white male in wizarding robes with his wand out. He had dark hair, a goatee, and silver eyes. Lockhart, he spat with an Eastern European accent. Did you really think you could get away with this? Garabed. Lockhart said with clear fear. Albus had his wand out, but was not sure how his old friend, Garabed, had gotten onto the school grounds, or how he even knew to confront Lockhart. The last he had heard Lockhart had obliviated the man of ever meeting him. I challenge you to an honor duel, Gilderoy Lockhart. Garabed snarled, with his wand raised. In Diagon Alley. Surely you jest. Gilderoy laughed nervously. You stole my reputation, my money, my honor, and my memories. Garabed growled. Why would I jest about such a thing? I assure you I have no idea what you are talking about. Gilderoy tried to claim. Then you can swear an oath about it before we duel. Garabed sneered. We go now. Lord Slytherin has offered the services of his castle. I owe him a huge debt, but the boy is too noble, and only claimed that I repay him by revealing the truth about you and getting you out of his castle. Garabed stepped aside, and 4 suits of armor clanked in. Gilderoy clumsily drew his wand only for it to clatter to the ground before he was seized by the armor and marched out, all the while protesting that they were wrinkling his clothes. As the armor marched their prisoner off, Albus turned to Garabed. I don't understand. I thought your memories had been removed. Garabed shook his head in disappointment. Hearing you say that, Albus, you have fallen so far that you knew this to be true and did not come to my aid. And do what, my friend? Albus said, chiding like a grandfather. Tell you that you had been wronged and couldn't remember it. What good would that do? You are a good man, but you would have immediately sought out Lockhart and challenged him, just as you have today. It is not your place to control my actions, Albus. Garabed frowned. It is your duty as my friend to come to me and warn me I have been wronged. It is my place to decide what action to take. Lockhart was evil in his actions to rob me of my memories and deeds, but you were party to it. All these years that I have been suffering, and it took the actions of a boy and a hat to save me and help me regain my memories and honor. To what end, though? Albus argued. Now that you have those memories, you are going to kill a man. Garabed looked at him with slight disbelief. Is that all you care about? He asked. The life of the man who ruined mine, the fool left me a near drooling mess in the gutters. Where were you in my time of need, Albus? Especially as you claim you knew what he had done. The boy and the hat were right. Your ego has overtaken you. You not only attempt to do everything yourself and unwittingly claim the credit, but you also believe yourself to be the ultimate judge. I wonder how many of those imperious victims that bribed their way out of Azkaban could have been stopped if the chief warlock stepped up. He said pointedly. Albus looked like he had been slapped. He never realized that Garabed had left. Once Albus had realized he was standing alone in the classroom, he had managed to remember that Garabed kept talking about a boy and his hat. He realized just who was responsible for all of this. Albus stormed through the halls of the castle until he reached the Charms classroom. He burst in angrily and suddenly remembered that he and Filius were not exactly on good terms. The half-goblin was glaring at him. "Can we help you, headmaster?" he asked tightly. Albus quickly looked contrite. "I apologize for interrupting. I require Mr. Potter for a while." "For what reason, Albus?" "We are in the middle of a lesson. It shan't take long, I assure you." "If it shan't take long, then it can surely wait until lessons have finished for the day." "Regrettably, there is an element of urgency involved, Filius. I will have to insist that Mr. Potter accompany me. This had better not be about Garabed and that fraud Lockhart." Harry glared at the old man. "It is a matter that should be discussed away from young ears," Albus said sternly. Albus was suddenly confronted by two burly young boys. "Lord Harry is a young ear," Vincent Crabbe stated with a scowl. Gregory Goyle's eyes widened slightly before he quickly whispered in his friend's ear. "I mean, he has young ears. If you can talk to him, you can talk to us all," Vincent said firmly. Filius and Harry exchanged a surprised look. They never would have expected this from the two boys. They had taken to following Harry around like they had Draco, but Harry and Filius just assumed it was because they didn't know what to do with themselves. "You are quite right, Mr. Crabbe, but this is still a private matter between myself and Mr. Potter." The two boys were pushed apart as a scowling ebony-haired second-year girl stomped forward. "If you wish to speak with Lord Slytherin, please make an appointment for a more appropriate time. Please also supply the purpose for the meeting. Interrupting Lord Slytherin's education is highly inappropriate." Albus was shocked. It was amazing that Crabbe and Goyle had actually managed to string together such a coherent sentence between the two of them. But for Miss Pansy Parkinson to actually stand up to him, it was only last year that every first-year student entered and left Hogwarts completely in awe of him. Now they seemed to regard him with "Sweet Merlin," disgust. "I shall return for Mr. Potter later," Albus said quickly before turning and heading out. He had to investigate why the students' opinions of him had so radically changed. He couldn't risk the Dark families not fearing him. There was no telling what they might attempt against the innocent if they didn't care about risking his ire. "Excellent work, Mr. Crabbe and Mr. Goyle, and of course Miss Parkinson." Filius beamed as the door slammed shut. 5 points apiece to Slytherin. That evening Albus tried to get Harry again, but he was most upset to hear he was not in the castle. Mr. Potter is a student here, and he has a responsibility to follow the rules as a student. Albus angrily told Filius as they stood in Filius' classroom. He also has a responsibility to his various houses. Filius responded calmly, "A responsibility that supersedes those as a student. He should have informed me if he was leaving so he could be escorted. He informed his head of house and is adequately escorted. There was no need to inform you. If Mr. Potter fails to respect the rules of the school, he may well find his time at Hogwarts coming to an abrupt end." Albus threatened. Filius allowed himself a small smirk. "At that time, the school of Hogwarts may find its time herein. The castle coming to an abrupt end. Regardless of whatever fantasies you and Minerva are indulging with the boy, he doesn't have that sort of authority. Albus shook his head. Now, where has he gone? None of your business. Phileas said bluntly. Oh, and I believe your escort has arrived. Albus paled as he turned to see 2 suits of armor standing in the doorway. How had he not heard them? Whilst Albus was being dragged off again by the castle's armor, Harry and Sirius were on a mission of their own. I'm a Malfoy. You can't put me in here. Harry and Sirius shared a look of amusement at young Draco's protests of horror. It won't kill you, Draco, but you only have limited options. Harry pointed out. But it's unsanitary. No, wizards are unsanitary. Not only do they have no concept of sanitation beyond indoor plumbing, they also engage in acts that pollute their blood. Draco looked insulted. My family would never marry muggles. Exactly. There isn't a pure blood witch in Hogwarts that you aren't related to. Harry said in disgust. Hell, Pansy is your second cousin. Actually, Draco, your Aunt Andromeda married a Muggle-born. James Potter was also one of our cousins, and he married a Muggle-born. Sirius smirked. Blood traitors and stricken from the family records. He said snootily, All right, so you don't want to stay with Muggles. Harry shrugged as he turned away from the very upscale Victorian era 3-story home in London's West End that happened to belong to the parents of a Muggle-born. We'll just have to look at your other options. I belong in Hogwarts, Draco said heatedly. It's my birthright, which you and your father forsook when you were defeated in duels. Sirius said warningly. Not that Draco heeded it. Yep, I have your wand, and you will not be getting it or another until you have completed your education as per the laws laid down by the Ministry of Magic. Draco didn't get a chance to respond before Sirius' hand clamped down on his shoulder, and he was forced into a side-along apparition. When they emerged, Draco didn't recognize where he was, but he knew he didn't like it. A dark, forbidding tower that rose high into the sky sat upon an island less than a mile off the shore. The winds were wild, and the seas were rough. Welcome to Azkaban, Draco, Harry said as he stepped forward and gestured to the feared fortress prison that held only the worst of criminals. By all rights, I could have you sent here because you are a thief. I could also have you sent here simply because I am a lord and you insulted me. There's an old law that is still on the books. Harry added conversationally. You wouldn't. Dumbledore wouldn't let you. Draco had paled considerably, which was impressive considering his natural paleness. Do you see Dumbledore here, boy? Sirius growled as he grabbed Draco by the shoulders and stared him in the face. I spent 10 years in that hellhole. Dumbledore didn't raise a finger to help me. Why would he help you? Take the damn deal, you fool. Sirius said angrily. Your house is gone. Your money is gone. Your father is dead. All of these things have happened because you are a bigoted fool. Now you could lose what is left of your freedom, your life, because you are too stubborn and foolish to accept what is being offered. But they're muggles. Draco whined. Harry and Sirius shared a look of exasperation. I'll call for the fairy. Harry said. The following morning, Albus once again approached Harry at the breakfast table. Make an appointment, Albus. Harry said firmly, without looking up. I would, but there is urgent business regarding a missing student. Albus responded tightly. Draco Malfoy has not appeared for breakfast, and I cannot find him anywhere." "Huh, so there is another student you share an unhealthy interest in other than me." Harry smirked. "Have you spoken to his head of house or any of the other teachers?" "As the head of his family, I thought I should approach you first. There are procedures to follow, Albus." Harry lectured sternly. Up at the staff table, Minerva thought her little lion in snake skin was adorable. "First, you should check with his head of house. Should he or she not be able to help you, then together you come and inform me of the situation, so that the appropriate authorities can be alerted." Albus found himself getting increasingly frustrated these days, usually because of Harry. He had currently been relegated to a small room off the entrance hall to the castle. He was locked out of his office, and Minerva had again refused to swap with him. Fawkes didn't seem to mind, even though there was very little room and no window. But Albus found it very annoying whenever Fawkes decided to flame out of the room, which he did frequently. Despite these issues, he had been unable to discover the fate of Draco Malfoy. Sirius Black had accepted responsibility for the boy on Harry's behalf. He had accepted Narcissa back into the family so that she could keep her son, but they would not be together until Draco changed. Andromeda Tonks was also accepted back into the Black family. Sirius assured her it wasn't going to be easy, as he had ordered her to use her position as the elder of the Black sisters to keep Narcissa in line. After the public accusations against Harry by Dumbledore, Harry felt he needed to blow off some steam. That evening he and Phileas had met Nicholas on a lonely country road outside a small town called Little Hangleton. They stood in front of a small abandoned shack that reeked of dark magic. "Did you bring it?" Harry demanded. Nicholas looked down at the large, long box he was holding and tried not to shudder. "There has to be a better way. Harry," he pleaded. "This isn't about better. It's about fun." Harry grinned. Nicholas carefully placed the box on the ground, backed up 2 steps, and moved around. "Phileas, I don't know what Harry has told you, but it might be best if we moved further from the area." "You mean just down the road?" Phileas asked curiously. "I was thinking Hogwarts, but that will have to do." Nicholas sighed. "Harry, will I at least get my stone back if you die?" he pleaded. "You are such a worrywart." Harry scoffed. That wasn't an answer. Nicholas said urgently as Harry knelt down and pried open the lid of the wooden box. "Harry." Harry ignored him as he gently lifted a long, curved horn with ridges out of the box. "What is that?" Phileas asked. "An erumpent horn," Nicholas said as he began backing away. Harry walked towards the door of the shack and gingerly placed the horn on the doorstep. "Erumpent horn? But those are rare and highly volatile." Phileas frowned. Harry had backed away and drawn his wand. "Nicholas." Phileas, receiving no response, looked around only to see Nicholas Flamel legging it down. "The road. Oh dear," he said weakly. "Bombarda Maxima." Phileas just sighed as he conjured his strongest shield and watched the horn explode, taking the entire shack with it. Harry just stood there with a huge smile as he let the rush of wind and debris blow around him. As the explosion subsided, Phileas approached his dust and mud-caked nephew, who was still grinning wildly despite numerous cuts to his face, clothes, and torso. "Satisfied?" Phileas asked dryly as he conjured a small awning that would protect them from the debris that was still falling. Phileas received no response. "Harry." Again, no response, so he prodded him. Huh, what was that, Uncle Phil? Phileas closed his eyes and tried not to blow a gasket. 10 minutes later, having retrieved the worrywart of an alchemist, Harry was fully healed with his hearing back at 100% thanks to little Ember flaming in. Unfortunately, Nicholas had admitted there was nothing to be done about the boy's sanity. Well, congratulations, Harry. You have successfully demolished the Gaunt Shack. Nicholas said sarcastically, "What will you ever do for an encore? You say things like that, and it just makes me sad that I signed a non-aggression contract with the goblins." Harry grumbled. Was there a purpose to all this destruction? Phileas demanded irritably. Accio Resurrection Stone. Harry incanted as he held out his wand. There was a slight, grinding sound before something shot out of the debris and into Harry's hand. Harry dropped the object quickly and stepped back, pulling Phileas and Nicholas with him. "That is one of Riddle's Horcruxes," Harry informed them as they stood there staring at the ring with the stone in it. "Albie didn't tell me too much about how he got it, but he did say it was well protected and layered with enchantments. It cost him his arm and essentially his life. The fool boy went after that thing alone, didn't he?" Nicholas sighed. "At the very least, Perenelle and I have each other to back the other up. Well, there are 3 of us here now. One of you 2 can check it out, and the rest of us will try and pull you away if we need to," Harry explained. Phileas straightened his shoulders and drew his wand. "I believe I am the most expendable of the 3 of us. I will dash. Expendable my arse." Nicholas snapped. "The gods alone know what Harry will do if something happens to you, Flitwick. Besides, I have the most experience and knowledge. I also have the best chance of defending myself." Nicholas didn't wait for a response as he moved forward and began casting diagnostic spells at the ring. Then he began to cast more obscure spells. Finally, he cast a severing charm that caused the stone to separate from the ring. Avada Kedavra. With a sigh of relief, he picked up the stone and ring and walked back to Harry and Phileas. 1 destroyed Horcrux and 1 resurrection stone, Nicholas said with a tone of satisfaction as he dropped them in Harry's hand. Harry simply dropped the stone on the floor and pointed his wand at it. Reducto. The stone exploded into dust, which Harry then vanished. "Why are you so insistent on destroying the Hallows?" Phileas asked with a frown. "Do you really want to find out what would happen if someone mastered them?" Harry asked pointedly. "Technically, I owned all 3 just before I arrived back in this time." "You did?" Nicholas asked. He didn't know that bit. "In a purely technical sense. I owned the cloak. I had found and used the resurrection stone that was given to me by Albus, and I was the master of the Elder Wand, even if Riddle was the one holding it." Nicholas gave a frustrated sigh. "You really are an impulsive little twit. Did you not think for 1 second that this might be the reason you were able to come back in time?" He asked waspishly. In Harry's defense, there hasn't been any previously documented owners of all 3 Hallows." Phileas spoke up with an amused smile. "And everyone who owns the Elder Wand or Resurrection Stone winds up murdered or committing suicide." Harry added defensively. "I'm just performing a public service. Are you going to destroy your cloak then?" Nicholas asked with a hint of an annoyed sneer. "I'm considering it," Harry said. His expression became very downcast as he turned and walked off. Phileas slapped Nicholas on the arm. Well done, he hissed. The boy has spent most of his life trying to do the right thing. He has lost nearly everyone he ever loved and everyone who should have loved him. What do? Ask him if he is going to destroy one of the last links he has to his father. Bother. Nicholas swore lightly. I'd forgotten about that. Mr. Potter. Oh, God. Harry groaned as he slumped onto the bench at the Slytherin table. Can't he just leave me alone? Of all the inhumane things a person can do, you sent Mr. Malfoy to Azkaban? Albus accused loudly. There were gasps of shock from around the room. Albus Dumbledore. The calm stoniness in the deputy headmistress' voice caused everyone to turn to her where she was stood behind the staff table. You have gone too far. As permitted by the bylaws of the school and the castle, we the teachers declare that you are no longer fit to serve the school in any manner. Leave now of your own free will, or we will evict you forcibly. Minerva? Now, she roared. I'm sorry, Minerva. This is a matter that has consequences that reach far beyond the school. Albus said as he drew his wand. Mr. Potter has sentenced an innocent young man to the horrors of Azkaban without even a trial, and I cannot let that stand. It is my duty as Chief Warlock to take him into custody. Aunt Minnie, it's okay, Harry said tiredly as he stood up. He can stay. Harry, the fool is trying to turn you over to the ministry for nothing that concerns him. Minerva argued. I know, Harry said simply, but that doesn't matter. We aren't going to throw him out. He'll have to quit. Every time he is seen by a student, they are going to look at him pityingly as they see a fool. Harry stepped onto the bench and sat on the Slytherin table, staring at the headmaster. You have no right to interfere in family matters, Albus. You certainly don't have the right to advertise the private matters of a family to the entire school. Now, I refuse to accompany you. Your move. Harry offered as he crossed his arms with a small smile. Albus gave a sad and disappointed sigh as he aimed his wand at Harry. I take no pleasure in this, my boy. You could have been a truly great person in our world. Inkirk. Albus dropped his wand as though it burned him, and he clutched his chest. Harry nodded slowly. He then stood up and mounted the table. My fellow students, what you are witnessing here are the effects of someone trying to go against a binding, magical contract. Albus Dumbledore and I both signed a contract that stated we would not attempt to harm one another or work against each other. By attempting to take me prisoner, he is doing just that. Albus Dumbledore is an oath breaker, a liar, an untrustworthy old fool. As the children gasped in shock, Albus was cursing himself for forgetting about the contract. He had honestly only been interested in following the law and rescuing Draco. He had not been intending to control or harm Harry. The pain receded slightly, and he was able to stand. As he looked up, he saw Harry holding his wand out to him, for him to take. Of course, the Board of Governors will need to be informed, as well as the ministry. Harry shrugged as Dumbledore took back his wand. They might kick you out anyway. Albus wasn't too worried about that. With Lucius gone, the board would listen to him, as would Cornelius. This does not change the fact, that you have condemned Mr. Malfoy to Azkaban. Albus gasped through pain-labored breaths as he tried to stand. Draco Malfoy is a thief. He challenged the houses of Potter, Slytherin, and Black. Sirius said as he stood from the staff table. He was offered many alternate forms of punishment, but he refused each one. There were many decent families that were willing to take him in and house him. When none of those were deemed acceptable by him, we decided to give him a temporary taste of Azkaban. Hopefully a few days in hell will convince him to change his disgusting ways. If you will excuse me, I need to contact the DMLE and the Board of Governors about this incident. Maybe you should go to St. Mungo's. Harry said with a hint of a smirk. You seem to be in a fair amount of pain. I'm sure Poppy can aid me. Albus said as he tried to straighten up. The pain was too much, though. I'm eating, came the fairly uncaring response from the staff table. If you want me to help you, then you will have to wait. Although, I fail to see what I can do. You have attempted to break a magical contract. You are lucky that the writers of the contract were kind enough to put a warning clause in. If anyone else had written it, you would already be dead. Penny and Phileas wanted Albus to suffer for his crimes. Minerva explained. They had some hope that he might learn the error of his ways and be capable of redemption. The look of utter smugness on Minerva's face was enough to break Albus' heart. They had been close friends and colleagues for decades, but now he could feel the hate she had for him. Albus silently turned and left. Everyone back to your meals. Severus ordered as the doors to the great hall closed. Harry was skipping his classes for the day. It was a combination of data, transfiguration, potions, and charms. None of the teachers would bat an eye at him being absent. Remus was temporarily filling in as the data professor. Harry was in a lesson, though. Binns, take a hike. Go and research recent history. Harry barked as he walked in holding a large rectangular tray covered in a fine cloth. I beg your pardon? The deceased professor asked in slow confusion. The syllabus has been changed. You are teaching the students the wrong topics. Harry said loudly and slowly, as though Binns was old and senile. Binns actually huffed. Well, it is about time, he said as he floated up. I've been teaching about goblin wars for centuries now. I've been dying to research that little scuffle with the Germans back at the start of the century. Harry just stared in disbelief at the ghost as it floated out indignantly. Harry turned back to his class of first years who were just watching the whole thing curiously. I actually thought that would take longer. Harry muttered, Oh well. He shrugged. He placed his package on the desk and conjured a stand for it. He then removed the cloth to reveal a very old wizarding portrait. Students, this is Headmaster Leonis Alvord. He is the first headmaster of Hogwarts and served under the founders themselves. He will be serving as your history of magic professor for the next few sessions. He is to be treated with the utmost respect. If you fail to do so, then you will face the wrath of each head of house. Am I clear? Yes, sir, came the unified response. Harry tried not to roll his eyes. The amused look on Leonis' face did not help. I believe the students, and I will do just fine. Lord Harry. He managed not to chuckle. With his first task of the day done, Harry met up with Sirius, and they headed for a tiny office on the ground floor. Sirius knocked. Come in, came a rather haggard response. The door swung open to reveal Albus Dumbledore in a room that barely classified as a broom closet. He was sitting at a student's desk on a tiny stool. There wasn't any room for a teacher's desks. Perched on the old man's hat was Fawkes. Chirp, The phoenix greeted them happily. "All right there, Fawkes?" Harry smiled. "Mr. Potter, you are supposed to be in class. Now, Albus. Lord Slytherin and I are here with an offer." Sirius interjected before Harry could do something. Albus highly doubted that they were going to offer anything he would want to accept. "As you should be fully aware, the Board of Governors has summoned you to a hearing this evening." Sirius continued, "I have spoken with some of them, and they have agreed that should you accept our offer, they will issue you a warning and probation, if you will, and let the matter lie." "And the offer?" Albus asked, not that he had any intention of accepting. "Draco Malfoy is due to spend 4 days in Azkaban. In the event he has not changed his mind at the end of those 4 days, he will have his wand snapped and his magic bound. He will then be tossed onto the streets of Muggle London and left to the mercy of the non-magical world. And you have the gall to wonder why I consider your actions despicable." Albus spat. "Actually, we are just following your example, Albus." Harry shrugged. "I would never. You repeatedly sent Tom Riddle back to the Muggle orphanage, where he was frequently abused. You sent me to live with my aunt and uncle, who also abused me. Neither of us was allowed to use magic." Harry said calmly, "The difference between Tom and myself compared to Draco is that at the time neither Tom or I had committed any crimes. That was completely different." Albus objected. "That is what Lord Slytherin just said." Sirius rolled his eyes. "You knowingly subjected innocent boys to hell. We are assigning suitable punishment, as prescribed by the laws of the land, to a criminal. Draco Malfoy has committed no crimes." Albus said as he stood up quickly. Squawk. Albus quickly sat down again. He had forgotten Fawkes was on his hat. The room had a low ceiling. "He is a thief, a bully, and he challenged Lord Slytherin. He insulted a lord, and as such he should be spending a lot more than 4 days in Azkaban." "Anyway," Harry broke in quickly, "here is the offer. Draco Malfoy will serve the remainder of his time in Azkaban. When he is released on Friday, he will be given the choices again. If he refuses, then his wand will be snapped and his magic bound. I suppose we could be kind enough to hand him over to the police. If you wish, you may join him in his cell. You will not be allowed to take your wand, but you will be allowed to comfort him and perhaps try to convince him to change his ways." Albus frowned. He felt he had a duty to try and redeem these poor souls. He still held out hope for Gellert. "Would Fawkes be permitted to accompany me?" "That's up to him." Harry gave a nod to the bird. "And I have your word that this is not some ploy to trick me into trapping myself in Azkaban?" "No." Harry scowled. "Because you were the only one to think of doing that. It is quite offensive that you would accuse us of such underhandedness." Sirius sneered. Both were trying not laugh. They had no intention of doing it, but they had joked about it. Fantasized would be a more apt description. Albus wasn't easily fooled and just looked at them through narrowed eyes. "So," Harry moved them on, "if you believe you can do a better job of dealing with Draco than we can, then you are free to go and stay with him and try to help him mend his ways. Not that your record gives us much hope." Sirius scoffed. "Very well," Albus said as he awkwardly crab-walked out of his office so as not to smash Fawkes on the ceiling again. "I will head to Azkaban immediately," he said as he stood up straight. "Wand," Harry said as he held out his hand. I promise not to destroy this one. I will need it to get to Azkaban. Albus frowned. Fawkes can drop you off. Albus sighed as he drew his wand and handed it over. Ember! Harry called out. The little phoenix flamed in 6 feet above the group before plummeting into Harry's waiting hand. You really need to work on your destinations. Harry sighed as he stroked the hatchling's beak. Here, take this to our room. Just try and aim for the bed. He added, See you later, Albus. Sirius waved as Fawkes flamed him off. As they stood there, staring at the barren and cramped office of the great Albus Dumbledore, Harry spoke up. I had another idea of what we could offer Draco. Oh, well, we would actually be offering it to Albus. We could offer him guardianship of Draco. I'm fairly certain that Draco would kill Albus, but not on purpose, just through stress. Nah, that's my job. Harry grinned. Take heart, Mr. Malfoy. I have come to help you. Dumbledore announced as he opened the door to the cell. Inside, Draco Malfoy was hunched in a corner. His clothes were disgusting. His hair was caked in dirt. His eyes were haunted. He'd only been there for 16 hours. It's about time someone realized who I was. Draco snarled weakly as he tried to stand. There had better be a bath and my wand waiting for me. I believe you have misunderstood my reason for being here, Albus said as he closed the door, locking them both in. I have come to keep you company whilst you serve your time. It was the only concession I could negotiate from your guardians. That was a bit of a lie, but Albus felt the boy needed to feel someone was fighting for him. But I'm a Malfoy. The boy half whined and half declared, a house that is all but dead. Albus said sadly. He reached for his wand to conjure a chair. Then he remembered he didn't have it. He gave a little huff of frustration before he slowly eased himself down to sit on the floor. He was certain he could hear his old bones creak. The House of Malfoy has been declared extinct. Albus explained. It was conquered by the House of Potter. The only reason you have been allowed to keep the last name Malfoy is because Lord Sirius Black didn't want you having the name of Black, despite the fact that you are essentially a ward of his house. Your mother has sworn oaths and has been allowed back into the House of Black, though. I believe if you are able to change your ways, that you will be given the same opportunity to swear the same oaths. I could be the heir of the House of Black. Draco asked, a gleam appearing in those formerly defeated eyes. No, Albus said firmly. Harry Potter is the designated Black heir, and that is only if Sirius sires no child of his own. They can't do that. Potter is just a filthy half-blood. Mr. Malfoy, Albus snapped. It is that attitude that has landed you here in Azkaban. Sirius Black has informed me that if you do not change your ways, you will have your wand snapped, your magic bound, and you will be tossed into the Muggle world to fend for yourself. The minister would never let that happen. Fear began to override arrogance. This is a private family matter. The minister has no say. The air suddenly began to grow cold. Draco began to shiver, and the fear in his eyes turned to panic. No, not now. Not again. Easy, Mr. Malfoy. Albus soothed as moved to place a comforting arm around the boy. Fawkes, would you please sing for us? Fawkes seemed to find that amusing, but he began to trill and sing. Merlin, make it stop. Draco screamed. It's hurting me. Albus was feeling rather good. He couldn't understand why Fawkes singing wasn't helping his innocent young charge. Fox tried not to giggle as he sang. Thanks for listening to part 1 of Screw It. This is Harry Potter Unleashed, free from Dumbledore's strings, ignoring expectations, and carving out a future on his terms. It's cathartic, it's clever, and it's just getting started. Which moment made you laugh out loud? Which bold move had you cheering? Drop your thoughts in the comments. We'd love to hear what stood out to you most. If you enjoyed this, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share the audiobook with fellow fanfic lovers. And a huge thank you to our wizard army. You make all of this possible. Did you know? Screw It is part of a shared universe from mjimeyg, whose stories often reimagine Harry as a proactive, no-nonsense powerhouse. Fans love the satisfying takedowns and well-justified character shifts that make the story so rereadable. We'll be back soon with part 2. And remember, sometimes the bravest thing you can do is stop playing nice. See you next time. And as always, stay bold, stay magical, and screw the script.